It's been a battle for our teams to get to where they are, and today, it's all done. This is how we close out the competitive year, and I cannot wait to see what happens with all of the storylines we've been following here so far. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'll be your host here closing out the day. And to kick things off, we have Proper and Shift on the desk. We've made it to Sunday. Are you excited for this?
I don't know any other word to use. Excitement is clearly where we are all at, just on the tips of our seats, just ready to see how today is going to conclude.
I was so excited. I went to Grandma's house, sliced up her couch, and made it into a jacket. Let's get it.
I think you guys look great. All right, everybody is dressed to impress today, as are our players, except they're going to impress us.
Hey guys, welcome to the stream. क्या हाल है भाई लोग?
Before we get into all of our action here today, we're going to give you a little bit of a refresher. If you're just joining us, great timing, by the way. But here's the format, okay? On day number 1, we had our Swiss bracket. 16 teams were instantly cut in half. Only 8 moving forward to the bracket phase of the competition. It's a single elimination bracket, and 4 were eliminated yesterday. We're now down to our top 4 who are fighting for this prize pool right here. $1 million on the line.
Thumbnail OP, thanks. By the way, thumbnail credits goes to Punisher bhai.
First place, although if they've made it this far already, Shift, they're not doing so bad.
Not so bad. I think it's just, for me, I'm looking at that difference between 3rd and 4th and 2nd. These are essentially $90,000 games.
Hey Ash, welcome to the stream. मैं बढ़िया हूँ bro. आप बताओ आप कैसे हो?
Cash being exchanged between these two teams.
And of course, it's not just the money on the line. It's this trophy. It's those rings. One of my favorite things about Call of Duty Mobile. And of course,
Hello Jax, welcome to the stream.
Glory of being the best in the world.
I mean, who can ever forget one of the most hype moments at the conclusion this time last year when Wolves were able to not only just lift the trophy, but also putting on the rings, putting the fists out. It is an
So guys, are you guys
classic.
excited for today's matches?
We have lots in store for today. But how did our teams get here? Like we said, we had a Swiss bracket on day 1, but quarterfinals yesterday were a doozy, to say the least. So let's go through a quick recap of all of the action.
Yeah, starting things off, this godlike squad got really, the short end of the stick when it comes to who you match up against in your first round in a single elimination bracket. This XROCK team is looking undeniable. So, unfortunately for godlike, not able to continue.
देव भाई कूपन ऑलरेडी पोस्ट कर चुका हूँ मैं, आप चेकआउट कर सकते हैं. By the way, देव भाई, welcome to the stream. क्या हाल है?
Moments too late. I mean, Q9 really did come through and just played fantastic Call of Duty. Every bit that needs to be there for Q9 on this championship Sunday to potentially be a championship team. Taking down Stalwart was no easy feat.
Little West versus West action. Galorys and Luminosity with one of the instant classic hard points of the
अरे पनिशा भाई ओवल है, उसको लगाया था पर एक्टिवेट नहीं किया था, वो यही वाला रह गया.
Not quite able to get over the hurdle to get that to a map 5. Most heroic moment so far in the tournament.
Oh, easily the most.
देव भाई डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक होगा कॉडम का रिडेम्पशन सेंटर का. उस पे कॉपी पेस्ट कर लो लिंक को, आप सीधा उस वेबसाइट पे रीडायरेक्ट हो जाओगे. फिर वहाँ पे अपना UID and the code को paste कर दो and redeem it. Just as simple.
At the end of the day, in order for our 4 teams to
हाँ, और एक चीज कैप्चर कोड भी डालना रहता है. Hello Anupam, welcome to the stream bro. क्या हाल है?
So I'd like to invite the two of you to join with me in taking a moment of silence to remember our fallen brethren.
ये सैड सॉन्ग क्यों भाई?
Well, and now let's talk about the teams that are still here competing in the rest of the day. All right, we have our semifinals matches coming up right around the corner. So let's start talking about them. We'll take a look at
Hi
this
Chris,
bracket if you guys
welcome to the stream bro.
We've got the graffiti wall still going strong here, okay? And you can see
एकदम अनुपम भाई, आज धमाल होगा.
And elevate the teams that had to fight yesterday to be here. Some impressive matches.
By the way guys, कौन से टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? जल्दी से पोल पे बताओ. Elevate, Q9, XROCK और the Galorys.
I mean, we only had 2 games go to a map number 4 yesterday. Clearly, Galorys has a lot riding on them, the last standing from the West, but Elevate, Q9, and XROCK, no surprise to see them here.
We got a grudge match to start the day. Whoa, doesn't get any saucier than that.
जल्दी से बताओ अपना favorite team कौन सा है पोल पे?
Absolutely. We got a chance to take a look at some of these stats yesterday. I want to take a look at them again here today. I'm talking about these individual stats for some of our players. Now that we have our top 4, let's take a look at our top 5 kills for who we've got, and they haven't changed a lot. We still see Lucas up there.
Yeah, Lucasen's he's been the best player in the world.
Yeah.
Period.
Flat out.
Yeah, flat out. But the interesting thing was 3 Wolves players find themselves in the top 5, even facing off of
Guys, कोड को जितना जल्दी हो सके redeem कर लेना क्योंकि only first 50 people can redeem it.
Not seeing the MVP from last year play as well as we hoped that we would.
I think the consistency of seeing Trunks on 2 of these top 5 leaderboards as well does kind of promote just how good and how close Godlike truly are. Yet again, they will of course fall short, but I mean, Luke is in top 2 every single one of these, and it's barely even 2. But it is nice to see, of course, some of the losers still make it up to this point in time, still showing their grit.
Yeah, it was not an easy day for our teams yesterday. I mean, I know that the scorelines make it look like it was quick with some of those 3-0s and 3-1s, but it was a well-fought battle every single time on behalf of our teams. So we've had a phenomenal competition overall so far when it comes to our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship here for 2024. It's been really exciting, which means today is sure to close out in an even more exciting way. And we don't want to keep you waiting at home any longer. It's time to start diving into our first semifinals match of the day. So,
अनुपम भाई वेट करो आप स्ट्रीम के बीच में ही आपको इंस्टाग्राम में आपको कोड दे दूंगा, डोंट वरी। सारे विनर्स को ऑन स्ट्रीम ही सबको दूंगा।
Introducing the #1 seed out of China, XROCK! A veteran presence of the scene, always a threat, spearheaded by Emperor Ling Ching Club.
Yep, on stream ही मिलेगा।
Talk about some epic intros there, getting our teams up on stage, set up and ready to go. So let's start talking about them. Like we heard the voice of God say himself, F. It's time for XROCK and Q9 to battle it out. You said it's going to be an insane matchup shift. You're not wrong. Let's start talking about XROCK.
अभी जॉनसन आएगा। क्यों भाई?
They also lead in
वाइब वैसी वाला था ना?
Statistical category. That's a big improvement from what they kind of had showed at CDSI and even during the Chinese Masters, where sometimes the hardpoint was not necessarily there. That has not been the case in any form. They're perfect on hardpoint, and their average margin of victory is over 10 points per map. That is dominance with a capital D.
I mean, XROCK just truly have every single piece of the puzzle figured out. It has been painting a beautiful picture. Had some shortcomings at CDSI. Seems that those were rectified coming into this tournament here. And yeah, you could probably make an argument that their route to make it to a flawless record thus far might have been easier than some, but it is the way that they were able to dispose of teams like
सही वाइब वैसे ही था भाई।
In particular, we saw some really strong resiliency at moments.
जैक्स ब्रो अभी स्ट्रीम के बीच में ही आप सबको ऑन लाइव स्ट्रीम आपको कोड्स मिलेगा ताकि आपका भी रिएक्शन देख सके हम लोग, बाकी लोग भी।
Especially on the seaside control and a couple of really tight moments says a lot about why this team is coming in as the #1 squad, and that
It is bro, unfortunately कोई भी इंडियन टीम क्वालिफाई नहीं की है।
At any given moment in time, No has been unbelievable as a part of his full man squad.
I mean, the supporting staff all just to make sure that No can completely go unnoticed. The routes that this guy is taking is backed up by a superior cast behind XROCK as well. There are certain points in time that No is just making all the right plays that you just feel like he can do whatever he wants on the map. That's just how good this guy is.
So, formidable force to say the
To redeem the code, just click the link which is available in the description. You will redirect it to the Codm Redemption Center. After that, paste your UID and the code. That's it. You will collect your reward in your mailbox.
And of course, they're going to be facing off another powerhouse in their own right. They're going to be going up against Q9, so let's talk about them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard not to have a conversation about some of the dominant forces.
Hello Sujal, welcome to the stream bro. क्या हाल है?
Talk about Q9. Dot put it perfectly from the stage. This is a veteran roster that have been there and back again multitude of times.
Yesterday का भी check नहीं किया guys, बताऊंगा।
They are looking fierce. Their only loss in only staying on the entire tournament was to elevate. And let's be candid here. That was a tough Swiss matchup for them to have to face each other, but 'tis the nature of the tournament after all. They are so flawless in Search and Destroy. They look so darn good in that map #2. It's going to be a tough ask to see what they can
दे भाई अभी तो नहीं हो पाएगा। अगर रिडीम कोड 50 से ज्यादा लोग कर लिए तो फिर खत्म। तो बेटर रहेगा आप खुद अभी कर लो क्योंकि बचता नहीं है, सब यूज कर लेते हैं। मेरे हिसाब से मुझे लग रहा है एलिवेट
handle this new meta with this new.
आज का trophy elevate लेगा. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Play with a little bit more gusto, a little bit more tempo. That's what surprised them versus Elevate. They
Yeah, Pritesh, better luck next time, India. But they tried their best and they did their best.
Again, this guy has been through it, leading his entire team. It's hard not to talk about him. The presence that you have from Uling in particular, just to piggyback off the entire search and destroy conversation, a lot of that is coming through from Uling. So the Uling versus No matchup, the impact of the search and destroy, and I guess the overall adaptability that we will see in the respawns are going to be coming from those two players in particular.
Will definitely be interesting to see what these teams are able to kind of.
Okay, मैं mention कर दूंगा कौन से कोड में आपको क्या reward मिलने वाला है.
In the quarterfinal stage of the competition, will that impact what we see when it comes to those picks and bans coming through?
Crips already said it multiple times.
When we're talking about looking at those maps, so overall, this is going to be a very, very, like you said, a banger of a match to start off the day. Right? We've got some stat lines down there on the bottom of your screen.
सुजल bro, मैं भी एकदम बढ़िया. और सुनाओ.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it is, at one moment in time, as much as there was kind of this
Q9 versus Elevate final चाहिए. देखते हैं मैं तो full on Elevate supporter हूँ bro.
Matches in a row pretty emphatically. That changed at CDSI. Q9 was able to find a little bit of revenge in a banger map number 7, but still
XROCK जीतेगा. चलो हनी भाई देखते हैं. पनीशा भाई आपको क्या लगता है कौन जीतने वाला है?
It's been close every single time. I mean, when they did meet up against each other at CDSI, it did go.
नहीं, कोई एक टीम भाई, कोई एक टीम डिसाइड करो सब. ऐसा नहीं चलेगा.
After banger, you could just clearly see how much these teams do know each other, and that's what's going to set ourselves up in a very good best of 5 as well. Whatever maps we end up getting, you know that these two teams have faced each other at least on a handful of these, a multitude of times of the year.
I'm excited to see what you guys said with your predictions. We're not there yet, but I want to see how cohesive everybody is on the casting side of things. We're going to take some look at some more stats though before we kind of start talking about those map choices, because we have a head-to-head here with their map comparisons across the board for these two team shift.
Yeah, I think the biggest standout is all the arrows are leaning over.
Surya bro, ये है Call of Duty Mobile.
6-point differential win average on search and destroy. They've played 4 searches.
भाई लेकिन ऐसा सवाल पूछते क्यों हो भाई?
7-1 tally. And in this
कौन सा
particular
गेम है?
matchup, that's where I really put a lot of focus on the individual map selections, because in the head-to-head, they are actually 13-5 in search and destroy our XROCK over Q9. They have routinely dominated the map 2 and the map 5. The only time that went awry was map 7 of CDSI. So that's where I'm really kind of putting a lot of focus on this, is the search and destroy, the map 2, the map 5. Both of these two squads are pretty darn even in terms of their head-to-head on Hardpoint as well as on control. So it does feel like the map 2, map 5 may determine this series.
मैच शुरू है तो हाँ परफॉर्मेंस देख के बोलोगे बनीशा भाई, ये नहीं भाई, अभी से बताओ भाई, ये ऐसा नहीं चलेगा. तो लास्ट राउंड बोलोगे नहीं, अभी नहीं, नेक्स्ट राउंड बताएंगे, नेक्स्ट राउंड अभी से बताने का.
Now we get to take a look at the maps, okay? And I want to get your thoughts on these because we'll see what they chose, what they're going to be facing off against each other on here. And
Hello Penguin, welcome to the stream.
Could determine a lot for these teams. Were they able to find any weaknesses? Did they go with their comfort picks? We'll be starting off with the Hacienda Hardpoint. So tell me how you feel about the shift.
We haven't seen Q9 play Hacienda yet, which is, I think, a bit surprising considering that their playstyle seems to lean towards it. But they've been really baking their bread and buttering it on Summit and Apocalypse so far this weekend. So that's going to be an interesting opening test. It definitely feels like a map that should go towards XROCK. You do see the Apocalypse show up map number 4. So
I know, welcome bro.
And then
कैसे
the
हो?
interesting thing,
क्या हाल चाल?
the Chinese region loves firing range and they love Tunisia. Neither get through here. So this is going to be to see who has done the best prep on takeoff in Kurahana.
Yeah, and that Kurahana search and destroy, I really do hope that we do get to that map number 5 just to be able to see what these two teams do look like on that map mode combination in particular. But
guys, जल्दी से जल्दी पोल पे अपने फेवरेट टीम पे क्लिक कर लो, पता चले कौन से टीम को आप लोग सपोर्ट कर रहे हो.
All right, well now I finally get to ask you, what did you guys say?
Till
for
now,
your predictions?
Elevate is at
First
37%,
semifinals
Q9
match of the day.
33, XROCK 17 and Galorys 14.
I'm going with how the history
Galorys
has
भाई
played.
अच्छी टीम है
I'm
भाई.
not going the full distance though. It does feel like now seeing the maps as well. I've got the
ऐसा ना
hard points
करो.
going to each team as they've picked them. I do have the control though, favoring over towards XROCK and then them winning in map number 5.
I'm the same way, but I think that the only map that we'll probably see XROCK lose very much so might be the map 1, but
Okay.
the bounce back might be there. I'm a
No
stats
bro,
guy.
आप हो
Always
XROCK
lean
के
towards
साथ.
XROCK. History is doomed to repeat itself, you would fear, but if Q9's best chance to make it to that grand finals, they gotta take at least one of these hard points and both.
Redemption link is in the description bro.
The boys in the green room and see.
मैच कब स्टार्ट होगा? जल्दी स्टार्ट होगा
Of
गाइस,
course,
जल्दी.
everybody at home, you know the drill by now. You're hanging out with us in chat. Let us know your thoughts. First semifinals matchup of the day. There's only 2 of them, so you don't get a lot of opportunity to do this. But who do you think is going to be the first team in our grand finals? Will it be XROCK or will it be Q9? Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to kick off our semifinals matchup. First team determined into grand finals. Let's do it.
चलो guys, मैच चालू होने वाला है.
Everyone has been waiting to see. We only got small teases of it when we were at CDS side. Now, granted, of course, it did go the
Gordon has
the maps
eliminated
back and forth between the two. But now that there's no safety net of a double elimination bracket, it is a one and done. $90,000
Goal डला हुआ है.
between the top 2 teams from China. It's XROCK. It's
चलो मैच चालू हो गया. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Woke up this morning thinking that you can make it to the grand finals, but there is only one route, and it is right in front of you on the opposite side of the stage. Starting off on the favorite side of the map will be XROCK. They will at least be in favor for that P2 rotation, but spawns to flip.
Quality check कर लिया जाए.
Especially when it comes down to Hacienda. But the opening gunfights are great for XROCK, and they completely clean house, maintain the high ground, and they're getting some time.
Large focus off the long-range battles. Even saw Moss starting off with a scope. He's actually still got it in hand with the mix of 2
Okay, Panish भाई, आपका भी है XROCK ना? हनी ने क्या कहा था? शायद Q9 कहा था, right?
Gonna have to meet this somehow if you are Q9. Calling it a Predator missile before P2 rotation is even called for is a scary one, to say the least. But Q9 have been able to work their way not only into the Hardpoint, but also on the mansion side, threatening the rotation.
Going for XROCK and Galorys. Let's see, bro.
Survive through it. Hit coming through the water side of the map, though, over towards P2. Early rotation here for XROCK. Dead tie game, essentially, after the first hill has expired. Q9 trying to get on top of control over at Lambo. Fight back from
दोनों के दोनों टीम भाई full on hard point पे.
XROCK finding wins from the front, but the spawns
कोई किसी को लीड करने नहीं दे रहा. आज कोई किसी को लीड नहीं करने देगा.
It's going to be marching up this driveway. Someone's going to have to try to take a route, but by that time, 30 seconds will still remain. Good presence being held here for XROCK, trying to keep everybody at bay.
Good contest to this point, but now Q9's reinforcements start to come through. Pinch on the way, though. A couple of split spawns for XROCK. Have them now all of a sudden hitting both sides at once, and Ma lighting things up. Doesn't matter if he's got a scope. Doesn't matter if he's got an Odin. Give this guy whatever weapon you want. He's going to find a way to tally up kills, and that's so far what's come through. Q9, though, still spawning close, able to reinforce. Still 22 seconds to fight for, and a really great read on XROCK's off spawns towards well.
I mean, between Chuan and Ma, you're just being ripped to smithereens, and to be
Q9 शायद से next hardpoint की तरफ move कर चुकी है. या still इस hardpoint के लिए try कर रही है. नहीं सब move करके अब ये पूरा point नहीं का है.
Yeah, 3 in particular in favor of XROCK, but Uling does have the war machine and he is good with it. Opening first.
दोनों टीम में ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है, कुछ ही पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है. वो बहुत इजीली कवर होता है, कुछ मेजर पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस नहीं है.
War machine going to get popped. It's actually going to be immediately countered as Uling is trying to get some damage done with his own, but XROCK kind of pinching on both sides at once are working out beautifully.
Hey Savita, welcome to the stream, bro. What's up?
So much in this position, has to wait for help as he does find a couple of kills, allowing a re-entry to come through.
I mean, the immediate response.
BSNL, welcome to the stream, bro.
You get a war machine out of Rushi and then a follow-up claw.
By the way, BSNL. क्या भाई कैसा नाम है? Ansh bro, I'll explain it after this match. Let me focus in the match.
All the way to the backside of the office. This is very alarming, but at least they're making the heads-up play, trying to send a couple players on different routes so they can threaten the rotation.
They're going to need to. The Purifiers locking things down over towards Tin as XROCK are so
XROCK lead लेते हुए.
Focus on rotation. Prime time to get an early listen in with XROCK.
आओ भाई कोई तो आओ. प्यूरीफायर गया. XROCK अभी भी लीड पे.
点两个，没事的，我们打地面，我们打地面没事的，兄弟们。等花掉了，等花没有，等花没掉。可以来加点。等花一丝，车库看车库。等花在点内呢。
इक्वलाइजर हाथ पे तो मुश्किल है भाई किसी का हार्ड पॉइंट में घुसना.
As we swapped over to Q9's comms as they try to find a way back in towards this final hard point of our first rotation. 20 seconds to fight for. Operators have all been expended here proper, and for the most part, it has been a pretty even exchange. Last scrap time going to tilt over towards Q9 as they've got full numbers ready to go.
And so far, when the first set of Hardpoint, when resources are invested and returned back, XROCK have come out on top of when it comes down to Gunny and then fighting.
Q9 versus XROCK. Guys, who's gonna win? What do you think?
Back 5 seconds should be soaked up by them. Last little contest coming through from Moss, so it'll go and be neutral. 98 to 75.
Q9 अपने lead को cover करते हुए.
Resources being invested, Uling's going to open it up with a Pred.
Yeah, just need to get a feel of what XROCK is doing on this rotation. So Pred missile will be called in just to get the information out.
ये सेंटर वाला हार्ड पॉइंट कैप्चर करना बड़ा मुश्किल है क्योंकि आप चारों तरफ से सराउंडेड हो. यहाँ कैप्चर करना बहुत ही ज्यादा मुश्किल है. ओके हनी भाई आप XROCK के साथ हो. Q9 okay.
Rushi actually going to pull out a war machine here. Bold call to say the least. Not often you see it pulled in this position.
XROCK somehow managed to capture this hard point.
Did have at least one player for Q9 that was starting to threaten through open staircases, but now
Come on Q9.
more or less subsided.
Lead जा रही है, lead जा रही है.
Come over towards well and tough gunfight to have for yourself right off the spawn, but you want just get smoked. And now you got to be worried about that entire position if you are XROCK, who took an immediate focus to soak up more time on P1, which to be fair they did get 40 plus. War Machine wasn't a terrible investment here, but now you've lost the rotation.
थोड़ा ही सही पर XROCK lead में है.
Right now for Q9, they're going to get a read that the well spawns are still open. In fact, actually, they have
Q9 next hard point पे पहुंच चुकी है. अब ये इनको घुसने नहीं देंगे शायद. इनको यहाँ पूरा इसका पॉइंट्स का कवर कब कर लेंगे देखना. पॉइंट कवर होने से पहले नहीं छोड़ेंगे ये लोग. नहीं घुसने दे रहे, बिल्कुल नहीं घुसने दे रहे. भाई वॉर मशीन अब घुस सकते हैं. वॉर मशीन है तो घुस सकते हैं. नहीं ये तो Q9 वाला ही बंदा है. मुश्किल है भाई, नहीं घुसने देंगे.
Nice little heroic moment for Sunyo. Looked like Q9 was just going to jump right back into the hill immediately, but he gets a little bit of extra time tallied for XROCK. Now the spawn's a little bit more chaotic as it's split between both two teams in the back.
XROCK मैनेज कर गया भाई, हार्ड पॉइंट कैप्चर कर लिया.
He is by himself and he will be overwhelmed. So the scrap time's going to go to Q9. XROCK in a bit of a tricky spot here. They're in lobby. They could stall the rotation for Q9, but with these secondary spawns happening towards Rock, they're going to take the long route around the back.
One player slipped the net, but Mouchy
भाई
just gonna sock one right into
Millie on the skates.
And that could open up things to maybe move a little bit further forward over by the gardens. You did have one player that did get gunned by Q9, so now you know the flank is secure.
हनी भाई आपकी टीम लीड कर रही है.
Curly is the one to keep an eye on. Can he hit a route with these equalizers? He has been one of the best players with that operator all weekend long, and they may need it. Here's XROCK looking solid from the front. Purifier, War Machine, all being spent. Curly trying to find an angle to get in, but not going to be allowed a chance for it. Spawns will move, but XROCK looking solid inside the hill.
Yeah, they sure are. War Machine invested, will now dissipate. So it's just about holding these angles, make sure nobody's flanking all the way through. That was going to be picked up by Sunyo, loses that gunfight, and now the hit from the back will find success. 20 seconds still left to fight over here, and if you're XROCK, you're feeling quite okay with the spawn flip that came through. You should have a free rotation. You should not care about this time.
Problem is, Mouchy's cleaning everything up very quickly with this claw out. It has been a great operator for him, and now he's working on the long rotation back towards bottom bar, up to office. On the same front, Chet over the middle, big 1v1 win. That allows an opportunity for Q9 to string scrap to initial. Just comes down to can they read the spawns, which are a bit split right now for XROCK.
Got one player lurking for Uling around the office building. Doesn't really have an angle to watch these players flanking all the way through. Might just catch everybody from Q9 by surprise, and now Curly with the equalizer, to your point, has been so electric with them all weekend long. Loses their life. Not the investment that you were looking for, as there's still ample time to fight for here at 4.
A little crossed up right there, as there was a hit coming from the open stairs as well as from backside boathouse.
Q9 भाई कवर अप कर ले रही है भाई. ज़्यादा पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस नहीं रहने दे रही है. इनको पता है भाई हर एक मैच इंपॉर्टेंट है. एक लॉस भी बहुत भारी पड़ेगा. बस स्टिल भाई XROCK मेंटेन कर रहा है अपनी लीड को. लीड जाने नहीं दे रहा. पर आपको तो पता है भाई लीड में रहने से भी कुछ नहीं होता. कल के मैच पे तो आपने देखा था 249 में था भाई, फिर भी हार गए.
5 kills, talk about investment coming through with the equalizer. Stark differences, but there's still an opportunity for Q9. Fully bring themselves back into this game. They only trail by just 40. So it's not out of the woods that they can make this happen on a map pick of Hacienda, a map pick that they've beaten XROCK on before.
It's just one of those things where Q9 just do not have the edge in some of these really key fights. I think especially as they put together their setups around these hard points. This is already, though, much better over the top of P1. Rushi working on it, trying to get some action over towards the open stairs. Not going to fully work out as XROCK have to hit through the U-Haul, and the kills are good. Q9 lose their high ground control. Mod just jumps in from the high ground, but Uling, he pulls out the War Machine. That'll be good for an opening too, and then finds the third one down low, plus a fourth. Uling again light things up as Q9 get back into the hill.
He's leading the entire lobby as far as kills are concerned, and a lot of those kills are coming through the War Machine. 47 kills now for Uling. 174 to 204. Still have scrap time to fight over here, but look at the positional advantage that Q9 do have on the map so far. They do have the water.
Bro, if you're from India, it will cost around 5,810 CP.
You can contest the time, that's great, but you have to get these numbers to Lambo.
This hard point still open though at P1. XROCK will have 2 members.
XROCK भाई लीड पे है, अभी भी लीड पे है, ज़्यादा पॉइंट्स की डिफरेंस नहीं है, बट XROCK को बस 45 पॉइंट्स चाहिए भाई ये मैच निकालने के लिए. फिलहाल Q9 हार्ड पॉइंट पे है, उनको घुसने नहीं देना है इनको. भाई वेट कर रहा था भाई, पूरा वेट कि आओ तुम आओ. भाई Q9 कवर कर रहा है, Q9 लीड लेने ही वाला है. Q9 अब Q9 लीड ले चुका है. क्या लगता है ये 30 सेकंड Q9 इस हार्ड पॉइंट को होल्ड कर पाएगा?
The one just hoping he could find good timing, but it's actually going to be just the full pinch from the side door that takes him out of commission. XROCK back into the hard point. 15 seconds to fight for. Juan trying to get the purifier, and that's immediately shut down. Q9 with a little bit of life, but they are still stuck spawning.
भाई Q9 लीड ले चुका है भाई, एंड में आके Q9 लीड ले लिया.
He's already past the garden side. He's going to have an isolated 1v1 as the rest of XROCK are just lighting things up over by
Q9 लीड लेते जा रहा है. XROCK नेक्स्ट हार्ड पॉइंट के लिए मूव कर चुकी है भाई. यहाँ इनको पूरा गेम दिखाना होगा अपना. अगर ये मैच निकालना है तो इस पॉइंट पे इनको ये राउंड निकालना पड़ेगा.
No from the front is good, but Curly with the equalizers, only able to find the first. Sunyo with the claw.
Q9 भी हार्ड पॉइंट पे पहुंच चुकी है.
No, trying to get the information, rushes forward as he understands.
No, waiting with the
inside. Can he put together the same kind of presence that we saw
equalizer
earlier? Now it's just down to
oh यार भाई वॉर मशीन भाई, वो अपना इक्वलाइजर पूरा रेडी रखा था भाई, पर वॉर मशीन ने पूरा कहानी खराब कर दिया.
235 to 227 can still win it here if you are Q9 if you hold on
like
to all the
Q9 will somehow manage to capture the hard point. XROCK hard point तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, full try है इनको hard point में जाने का. ले लिया hard point ने. XROCK hard point ले लिया. ज़्यादा सेकंड 6 सेकंड. हाँ अब नेक्स्ट हार्ड पॉइंट. Q9 नेक्स्ट हार्ड पॉइंट पे पहुंच चुका है. सारी टीम्स रश कर रही है भाई नेक्स्ट हार्ड पॉइंट के लिए. XROCK हार्ड पॉइंट पे पहुंच चुकी है. पॉइंट्स लेना चालू कर दिया XROCK ने. XROCK क्या लगता है कंटेस्ट एटलीस्ट Q9 कंटेस्ट तो करो. दोनों का टीम्स के पॉइंट्स रुके हुए हैं भाई, बस कोई एक टीम को बस घुसना है, फिर गेम ओवर. कौन घुसेगा? Q9 घुस गया. Q9 कम ऑन हो गया. Q9 ले गया भाई. Q9
closer than I'm sure Q9 wanted coming into their own map pick here on
Ani भाई XROCK नहीं ले पाया, Q9 ले गया.
With the conclusion, a dub is a dub at the end of the day.
GG's Q9.
Coming through there at the end for one of the players out of XROCK.
भाई टेबल वेल मत तोड़ देना भाई, फिर मैच में डिले होगा.
Once all those boathouse spawns came through,
आराम से खेलो भाई.
and then they were completely able to overwhelm everybody from XROCK that was either lingering from.
Hi Gosper, welcome to the stream, bro. What's up?
The gunfight as well. Great isolation there at the end for Q9 across a multitude of different hills. They were down, but truly never out of this entire situation. And Uling was trying.
कोई नहीं अनी भाई, कोई नहीं, अभी भी बाकी राउंड्स बचे हैं.
Herculean performance out of Uling in particular. The War Machine was emphatic, and every single bit of pressure that we saw all the way to the game's end was true.
What a wake-up call here in Atlanta.
भाई शुरू से XROCK लीड में था, but Q9 ने भाई somehow at the end निकाल लिया राउंड.
And just the adversity that XROCK were able to throw together. This moment in particular, you thought the momentum was just gonna go all to the Chinese #1 team, but not to be. The scrap battle through P3, the rotation
Exactly, Guspa.
4, and then all of a sudden, the SMGs lighten things up, finding ways for Q9 just to hold a narrow edge. Uling in particular, locking down the long-range headies, setting up the final moments. Unreal start and a massive win for Q9 to kick off this series on the right foot.
I mean,
By the way, Goosebump, which is your favorite team right now?
Thank you so much. This is insanity. From one in particular, obviously the MVP on the side of Q9. That's a lot of engagements. Lots of big numbers as well, with everybody getting about a minute
Yep,
plus of
this
OBJ
stream is
time
sponsored by Call of
The
Duty
assist
Mobile.
column is also very nice to look at as well. Q9 are a very good team, and clearly being able to show how they can bounce back from being detrimented in the first set of hard points by XROCK, who are having themselves a whale of a game collectively.
Too much action going on.
Bomb for Uling with a minute 30 in the hill. We call that the Call of Duty hat trick, especially when you get double-digit assists the way that he did.
एलिवेट के मैच थोड़ी देर बाद है, अभी तो Q9 और XROCK के मैच है.
Yeah, who needs coffee when you got Q9 versus XROCK on the main stage to start off this championship Sunday?
Well, not me. But the beast has been unleashed, and you can do the same by going to monsterenergy.com/gaming. Easy segues. Shout out to our
भाई
sponsors.
ट्रॉफी सामने ही रखा है भाई इनके.
We're gonna have to cool our jets.
देखो और मोटिवेट हो, देखो और मोटिवेट हो.
To just open up the synapses between your brainwaves, get a couple of extra crevasses and wrinkles in the brain, because we're going to see some 5D chess between these two juggernauts.
Yes, the crevasses of your brain. All of the wrinkles will be smoothed out by the end of us just nerding out about how good this upcoming Search and Destroy is about to be. On Takeoff, no less. Again, a map mode combination that Q9 hasn't exactly found a lot of fortune in historically, have not played it this weekend, but 1-3 throughout their entire tournament year to this point in time. Comparatively on the opposite side for XROCK, I mean, you feel like that there's hardly any weaknesses coming away from being the #1 team out of their region, but for Takeoff in particular, played it 6 times, 4-2 walking into this tournament. I think that they
Tribe तो बहुत गंदा आ रहा भाई.
being their map pick,
No doubt.
are the favorites for this map, but I just never want to count out Uling coming away from that hot hand on a map like Takeoff.
Yeah, especially with the scope.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the biggest part about it here is, you know, if he could just connect or lock down a lane with efficiency, the Takeoff is going to look very, very dramatically different than.
By the way, guys, let me know in the poll.
Earlier on in this tournament.
कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो, XROCK और Q9?
XROCK are not only flawless in Search and Destroy.
Right.
Every single Search map they've played has come to a final tally of 7-1. They've lost 4 rounds of Search. What are we talking about? That's disgusting.
अंश ब्रो, किस टाइप की प्रॉब्लम की बात कर रहे हो? मुझे तो ऐसा कोई खास प्रॉब्लम फेस नहीं करना पड़ा. स्टार्टिंग स्टेज में फेस करना पड़ा था, but at the end your hard work pays off.
4D chess will be immense, and one of those 7-1s, by the way, was against Wolves. You and I got to watch that pretty intimately, and that 7-1 that they had on Takeoff, no less, was just dissection. I think, but again, if you all have not watched CDSI, you have not watched Chinese teams play Call of Duty Mobile, especially for Search and Destroy. It's just the way that they go about adapting and learning over time. The communication, even what you see right there, the small talk happening on the stage as well, it's just so important for them to fully digest what they're about to get into.
Yeah, and the thing about this map, and actually what we'll see maybe in a map 5 with Kurohana, is that the defensive side is super, super favored. I think especially with the setups that we saw from XROCK on both maps, but in particular, the other thing I'm really interested
Hello,
to
Sayan.
see,
Welcome to the stream.
Wolves
Hello,
were
Andrew.
able to provide
Welcome to the stream,
was
bro.
group
What's up?
dissection and commitment to execution on the offensive front. You're not going to come into a site and win every single kill and stay alive flawlessly.
Q9 for this game. Let's see.
Sacrifices. You have to have somebody enter in.
Hi,
with
Kuntal.
good
Welcome to the
utility,
stream, bro.
Hope that you can win out a multiple 5v3, 5v2, whatever it happens to be. Hold good post plants. Don't get picked on crosses, and get yourself a chance for a quick post plant setup. That's what China's known for. And boy, was
Sometimes.
It's a long grocery list. We might see you back until dinner.
Do you know it?
This ought to be a fun
Sayan,
one,
bro,
man.
match is still going on.
Get locked and loaded. There's going to be a lot of good utility nerding out that's going to be happening.
To find out who's gonna win, you have to watch this match.
Kind of waiting patiently, trying to see what they can find on the
Me
bench.
too, bro. Waiting for the team elevate.
Wolves, they started on the defensive side, so this will be our first real true look to see what they have
Let's
to
see.
offer on the attack.
That's true.
Yeah. Trophy systems are down here for Q9 to establish a front line right in front of the scaffolding. Just a delayed nade over.
Love from Turkey. Thanks, bro. Really appreciate that, bro.
And Q9 look like they're pretty steady to kind of just hang on to these windows and these
Q9 is going to win this champion. Let's see, Cyan, bro.
Over-aggress yourself. I mean, if there's going to be one thing that you might see, it could be a Fennec and R9 in the hands of Curly or another individual taking abuse over by the control building, but this is round one as it possibly gets through takeoff.
मैं भाई यहाँ फिलहाल किसी को नहीं बोल रहा भाई, मैं elevate के साथ हूँ.
Really good patience here from Q9. XROCK are just waiting to see if someone from Q9 is going to get antsy, throw a shoulder. Has not happened yet. Uling on one cross, watching over towards the B.
हाँ bro, क्या कर सकते हैं? But still,
playing alongside
they did their best.
the other. Trophy systems denying some early utility. Shots over the middle of the map. Curly's in trouble.
चलो चलो अब मैच पे फोकस करते हैं, थोड़ी देर बाद चैट पे आता हूँ.
Defensive nades now coming through to respond to this play, but XROCK haven't committed yet.
Jump player number 3 specifically for XROCK. No's just waiting.
सारे के सारे प्लेयर्स भाई अलाइव है, कोई भी डाउन नहीं हुआ अभी तक का. और प्लांट भी हो चुका. नेड वाज टू लेट. लेट हो गया थोड़ा सा नेड.
May not make a difference.
Hi GK, welcome to the stream, bro. What's up?
No, just waiting for the right time to go, and it may be here. First shots will land. That's enough for Q9 to get this retake underway. Chen, Uling working through the middle of the map.
XROCK के players down होते हुए.
You got to start making a play forward. The kills are still coming through.
और एक down.
Wait, he's just gonna hop onto this. No, never gets part of the play.
So
भाई डिफ्यूज भाई. डिफ्यूज ही कर दिए भाई. भाई दो बंदे थे भाई. डिफ्यूज करने कैसे दे सकते हैं?
He was just making sure that nobody flanked through the stadium.
Yeah, but the thing about that is that whole post plan setup was about him clutching.
Correct.
By the way, guys, if you're enjoying this stream, don't forget to hit the like button.
A little bit of a misfire coming through, but Q9
Like कर दो यार.
They win the first.
And I think in particular, their
Ninja defuse? Nah, that was not a ninja defuse. But बोल सकते हैं. वो लोग को ये expect नहीं कर रहे थे कि वो defuse के लिए जाएगा.
Now all of a sudden, Q9 looking to get aggressive. They've got Sun
Yep.
in towards stadium.
You have to check. No idea for that.
Really dicey. Maz nearby, so is another. That was no initially. And that little bit of extra pressure will push back this Q9 defense.
Just nobody wants to give any sort of inch to breathe, but Ma will strike first blood. So numbers now here for XROCK, and albeit even getting the bomb planted in the previous round, it's just about the post-plant execution that they faltered on. So what can you do now that you do have a man up in this round?
Offensive smoke gets thrown towards Abe. That's just a fake. It does pull the defense further down towards the south side of the map. In particular, keep your eye on Mao Shi, number 2 in blue. He is the only defender on B. He's holding a pixel corner. Ma still trying to take away the mid angle.
Q9 में 3 स्नाइपर हैं और XROCK में 2.
Missed a bit of timing. I was about to say Uling has already kind of gotten himself into a good
एक
position.
स्नाइपर दोनों का डाउन.
That will work out. Now there's scaffold control here for XROCK, or for Q9. XROCK need to clean that back up. They're going for a smoke plant.
Diffuse plant दे दिया भाई.
Now it's retake time. Curly's going to be one of the first ones
By
through the
easy.
middle of the
That
map.
was easy.
Odin will ring true. 3v3 post.
No. This time playing a little bit more aggressively around that post plant.
2v3.
Sunyo looking to play a little bit deeper off the scope, just making sure there is no flank on the way. Big 1v1 contact here.
3v1.
Okay. Mauchi will drop, and the last one standing will be Chen.
क्या लगता है?
And yep, he does at least get a cross
1v2.
on Sunyo, but time is of the
चलो
essence, and he will
oh
not get past
चलो
that
गया.
scaffolding play.
Numbers advantage comes through.
दोनों का एक
That's a great
point.
start, but do what we are seeing out of XROCK. It's very enjoyable. And once they finally have the opportunity to get up to the mid-map, they wait for that one smoke grenade, they commit towards the plant, and just really hope that Q9 just does not start spraying or have late utility to stop them from that plant. So they'll answer back in kind. It was all off the back end of getting that
both the
first
teams
blood
are from China.
I can only imagine that Q9 are going to alter the way that they're rolling out here defensively.
Yeah, a little bit of a later trophy placement towards B. So some of the early nades from XROCK were not initially denied. That, again, is one of those moments where no information is still information. Nades not landing means no one's home. But will XROCK try to commit through any of that intel that was offered by Q9? Doesn't look like it in the moment. Just kind of still hoping and praying that these opening snipers can find a good first blood contact.
They're so conflicted off of that late trophy, too.
Yeah.
It's like, is it no information or was it delayed? How many mind games are you willing to play? Dodging with a bullet. Gonna add an extra strip of sweat down your brow.
इस राउंड में कोई भी टीम एग्रेसिव नहीं जा रही भाई. दोनों बस हर एक एंगल, हर एक कोना देखते हुए चल रही है.
Yeah, sure does. That's been their bomb site of preference in the last 2 rounds. Looks like it will be for a 3rd straight one. Sun Looking for a cross over the top of the mid-statue fountain area. Smoke will come down. That's usually enough for a go call to be executed. But Sun hits. Unreal. Through the smoke, that's your bomb carrier down. And now XROCK are in trouble. They've lost their ability to try to follow up on a quick post punt. They have to throw their secondary smoke just to try to recover. And at least fortunately, they get a trade back as Uling drops.
Yeah, I was about to say, watch out for that one play, though. That is currently being put together by Chen. Gonna at least go 1 for 1, but you can just play the trade game and it'll sure work out in XROCK's favor.
Oh. Chuan got cold feet, was halfway through the plant.
Yeah, 1v2.
Off of it, weird moment between the sniper rifles, but Ma hits both. I mean, it looked like he was caught off guard. For him to be able to quick scope the first and then reset and not miss on the second, whoa.
First blood, clutch moments, Ma lives for it all. And it all becomes null and void on you sticking the plant or not in a 2v2. Here comes some stuns. This is a lot more of an aggressive approach for Q9 in this round.
Yeah, with the smoke through mid, they're looking to try to isolate quickly over towards the top side of the map. That is a beautiful, aggressive defensive stance. You smoke mid, you block the snipers, you throw a nade behind it to make sure no one's playing through the smoke, and then you flash and dash up towards top mid. Counteraction play though. XROCK say you want to get aggressive at the top of the map, we'll get aggressive at the bottom.
It's an immediate response, and it's so respectable. I mean, look how much space Chuan was able to get all the way to the backside of the site with it going down.
What a nade over the top, though.
To redeem the code, just click the link which is available in the description. You will redirect you to the Codm Redemption Center. Just paste your UID and the code, and bam, you will get the rewards in your in-game mailbox.
He's finessing beautifully. Ma also heads over towards this 1v2 towards Sun. Mauchi now trying to find his
कल के winners अभी तक announce नहीं हुए.
Between the two snipers comes out in favor of Q9, and Sun will do what Ma had done previously. Another nice set of kills from the scope, and Q9 will tie us at 2.
It's weird how you go from one round of Ma hitting one of the nastier quick scopes that we have seen all weekend to that little Benny Hill music playing in the middle of the stage. Sniper 1v1.
2-2. भाई कोई किसी को लीड नहीं लेने देगा. एक राउंड ये जीत रहा है, एक राउंड ये जीत रहा है.
A fantastic response just to agree that, hey, you're taking the B side of the map, we'll go back over towards A. As we go in towards this round number 5, we'll be putting a couple more players, our XROCK in position to try to deny that scaffolding push this time.
Same deep defensive smoke thrown at mid. Counter flashes get pulled because of that, but XROCK have now used that utility for really no good reason in terms of how it was finding its effectiveness. Q9 was not actually pushing up, and they may actually consider a delayed hit top mid. They got some good mid pressure already established towards the bottom side of the fountain.
SND भी Q9 ही जीतेगा.
They may decide to
देखते हैं अभी तो दोनों टीम बराबरी पे हैं.
try to get back in towards that top P4 position.
SND में कभी भी कुछ भी हो जाता है भाई. कोई भी टीम कभी भी पगला जाता है भाई. कब कौन भड़क जाए.
It's not top scaff, it's at the bottom of it, and Sun is holding a very aggressive angle. Big first blood to have.
And he's going to reposition. Watch a different angle on this secondary cross, knowing that there could be some sort of a follow-up, and there was, but he changes the position again, and this time he gets caught. Ooh, don't know how I feel about that. Sun was in a good spot to still hold over towards the bomb side. Uling was watching this cross, but he puts himself in the line of fire, and that now counteracts the trade into a 4v4.
Bob's still resting on XROCK's side. Someone needs to pick that up, and we need to start committing towards the site because we're down to 40 seconds. And there's not a whole lot of information that has been cleared over here in the lounge.
Yeah, the problem is, I think for the side of Q9's defense is that XROCK know they've got mid-map supremacy.
Yeah.
Shutting down that scope at mid now allows them to do this. Play off scaffold and, of course, also play over towards the generators. Ma now sticking for the plant. This would be a heroic 2v4 retake. It starts with Chet. First shot misses, second shot lands, but it's not enough for the kill. Ma with the quick kill.
1v3 situation.
Just down to Mauchi. 1v3 for him.
Ma with the sniper.
POV doesn't matter. Ma is able to find the quick connection, and that'll be enough.
Yeah, it's just the timing, having the numbers advantage regardless. There's only so much that you can watch with so many angles that can still be hit on the opposite side, but XROCK.
You can also find the link in the description. Just double tap on the link and copy the link. That's it.
Yeah.
Go to Chrome browser or whatever browser you use. Paste the link and you will redirect it to the website.
Scaffold lands for the first. The counter flash is there, and you thought there may have been an opportunity for XROCK just to steamroll this play, but not to be. Opening exchange, again, gets us to an early numbers advantage. XROCK with the offensive pressure, looking to make a play over towards A, and this is all down to Uling can hit, playing aggressive. He has to hold his ground.
Oh, we're gonna have to put a pin in this. Got something to break down after this round finishes. But it's a great lurk play coming through from all of XROCK to deny the flank, but again, that setup aggressively over by the B lane was set up to orchestrate XROCK to aggressively hit back over towards A, and what Q9 wanted was just that, for them to meet them inside of the stadium, but XROCK were too privy to it. They read it, they gunned them, they have a 2-round lead on the side swap.
Huge on the opening pick as well from Sunyo. 4-2, side swap. Smokes are down early for both sides as Q9 are looking to get aggressive right through the top side of people, but no one's looking over towards middle. And XROCK are able to use their setup to set up a bit of a crossfire. That's enough for a 2-for-1 exchange. Hit is still on the way.
आप लोग के लिए अगर कोड काम नहीं कर रहा या रिडीम बटन काम नहीं कर रहा ना, तो इन दैट सिचुएशन यूज वीपीएन. किसी भी सर्वर से कनेक्ट हो जाओ, यूएस, यूके, बस हो जाएगा.
Sun is so confused. Where did Ma go?
भाई XROCK लीड लेते हुए.
We got Chuan to worry about on the stadium. The B side is more than vacated. Tough to say with Ma's positioning. Yeah, no angle on it whatsoever. They're just going to stack together, get caught out inside control.
Yeah, XROCK just got a little bit lost there. Thinking Q9 were still playing largely in front of the scaffolding. Not the case. They're still playing behind in your spawn. So a great opening offensive round gets Q9 back to within 1. And that asserts a certain level of identity to how they may try to play this with the aggressive hit immediately coming off the get-go towards B.
They're just going to have to be worried about it. I mean, Ma does cause a little bit of odyssey with that push. I mean, he got all the way inside of the base for Q9, but they're looking to flip things up. Maybe trying to catch a player from XROCK, getting aggressive.
नहीं ब्रो, इंडियन टीम दोनों के दोनों डिस्क्वालीफाई हो चुकी हैं.
Already on the A side.
Nade will land at Amauchi. 3 smokes down. Quick commitment for the plant. Curly playing bodyguard. XROCK try to chow this, and Modest runs in by himself. Crossfire setup is decent for the trade, though. So numbers will still stay with XROCK. Now they start to collapse. Tron laying down the damage. Oh, but the shots up top don't fully come through. Chen does get traded. 1v3. Sun now by himself. What can he do? The answer, nothing, as No locks down the angle, and XROCK will get their 5th.
भाई XROCK लीड कर रहे हैं. एसएनडी राउंड को XROCK लीड कर रहे हैं. बोला था ना, कोई भी टीम कभी भी पकड़ा जाता है भाई.
Swinging him blindly instead of waiting for his team. Silly goose. But still, a lot more work to do here for Q9. The aggression over towards B was met, and they tried to flip it back over towards A. This time they are going back to what worked in their opening round.
This is the same thing for 3 straight rounds. Offense smokes both sides of the statue, but this time XROCK decided to challenge it. They just push right through. They don't care about the smokes. And it works out so beautifully initially, but then they get caught in kind of a crossfire setup. Long route for the defense around the back. That's Ma, who could possibly just find an
2v2 situation.
Good shots from
2v1.
but no one has any idea where Ma is.
1v1.
He's taking advantage of it. First shot will land.
XROCK और Q9 क्या लगते हैं?
The sneaky
Ma with the sniper.
In a 1v1 versus Sun. The anime fight will continue.
Yeah.
Bomb's going to get planted here, and now I'm curious with the bomb being planted where it is. How
बॉम्ब प्लांट हो जाता है तो बंदे को टेंशन हो जाता है थोड़ा भाई. अभी टाइम चालू हो गया, अभी इस टाइम पे कुछ करना है.
If he wants to use it. Sun predicting it's going to be a long wrap around through the defensive spawn. He has guessed incorrectly for now, but the longer this takes, the more certain he will be that he has guessed the right spot. Here's the smoke. Here's the play. This is a massive round for Q9. Sun defaulting to the pistol, thinking he's hot for the
क्या लगता है डिफ्यूज के लिए जाएगा किल के लिए? Oh bro, मैं इसको स्पॉट नहीं दिया.
Whoa! Get out of my face! Where do you think I am? That's not there. And XROCK will get their 6 down on map point.
Map point, 1 round away from tying up the series, guaranteeing us to go to the Apocalypse map number 4. But Ma is a real issue. And I don't just mean that because he's got 12 kills for crying out loud, but he's so lucrative with the way he is manipulating the map with a sniper rifle and getting in these egregious positions. It is catching Q9 off guard. He's isolating players left, right, and center. Need this for Q9. Hopefully to see another round here in the search.
Different look this time. XROCK committing a couple of extra nades on this mid staircase, which has often been smoked by Q9. Not the case this time. Q9 just taking a bit of a pause, letting this round play out a little while longer. But the thing about this is a weird round to make this kind of a play happen because you don't really know what the XROCK default setup is, largely due to the fact that you've rushed at them the last 3 rounds. So this is going to be a lot of figuring out for Q9.
And with all the utility already being thrown, you haven't seen the one adaptation from the opening offense.
भाई XROCK full focused है भाई, ये राउंड निकाल लेना है ताकि टाई हो जाए. ये लोग अभी कोई गड़बड़ नहीं करने वाले. XROCK लगता नहीं है कि कोई गड़बड़ करेगा. और Q9 को भी पता है ये राउंड अगर ये लोग जीत गए तो टाई हो जाएगा, तो हमारे लिए कंपटीशन और थोड़ा टफ हो जाएगा. दोनों के लिए ये मैच बहुत
Is
क्रूशियल
there
है.
anyone on the cross here? There's the first smoke. Nade, whoa, initially was meant to toss in towards mid-map. It doesn't get there for the defense. So XROCK kind of have to back off and respect the smoke here just a touch. Flash also lands on Maushi, who's still alive, but the information's now known, and Q9 are looking to isolate him.
Guys, टाइम खत्म होने वाला है.
Gives it up. That means the bomb's going to get planted for free, but watch out for the sniper angle trying to be taken. Sunio gets punished for it, but Chuan responds.
And now it's just time to get hit the quick scope, and Uling will miss.
3v4,
Chuan takes down 2.
3v3.
This is a huge position
Bomb
for
plant
XROCK
हो
to try to
चुका है.
clear. Sun also
35 seconds to go.
Not often you see that.
अरे
This
यार,
is
ये
why
तो
I was
easy
saying
था.
Chuan puts the right play forward.
2v2.
Shuts down the ability for the Q9 clutch up spot through scaffold to be utilized.
He has no idea someone is
But
above
the
him.
kills are still
नहीं,
decent.
सुन लिया,
So
सुन
now it's
लिया.
all on to Chuan. This would have to be a 4-kill round and a 1v2 clutch for him. Moving quickly. He's already been hurt, surely, by Mauchi off of that
Going
slide.
for the defuse?
Here's the play
नहीं,
out,
नहीं, नहीं.
and yep, there's just nowhere to go. So
याओ,
Q9's
बचा लिया भाई,
staying
Q9
very
बचा लिया.
stable
ये
on the
round
backside
Q9
of the
जाने
play.
नहीं देना
That
चाहता.
brings him to within 2.
So need the 2 more, force out the overtime. Easy peasy, right? But I do love just the late utility being held for the unknown quantities that we were kind of suggesting for Q9 for that execute. It works out fully in their favor, pushing all of XROCK back. It pissed off XROCK, all these nades over the top, but Q9...
SG bro, रैंक सीजन अलग चलता है, नॉर्मल सीजन अलग चलता है. रैंक सीजन हर 2 सीजन में एक बार अपडेट होता है, ना कि हर सीजन. By the way, SG bro, welcome to the stream. क्या हाल है?
Is able to battle back and at least find 2, but it's just not enough. The quick action from XROCK trying to step up the tempo works, and that'll be enough for them to take their search and destroy map pick and tie up our series at 1.
Kind of messes with the map differential now. They've allowed more than a single round to come through.
XROCK what a tie भाई, tie. अब बताओ.
Both teams winning their opening map picks.
ऐसे नहीं जाने देंगे सब चीज.
Besides the way that the opening map had ended. But look, if this is 1-for-1 what we saw from XROCK on this exact map versus Wolves on this exact weekend. If you will not punish them for their aggression early and their sniper rivals continue to get in these very annoying positions, they will deny you any round wins whatsoever. But Q9 were prepared for it. I mean, I do love the 4D chest that we at least got to see from both sides out of Q9, respecting what XROCK were throwing their way, responding in kind, maybe throwing out a different piece of utility to just try to get their SMGs in a better position, but still the sniper rifle from Mob, the first bloods that came through, the clutch ability of this
ओडिन
man
के
today
सामने
was
बचना
just
बहुत
too much.
मुश्किल है
I
भाई.
think that's the big point,
एक बार
right,
तुम
is
स्पॉट
the
हो गए यार
ability
ओपन
for
में हो
Mob
तो
to not just
chances
find
बहुत
value
मुश्किल है.
early with the scope, but in particular late. You know, it just allows you to play the map from such safer range. I think in particular when we start to kind of
अब पर्सनली मुझसे पूछोगे ना, रैंक में मैं ओडिन से खेलना ज्यादा पसंद करूंगा rather than BP50 और Type 19. बहुत ही deadly weapon है भाई.
A little bit more on the quiet side of finding 11 kills, if we're being honest. As for Q9, pretty even split across the board. Again, didn't really feel like there were many mistakes made. It was just that XROCK setups were just so much more difficult to break.
Yeah,
Up next,
just
control.
were so much quicker to punish off the information that they were able to get. A little bit of hesitation from Q9, but that's also just the nature of a takeover.
हाँ नोआ ब्रो,
Destroy
ओडिन
the
बहुत ही
dude. So
ज़्यादा
how
बढ़िया
long
गन है,
left to
especially
play
with
in this
if you
best
have the
of
mythic
for all
variant.
intents and purposes. This is a qualification for grand finals, but it's also an elimination match. You lose this, you go back home.
मोबाइल में कोड
You know
कैसे
that
कॉपी करें?
Q9 off of recency
ये क्या बात हुआ भाई?
They know that they can get the job
स्क्रीनशॉट ले
done,
लो,
but
कॉपी कर लो,
everything's
टाइप
toss
कर
up in
लो,
the air when it comes
multiple
down to
ways.
control.
Don't forget to hydrate, friends. I got water. That guy's got water.
BP50 is already banned. MG42 बैन इसलिए नहीं है क्योंकि इसका डैमेज मल्टीप्लायर बहुत कम है. The only advantage is with the MG42 is its fire rate and the mag capacity.
This will be an interesting one. If this again, with
Yep,
the kind of
you'll get the
historical
code. Don't worry.
storylines that we've told about the Chinese region in control have often been, what are they going to offer for us?
Yeah.
And that has mostly been the case, I think, in particular with Arsenal and Seaside, because the 2 preferred maps throughout Chinese Masters and even at CDSI were Raid and Crossroads. Obviously, we don't have Crossroads in the mix here in this map pool, but we do have Raid. So we're going to get, I would assume, to be what is going to be a very even battle here between these 2 teams.
Oh, absolutely. As far as the weekend is concerned, Q9 are the only ones to play a raid control, and they lost it 1-3 to Elevate, where you might be able to make those immediate comparisons in between what happened with Elevate and what XROCK might have to offer for you as well, and that's mostly just looking at No-No. That guy was a real issue through the majority of that map number 1 on Hacienda, which Q9, of course, did end up winning, finally being dealt with in their aggression, but I would say tempo setter 101 is going to be coming from No-No.
Yeah, I like that call. Other side of things here in terms of this map number 3 is that they've only played this map between each other once, and that was way back in China Masters Season 8, Stage
Pretty impressive.
2. So
Pretty
that was
impressive
a
for having
long
7
time.
meetings that they've
Long
only played
time.
1 raid control.
Yep. A lot of crossroads, I'm telling you.
Like, yeah, I see
Love that map. That map is chaos, and I'm here for chaos.
Yep.
But the raid, I think the thing about this is macro decision making. You know, kind of, I think we look at this map.
Yes, Path.
and we say,
In today's stream, you will get
finding
total 6
value in
scores.
knowing when to stack.
Yes.
Versus when to try to play for
So,
a bit
आंखें
of
जमाए
spawn
रखो भाई,
trap.
कभी भी drop हो
In
सकता है
times
codes.
past,
And
China
it's
has
for
been a
only
little bit too
50
frisky
first
of
50
trying to be
users.
like, let's just play
So
for this
that's why
long
you
run,
have to be
get
quick.
this spawn trap in play. It's like, boys, we can't forget about the OBJ. Now, I will say lessons have been learned there, and I think the Chinese region has been better about stacking points on offense in particular. Just comes down to knowing when you do have
बाकी
the
rank
ability
season के
to
पूछोगे
take it a
तो
step
next season
further
आ रहा है.
and put a little bit of pressure
Season
on the
10
spawns.
For
anniversary
all
में.
intents and purposes, I feel like that a lot of the Chinese teams, especially looking at last year and at the beginning of this year as well, we're always just happily considering the 1-win condition, and that's just eliminate everybody. It's that easy. Just got to get 30 lives. It's no problem at all. But the objective is your best friend when it comes down to raid control. So many corners, so many different opportunities. The
Yep,
spawn
for
traps,
today there are
maybe
6
not as
scores.
egregious when it comes down to Arsenal and Seaside, but are still potent nonetheless.
Indeed the
Thank you
case.
very much, Path.
Again, on this current map pool, if you want to get a little bit more into the numbers and the stats, there's only 4 times of the 7 that XROCK and Q9 have played on this map pool, and they have split their meetings 2-2. So, again, very even battle. Definitely feels like a definition.
No problem,
of a
SC bro.
swing
समझ
map
सकता हूँ.
mode combination.
Oh, yeah.
So let's see what we got. Q9 will be in the blue, XROCK in the yellow, starting off on offense. Give it to us. Let me get it.
Very excited once we do end up seeing some of these operators online. On this main stage right now, you have some of the best when it comes down to macro management. Chuan's going to strike for the first blood as well. This is going to be an overall 50-50 of the fight for ring. XROCK do have numbers in this position, but I mean, Chen is just in your face.
Winning prize क्या है? Winning prize है $1 million.
Yeah.
Just like
Like that. That was actually the sound effects. You guys
I know.
hear it? It was muted. Yeah.
I'm the voice actor for the sound effects for the KRM. There it is again.
Who's that person with
Chen
crown?
now all of a
That's
sudden
me.
Could put some pressure on towards the gym. This will force XROCK to spawn bottom side of the map, which means that they will have to take their efforts over towards A. Mid-map focus, trying to come through. Chuan's able to take down 1. That splits the Q9 defense up just a touch. He actually comes back to the fight, and now all of a sudden, you got mid-map control. You've dealt with the flank, and you're on stopping the clock and getting progress at A.
This is such a massive moment for
XROCK,
Ruchi.
let's see. दोनों teams का control अच्छा है.
One is Curly trying to get through the wheelbarrow window, but Sunyo will be there to shut things down. Second segment's going to get locked before U9 are able to fully get on the zone.
Chen is not quite able to get through the money window. That may be a chalk and rotate moment. Maybe one more chance to contest this if Q9 want to, but instead they're going to play for exits as Sun lands. He's going to go for it. He's going to get it. What? And now you've got Curly making a move like Mike Tyson in the flesh. Not quite able to get there with the hands. Chuan still trying to force the issue here, and with a little bit of assistance, they will get back on, but not before Q9 are able to deplete most of the progress of the third tick.
You're kind of forced to keep assaulting this if you are XROCK. You're down by 4 lives, but look at the positional advantage. Malchi is in your spawn and is constantly being looked at, but Chuan won't be allowed to get past the AC unit in a very annoying position to be in if you are XROCK. You trail by 4 lives. You just need this one more segment, but there's simply not enough time, you'd fear.
Yep, good elimination to clean out the spawn just a touch. Solo play for No-No up towards B to stop the
XROCK.
clock, and boy, does
अभी
XROCK
तो
need that.
फिलहाल lead में
Q9
नहीं
have
है.
re-cleared out A. They
10 to
fully
15,
depleted the third
but
tick of
still,
progress.
they can make
Now
it.
all efforts
ज़्यादा
for
difference
XROCK
नहीं
have
है.
to move over towards the A zone. Perfect to the B
एक ही
zone.
equalizer game
XROCK
change कर
trying to
सकता है.
get there with numbers. Sunyo over the top, shot at range. Juling almost able to
12
find
versus
transfer
6.
for both, but does enough damage to credit the assist. 12 plays 6, 15
Capture करना पड़ेगा. Time बढ़ाना है तो capture करना
One
पड़ेगा.
more chance to break open this B point.
I mean, by the time that they fully realize, maybe we should
Land
go
was
over
so
towards B, clear away our
मुश्किल है,
spawn.
मुश्किल है.
It's not enough time. Now you're running out
मुश्किल.
of lives. 3 plays up against 10.
First round
Sun
Q9
still
निकाल
breaking
लिया.
through with the sniper rifle. And Uling starting to deny a lot more space over by Ring. This stack for Q9, knowing that they have every single bit of advantage is fantastic, and XROCK just don't want to give over more kills. Maybe not give over more scores. Well, maybe see those operators a little bit later when it comes down to this round. So, what is it? A total of 3 segments off of 2 different zone captures for XROCK. Where
Hi Rafiki, welcome to the stream, bro.
I mean, it was an egregious retake from Q9, but it worked out.
Yeah, I was about to say Ruchi was around A. He had a free sight to sit on and stop the clock at about 8 seconds. Just didn't choose to do so.
Yep.
So XROCK now in the defense. Ruchi, the only one who had earned an operator in the first
My
round,
war
has already
machine, bro.
popped it. It's the war machine. It's only connected once
West,
to this point.
West.
They get shut down. Opening defensive pressure, though, for XROCK is largely successful. Q9 working on it, though, as they will stop the clock and get a little bit of a stack on toward the B point with Uling supporting with the War Machine.
Yeah, War Machine for War Machine. Uling's War Machine will now run out of ammunition, but was...
भाई War Machine game changing है भाई. Game change कर सकता है वो. पर वो waste हो जाना गलत बात, गलत scene. Especially in control.
Set up for a spawn trap, make sure nobody can lurk through mid-map.
But look at the awareness from Q9. They know that this is a possibility. They're sending 2 players back, and one of them is Sun, who clears out the gym. If he gets this second one inside the garage, just don't challenge him anymore. And it looks like Sunyo saying, I already don't want to challenge him, Shift. I'm out of there. The rest of XROCK holding over towards Pool. Claw is out, though, for Q9 as they try to clear out the area of backside laundry.
Do love this call for Curly. Mouchi's actually going to invest the Annihilator as well. Will take down No-No, and they're going to start assaulting jungle. But what's the response on the opposite side? It's going to be Sunyo with the Sparrow. A little bit of a base race for a base race. Nice turn for Mouchi to at least take down No-No, making sure that they are not a part of that fight. Yeah. And you have a player on the control zone as well, but they were by themselves. So Sunyo, Sparrow will clean house. They will maintain control on this side of the map.
Yeah, it's really nice placement from the Sparrow. For a moment, I was like, this isn't really finding value, but he comes back to the point, takes down 2 around the back, but it doesn't stop Q9 from getting over towards his own. Pred missile right on into the spawn, finds 2. Sun connects for a 3rd. Curly on the equalizers through Kitchen. Rip him apart. 20 plays 9.
भाई बहुत ज़्यादा advantage है Q9 के पास.
Equalizer, about half empty.
Lives जा रहे हैं इनका भाई.
Do what you did originally, Curly. Just sprinted them.
नहीं.
Equalizing. A couple players coming off the respawn though. 4 lives remaining for XROCK again.
भाई.
You know that Q9 should be stacking this zone, but don't count.
यही होता है भाई. Operator पूरा game change कर देता है control में.
Clears things out, but the road to victory in this second round is arduous, to say the
Let's
least.
go Q9, let's go. Easy win. 13 versus 4.
Isolated. Good 2v1 situation there.
12v2.
Following up,
11v2.
But still.
10v2. Easy for Q9.
Especially with the pressure already on the zone. The answer is you don't. Last player to find his top window. And No-No does stay alive. But still.
No अपना best दे रहा है भाई. No क्या?
खत्म. Q9 up 2-0 early in the control.
Yeah, that's devastating coming through for XROCK. Not only are you down as
क्या हुआ?
rounds are concerned, the
क्या हुआ नहीं भाई?
is not good
क्या
as
मतलब
well.
XROCK हार गया? खेलने तो यार पहले से हरा दिया यार.
Mouchi is double positive.
अभी तो support कर रहे थे, अभी वो हार गया.
9 coming through. For another, but Q9, again, it just seems that they can do no wrong. Their trade game, just assaulting different portions of the map, is that much more superior for XROCK, who are assaulting B zone to start.
Oh, great opening though. Mott finds 2 through mid-zig. Uling able to confirm the trade now, pushing up in towards Art, but he doesn't really have the ability of going much further. He doesn't have any defensive pressure from Laundry side, and the awareness from XROCK is great. You got to keep in mind that first offensive
सपोर्ट तो किसी को नहीं. अरे अभी तो कर रहे थे. ये क्या भाई? गद्दारी कर बे.
Yeah, I mean the opening breakoffs have been good for XROCK. It's just the returning gunfights consistently through the past 2 rounds just simply have not been.
भाई XROCK अपना सारा ऑपरेटर बचा के रख रहा है भाई. कब के लिए? कब के लिए? Q9 के पास बस एक ही ऑपरेटर बचा, पर XROCK के पास 4 ऑपरेटर है भाई. किस टाइम के लिए बचा रहे हो भाई? Start using them.
That's going to block the money window and the top side jump wall over towards the opposite zone. Sun's going to rotate over. And No will get to work with the equalizers inside a kitchen. Problem is he loses his teammates.
Hi Prince, welcome to the stream, bro.
You have the situation for XROCK where you're trying to finesse the map, but you're really not finding the success on the actual zones themselves. You're down to 25 seconds. No, re-wrapping and trying to get back over towards Tiki. And they cannot find Chen. Finally, they get the connection from Sunyo, and they can stack over towards this B point. But boy,
क्या लगता है ये राउंड XROCK ले पाएगा?
You have a 3 life.
फिलहाल तो लीड पे देखते हैं.
Use some of these resources, get around the zone. The clock is still being stalled over by B. You have players lurking for Q9, denying any driveway shenanigans that might come through, but the Annihilator's invested for Ma. You need the 60.
Ma only finds 1, though. Trade out from Chen, who's locking down this backside jungle position. The setup around the B point is pretty darn good for Q9. Still, the A zone is not fully captured. It's tempting, I think, for Q9 to try to get back to it to see if they can put more pressure on the clock, but as Curly gives it an effort, he will drop, and with that, the extra 60 is tallied, and now here comes the play.
अब मुश्किल है Q9 के लिए अब मुश्किल है पर अभी Q9 के पास ऑपरेटर है 4 ऑपरेटर रखा हुआ है क्या वो इस मैच में यूज करेंगे नेक्स्ट मैच के लिए बचा रहे हैं नहीं यूज नहीं कर रहे वेस्ट नहीं कर रहे अपना ऑपरेटर ये लोग इनको खुद पता है कि ये मैच निकालना थोड़ा मुश्किल है
Not at all. Chen still just trying to go from kill to kill, and he is. Whoa, what? That's not bad. Could potentially put together a bit of a streak here. Already has the 100 killer, already has the claw at the ready. Dancing, schmoving.
Oh, he was waiting for him.
There, but Chuan will put all those antics to rest as XROCK will take their second offensive attempt.
Yeah, still.
भाई Q9 अभी सारा ऑपरेटर बचा के रखा है देखो 4 ऑपरेटर इनके पास अभी
But XROCK still have an opportunity to potentially get a round 5 defense should it get there.
Q9 के पास भी है भाई XROCK के पास भी है भाई स्टार्ट ही ऑपरेट किए ये लोग
Smokes are out over towards the pillars side at B.
Sorry.
Forward here for Q9. Rushi very aware of it. Is getting the operator.
ये मैच पूरा ऑपरेटर से चलेगा लग रहा है.
Chendo with the claw, working this top jump window. Rushi on the hunt. This is the first swapping back off of the War Machine will not work out, and Q9 now have entrance on the A zone until Ma steps up. This guy doesn't miss. Oh my goodness.
Early. Trying to at least get a little bit more done. Gonna invest the equalizer and just continue to run rampant all the way through pillars. There's Sparrow in Garage, by the way. He's trying to spawn trap you as Sunyo, but Curly on the opposite side trying to make headway over by the B control zone. The clock's still not stalled out as Chen will at least isolate No over by the rocks, but we gotta commit to something here. If you are Q9, you're running out of time.
And Sunyo and Ma, this double sniper setup continues to connect. Finally, Mauchi is able to deal with Sunyo.
XROCK ये मैच को भी फिलहाल तो लीड कर रहा है.
Ma also drops. So who's
18
next here for this XROCK
14.
defense? Time down to 24 seconds. Focus for Q9 outside of this 1v1 is over towards B, and this is a 1v1 to put it plainly. Eliminations go the way of XROCK. Q9 still trying to desperately hold on to the B zone. Will get a second to progress, but here comes the collapse from the XROCK defense.
This has to be the attempt coming through for Q9. But it would be a massive moment for XROCK should they be able to stop it. 24 seconds remaining on the clock. They killed the player that was on the zone previously, but it's going to get captured regardless. 1 minute 20 to try to go to work. You're down by 6 lives if you are Q9. You at least have 2 operators should you want to have that, but you almost feel like this has round 5 written all over.
दोनों टीम के पास 2-2 ऑपरेटर है भाई कोई भी ऑपरेटर यूज नहीं कर रहा.
Towards bedroom, you've got one player watching the flank, and then you still have mid-map control with the crossfire setup for XROCK. This is perfect in terms of how do you set up an A defense. Just comes down, does can Sunyo survive through the War Machine? He does catch one. That's enough to pull Uling back, and largely speaking, that doesn't.
Uling ने अपना ऑपरेटर निकाल लिया.
Because all of a sudden Sunyo spawns up, and he's
Total
still has the
waste.
ability to contest this flank.
वॉर मशीन है ऐसा ऑपरेटर है इसको लेके तुम घूम नहीं सकते ब्रो थोड़ा सा दिख दुखा के फिर करना पड़ता है ऐसे घूमने से बहुत मुश्किल रहता है स्पेशली ऐसी सिनेरियो में
That's the only option that they have. I mean, this double setup towards bedroom is so powerful. So Q9 has to default from playing around the back. They do not have the lives nor the time to finesse this. It just has to be good right here, right now. And it's just absolutely not coming through. 11v2. Mauchi working from the front. Final 5 seconds.
Don't forget to hit the like button, guys. Free app. Kar do like.
He can't create much. Round 5. Let's go.
Segment progression lead should still be there for Q9.
फिलहाल तो टाई सिचुएशन है दोनों टीम के बीच.
Should they want to take this swing map mode combination? They've been showing up in a big way in the past 2 rounds, specifically for Sunyo. 25 and 18 now. 23 kills now for Juan. But realistically, I mean, when you expend those last 2 operators towards the end of the round for Q9, you're much happier to at least see the defense. The issue is you didn't get the read. The push is over towards A, and the clock is stalled early.
And even more importantly here, not only is the play on A alive, XROCK haven't committed an operator yet, so they still have the ability to use this in reactionary form once they get read what this defense is doing, which is now coming through money window. No, he's got the equalizers out, trying to re-wrap through kitchen, finds the first. Curly trying to play off the heady, denies no any further action, who just has to sit here and wait. Not what he wants with these equalizers, so he's going to try to force it, and he does find Chad. Back over towards window. Can he create more space? Does not see Sun initially, but as he makes the hop up, there's the third, and XROCK can pause the clock with focus on both zones now.
Movement wasn't the cleanest, but still value coming through from No. Ma is going to invest the Annihilator. Roshi actually ended up pulling out the operator as well, but then got immediately shut down. The B push did not find success, but Mama has been accurate throughout the entirety of this series so far. The Annihilator running out of bullets. The Claw invested as a argument on the opposite side does find 2, so the clock will tick once again.
Oh, we've got
intense होते जा रहा है bro.
Gloves. Sun able to take that one in stride.
Fight harder.
Off the spawn, XROCK spawning down towards the bottom part of the map at A, which they already have 2 ticks of progress done at, and early looks over the top of the site. Shots up towards window, good. Chen crossed up over towards Tiki, can't find any room to work with. It's just out of what Mauchi can create from backside basketball, and he's done well for the first, but the Claw puts him out of commission. Uling with the flash cannot stop the Claw.
XROCK के पास अभी भी 2 ऑपरेटर बचे हुए हैं भाई. ये निकाल लेंगे. अगर ये ऑपरेटर को प्रॉपर्ली यूज कर लिए तो ये मैच इनका है.
Would be massive for XROCK, but the exits could be that much better. Oh, a little slide bait switch with himself for Curly. Still takes down Ma, who has been having a great series so far. 12 plays up against 15.
XROCK, operator, XROCK.
Are still trapped on this side of the map.
Yeah, both teams putting a little bit of pressure over towards their opponent's spawn.
भाई दोनों तरफ देख लिया, सामने नहीं देखा.
Who almost takes the double in stride. Not fully going to work out, but in the same breath, Sun also falls, trying to put a little bit of existential pressure on XROCK spawn towards garage. So now, a flat-out battle. War Machine being spammed by Uling. Trophy systems are down. So
XROCK अभी भी अपना ऑपरेटर सेव कर रहा है, पता नहीं क्यों.
Uling trying to get aggressive, and he's not finding any value with that. That's the last operator for Q9.
क्या लीड लेने के बाद ही ऑपरेटर इस्तेमाल करना है क्या?
XROCK can execute with this setup.
Have to start wondering how close they are to the rest of their operators. Still have the 2 available for XROCK. Should they get in a position to try to pull that trigger? They're just waiting, biding their time. 30 seconds remain. Nice snipe coming through from Sunyo. Gonna take down Uling. Could be an opportunity to push through pillars here.
They do know that this hit has to be efficient. Shots are
no, operator waste ho gaya.
The Sparrow. Sun, did he just no-scope No at range? Looked like it. Doesn't make a difference. He gets taken out through a wallbang. 7v8. Operators now out for Rushi. Just trying to put the War Machine over towards backside laundry. Here comes Q9. They're trying to reapproach this from middle. They cross up the operator. Now it's just a 6v3. XROCK running out of lives. One more player.
6v2.
Will drop. 20 seconds remaining. Chen's
भाई
trying to get aggressive. Get stopped.
क्या हो रहा है?
Sunyo shut down
खत्म.
by Sun.
ये राउंड
Just
Q9 के
down
खाते
to
में.
one. Rushi would have to do this by himself. 1v5.
मुश्किल है 1v5.
The heady is held, and Q9 will take the swing map in 3-2 form.
Tough situation to find yourself in if you are XROCK. Again, ample opportunities through a handful of rounds to try to win this reverse sweep of a control, but
Q9 with 2, XROCK with 1.
For Q9, it's realistically just their opening breakoffs for me, Alan. When they are winning those opening breakoffs so convincingly, even take that last
और एक round बस Q9 और एक round.
Go over towards ring. They give up everything by the pool side. And they say that's perfectly fine. Now we know exactly where you're located at. Clear the jungle flank. Go back through mid, through the rocks, one through bedroom, and everybody's exactly where you would expect them to be. Fish in a barrel.
पर पोल में तो सीन कुछ अलग ही है. पोल पे 53% लोग बोल रहे हैं XROCK ये राउंड जीतेगा और Q9 के लिए सिर्फ 47. क्या लगता है मैच एंड होते होते ये पोल का रिजल्ट भी चेंज हो जाएगा? ये यही रहने वाला है.
These two teams have a lot of history, rivalries to put it plainly. But Q9 taking edge in the series, but here is where the problem starts to come back into fold again. Because now you got an APOC hardpoint to consider, and then a Kurohana for map 5. Who cares who picked it? It's going to be a square up. So we've got a lot more of this to come here, and I believe it's going to be just as fiery as we saw map number 1 on Apocalypse coming up.
I mean, you just feel so happy with your prediction, don't you? It going all the way to 5. It has it written all over the board, man. Look, Apocalypse Hardpoint, we'll get into the nitty-gritty of that because we got to give some flowers to Curly. 32 and 24. Dude's been a menace all day. Uling, 19 and 23, not the most sexy KD ratio, but let me tell you, that guy's presence on the map, especially when the War Machine has been popped, has been something of a spectacle through the first 2 respawns. XROCK just kind of struggled as far as the returning gunfights are concerned. The trade department was always that much more potent coming through for Q9, just solely off the reason that they always felt like that they had a life lead.
Indeed the case. Big shout out to
Next round, Hardpoint.
At Air Force. We love you, Air Force. Aim high. Find your aim. Here we go. I'm pumped for this APOC. This is
आज का स्ट्रीम आज फाइनल से गाइस, तो जब तक खत्म नहीं होता तब तक चलेगा.
We've seen teams play the map extremely well. Elevate in particular has really put together a perfect example. But for both these 2 squads, having the little bit of an edge, I think, is XROCK with their history on the map. I'm really curious to see what we're going to get.
Yeah. It's going to be fantastic to be able to see what this all ends up being. We'll have to wait just a little while longer. So a couple of bathroom breaks behind the scenes, recollecting their thoughts. Can they force a map number 5? Find out after this short break.
来自中国的琴酒俱乐部，然后这一次我们来参加亚特兰大的使命召唤世界锦标赛。然后这一次我们的目标就是比去年做得更好，并且争取夺到最后的总冠军。琴酒，加油！
सही.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Since the year 00, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the floor. Here we go, against the greatest, what they say my name for.
हाँ 2-3 मिनट का ब्रेक है गाइस, उसके बाद होगा. Q9 को ये मैच निकालने के लिए बस और एक विन चाहिए और एक राउंड में विन बस. पोल में अभी भी XROCK लीड कर रहा है, Q9 नहीं. अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है Q9 और XROCK का मैच, अभी भी राउंड्स बचे हुए हैं ब्रो. इनका मैचेस के बाद चालू होगा गैलरीज उनका मैच एलिवेट का. Thanks Leonardo for becoming a member. Really appreciate that, bro.
车库楼梯，跑到，点两个有火，地爪死了，花坛下一滴血，
我在穿。哦，可惜兄弟有复活呀！
不是你们看
L 位，
中地漏了
，L 位兄弟没掉的。
一个，换2外墙。
L 位金库。
B 有一个 ，B 去我们。
点98里。小心 L 位，小心 L 位。
换了2个，
换了2个。跟我有个
看 L 位，看 L 位。
画廊喷兄弟，他们接逼了，画廊喷减区。
换屁股还有。
क्या लगता है XROCK ये मैच निकालेगा, टाई करेगा या डिस्क्वालीफाई हो जाएगा?
不是，为啥画廊得动呀？我的。
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
No, bro, no mythic giveaway right now. No plans for that.
Semifinals matchup of the day, where we are live from DreamHack Atlanta. Our players are getting themselves set up and ready to go in a series so far that's been very exciting, somewhat unexpected as far as the start goes as well. I mean, Q9 hot out the gate with an insanely close hard point. Then it goes back the way of XROCK. Then it's a close control again, back the way of Q9. What is in the water right now?
Would you be surprised to hear that these two teams have seen a lot of grand finals between one another? They're pretty good. I think that's the biggest thing, is that we're really starting to see some solid Call of Duty across the board. Great decisions, great macro moments, great in-game calls. We're not seeing a lot of mistakes. This is literally just Goliath versus Goliath. Who's better on the day? I couldn't ask for a better series so far.
Shift said it was going to be a banger. This man is not known to be a liar, especially when it comes down to Call of Duty Mobile. Certified banger. This has 5 written all over it.
Talk me through what happened in those final moments of the Hacienda Hardpoint, because that was neck and neck, second for second, and then it stalled a little bit. So if anybody's just joining us here, kind of walk us through.
You want the short answer or the long answer?
The short answer.
Chaos. That's what happened. Straight chaos.
The long answer.
The long answer, I can do that. No, it's just one of those things, like, both of these two teams have really valued playing for rotation early, which is something that some of our other squads have maybe not necessarily done. They're using that 8 seconds of transition time maybe a little bit more fully. But these teams are all about setup, all about executing on the proper reads. Both teams do that at the same time. It means that we're getting these big battles, these tug of wars, where it's a 3v2 one time, a 4v1, back to a 3v2. Like, it's just constant shifts and changes. But at the end, when you've got things like a War Machine for Uling,
it's Call of Duty Mobile
presence for Q9, they win out on the get the read for the spawns.
I mean, you just really hope that when Uling drops 59, almost 60 eliminations, about 25 of those with the War Machine.
Q9 और XROCK दोनों टीम अच्छे हैं, बट फिलहाल Q9 लीड कर रहे हैं और XROCK के लिए अभी एक प्रेशर वाला मोमेंट है, क्योंकि ये राउंड इनको अगर नहीं जीते तो वो डिस्क्वालीफाई हो जाएंगे.
And then we move into the S&D, and it's not as close, okay? Then you see just how dominant and strong XROCK is in that scenario. Why was that?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a 5-3 half.
Hey Ali, welcome to the stream, bro. What's up?
And at that point in time, you start to see a lot more of those adaptations, a lot more preparation coming through in response specifically for XROCK. Every single
I think you have to use any VPN.
An answer and a response as well. I mean, there were so many times that we started seeing an immediate focus on XROCK's offense, showing over towards B, just immediately to bait play over towards A. It didn't always work out, but it's the small little things that we got to see in the macro development for XROCK that Q9 were just a little bit too delayed to respond to.
And it's really interesting because this map has not been played a lot between these two teams, let alone have they played it a lot just in general, of course, over the course of this year. But I think the thing that was really surprising was when we watched XROCK play this map the first time here this weekend, it was 6 rounds of defense, it was 6 wins. They went 7-1 on the map overall. So for them to start off on offense, Q9 doesn't have much film to go back and say, what is XROCK trying to do? And those smoke delay hits over towards B caught Q9 a little bit by, I think, surprise early, and those little advantages led to a scoreline that was easy to work with once they swapped back to their defensive half.
Middle of the stream, I will announce it in the middle of the stream. Randomly kabhi kar दूंगा. Don't worry, but आज की stream पे करूँगा.
Neck and neck situation at the end of it with Q9 just barely squeaking it out. So talk to me about that.
Yeah, XROCK's opening offense was that close, right? I think the map manipulation from Q9 is great. Often when we talk about raid, it's all about who wins mid-map. That usually dictates how spawns try to get moved, and of course, it allows you a second point of ingress, whether you're on the defensive or offensive side, as you focus towards either of the 2 zones. So I think that was great from Q9 in the first couple of rounds. It was counteracted nicely by XROCK to get themselves back into the mix, but once they got back to that round 5 offense, they just couldn't quite get over the hurdle, especially with the individual presence that Q9 was winning out through mid.
I'll go ahead and say it. It should have been tied up going into round number 3.
ऐसे लैंडस्केप में नहीं करा, वर्टिकल में भी करने का मन था तो वर्टिकल में कर दो.
It just simply should not have worked out. How would you ever expect it to come all the way through? Curly had himself a great game. It was some of that manipulation that you were talking about, Alan, through the middle of the map, just benefiting from.
Sex bro, मैच चालू चुका, मैं दे दूंगा, don't worry bro, दे दूंगा. और आपको वो कोड आपके इनबॉक्स पे ही मिलेगा. जिससे आपने मेरे को टेक्स्ट किया था, इंस्टाग्राम में डीएम किया था, उसी आईडी पे आपको टेक्स्ट मैसेज ड्रॉप करूंगा मैं.
Through the opening breakoffs alone, it just always felt like they had a life advantage.
Now, looking forward, we still have a hard point coming up around the corner, this time on Apocalypse. How does this play out for these teams now that we're at this 2-1 situation in favor of Q9? Give me your thoughts on this.
So XROCK's map pick, Q9 will start on the favored side. I think it starts in the first 2 hills. Q9 needs to establish that we can lock down the rotation, stop XROCK from flipping spawns, build an early lead, build an early operator advantage. If they can win in the first 3 hard points, they have a chance to keep this thing tight. Otherwise, I do see XROCK finding favor because they move around this map like water.
Q9's got 2 wins on the entire weekend so far. 1 250 to 179 over Stalwart, 2 ships point. You're going to need all of that plus an extra bag of chips. All those fundamentals we got to see from Hacienda and the sling to boot.
All right, well, it looks like it is time to get back into the matchup here. Map number 4 is ready to go. Let's see who pulls this one out.
Should be a fun one, and yep, there it is. Q9 will be starting on the right side of the map, so it's all about can they hang, can they hold, stop XROCK from flipping, build an early lead. And an early lead in COD Mobile does mean early operators. So far, so good. Nice little snap from Sun, can't quite turn it into more, but
Q9 भाई
right behind to pick up on the pieces.
आते साथ ही हार्डपॉइंट पे हमला कर दिया भाई. हार्डपॉइंट नहीं छोड़ना है इसमें.
Q9 as well. Just making sure that Mauchi is playing over by the tunnel side, gives it up, so a unique timing is currently being developed by Sunyo. They get back behind the play, but everybody else from XROCK was just the bait over by Maps, but Q9 can do no wrong. The opening gunfights are superior from Q9.
Absolutely beautiful spawns for XROCK with 30 seconds to fight for. They can split their focus here, put some pressure on mid, but also try to play this rotation. Q9 very aware of it though. This hold over towards the jump wall from Mauchi is exquisite. He's found 3. The solo player
को भाई हार्डपॉइंट लेने नहीं दे रहे भाई ये लोग. Q9 रोटेट कर चुका है नेक्स्ट हार्डपॉइंट के लिए. किल ले लो भाई, 7 सेकंड तो मैच कर लो.
Even sending a couple players late to just try to finesse with Black's bit of scrap time might just be a little bit more biting off than you can chew. But luckily enough, as the hill becomes available, the spawns over to the backside of the ruins are still there for Q9.
Smoke trying to cover this XROCK approach. Chen committing forward. Wow, this is aggressive. But meanwhile, over towards cave side, it was too aggressive. Q9 get caught. Now you're just down to 1 player in the back, and XROCK just get given a gift, which is the P2 spawn immediately into the hill, and now you got them in the blender. Oh, mistake from Q9 leads to an instant punish from XROCK.
Misstep.
भाई XROCK को भाई ऐसे ही मिल गया भाई. स्पॉन मिल गया गाइस इन लोगों को. ऐसी बिना ट्राई किए.
War machine early from Rushi. And you're just forced yourself just to go through the tunnel. I mean, not for a lack of trying. Q9 have been trying to send players up through mid, but it is being watched continuously by XROCK, who again punished Q9. Who walk away with the majority of time on the money hill.
And the difference is, if you were to go back and watch the minimap as P2 opened to what we're seeing right now, is XROCK continue to use No as an anchor. He's flipping back and forth between bottom temple and up towards
XROCK ने lead ले ली guys. अच्छी खासी lead ले ली.
Something Q9 did not do, and now you get punished for it. XROCK now double the points of Q9. Pred missile called in. They're going to win the rotation to 3.
And look at the trap that might just be coming through. I mean, pushed up a little bit past useless was Sunyo, so you will actually get a spawn out from Sun. How quickly do XROCK start to read this? I mean, they're in possession of the hill, but the pinch is coming through.
Yeah, Chuan able to turn a little bit, but not in time. Sun will find one from the back. Easy follow-up. That was the Sparrow out and countered immediately. EMP from Ma was also spent, or at least earned. Hasn't used it yet, as Q9 will now find themselves affected by it. Peer fire out from Chuan, clearing out the bottom side of the trenches. Tough angle to go much further than this point, but he seems to be feeling pretty frisky with help nearby. XROCK all over P3. Q9 having a tough time breaking through, and 23 seconds remaining. They gotta still try. You can't just default for the rotation yet.
Mob with the gravity vortex gun on top is going to deny a lot of space for Q9.
XROCK disqualified. अरे नहीं यार, मैच तो अभी XROCK के फेवर में, लीड तो अभी XROCK के पास है.
Just making sure that if you're not walking through the bullet hose that is in the front side of this hard point, you're going to get completely ripped to smithereens by a Purify on the opposite side. 108 to 36 after Q9 have themselves a great start on P1.
XROCK ने अच्छी खासी लीड ले ली है. इस लीड को कवर करने के लिए Q9 को थोड़ा सा मुश्किल होने वाला है.
Holding inside of the cave, and at least simultaneously for a moment they were inside the chicken coop. Ma still trying to hang on, but that's cleared out by the Purifier, who can now take all of its focus over towards the front. But once again, Q9, they don't know where the spawns are. You do have a bit of an anchor around the back that's good for at least another elimination, but XROCK will wait for these operators to expire before.
Q9 कवर करो भाई, लीड कवर करो. ये मैच निकालना तुम्हारे लिए बहुत जरूरी है.
To at least find value with their operators as they just sprint inside of the ruins to their utmost demise. So now the Claw needs to find value, but Rushi gets their second war machine in this map number 4 and rips them all to smithereens. No now with the equalizer. Gonna try to at least beat everybody trying to jump out from the ruins, and it'll work out quite wonderfully for XROCK in the first set of hard points. Allen, 140 to 46 is where the scoreline looks like it's going.
You gotta remember, this is after Q9 had started this map off flawlessly.
Yeah.
They stopped their early rotation. They find 90% of their points in the first 2 hills. It just has not been able to be recovered since XROCK broke that second hill. So now we've reset.
भाई Q9 क्या कर रहे हो भाई? 100 पॉइंट के लीड्स में वो लोग.
And break through the setup of the spawns that XROCK have in their favor.
Yeah, let's just put it this way: across 4 different hard points, 36 of Q9's current was off of P1 and P2.
Q9 cover up guys.
Consistently. Now you're going to have the split spawns coming through Q9. They're focused mostly around the objective, but nobody's into the backside of the temple. Those spawns are very much so still open, and XROCK are looking to reap the benefits.
Yeah, Q9 not fully aware that there were kind of parallel spawns on the right side of the map, but they have done nicely over the top of the hard point, so that will at least stabilize things on the hill. Problem is, it also stabilizes the spawns in favor of XROCK. So now the rebattle starts to come back through. Well, we got 150 to 66 the current score. XROCK trying to commit back at the hard point, but being denied largely just from the front. So there's a chance here where Q9 can set up a break attempt to try to flip these spawns around.
And Malchi was just outside of maps. He actually had a really good angle on the players for XROCK that were playing around P2. Gave it up, trying to help out his teammates to get back inside the time. Sunyo is finessing with the Fennec in and out from maps.
भाई Q9 को भाई कवर करना बड़ा मुश्किल हो रहा है.
They are guarding the temple.
Oh, and they're trying to just hit this from the front, but oh no, the Purifier gets pulled out perfectly.
भाई Purifier से भाई 3 को ले गया, भाई 3 को ले गया.
You cannot get lazy here. You have to still play through the middle of the
भाई
map
5
because
भाई
the
5 हो
Purifier is
गया.
still alive and well. Finally shut down, but a gravity vortex gun takes its place, and it's just misery meets company for Q9 right through cave. They're still trying to force their way through because they have to. 35 seconds, but still XROCK spawn close, and they will still get more time here on the second hill.
I mean, what do you do now if you're Q9? Desperation was yesterday's news. Now you just are forced to fight for every single bit of time that you could possibly find for yourself, but the resource management from XROCK is absolutely exquisite. Find value with one operator, it gets expended. Find its value with the gravity vortex gun soon after, and now the war machine from Rushi, all for 10 seconds, but it is just dagger or grenade after grenade that is just blowing Q9 out of the water.
XROCK भाई लीड ले रही, भाई तगड़ी लीड ले रही है.
This far out of hand off of what was essentially just one mistake.
Yeah.
But that's really what it comes down to, and now it's not a snowball, friends. It's a full-on avalanche. As XROCK will be close to the 200-point threshold. 50-50 battle on either side of the third hard point. Gunfights currently trading in favor of XROCK. Also operators at the ready for both sides. Who uses what? Patience starts to come through. No off the backside of the play. He could hit this pinch with the equalizers whenever he sees the time to, and as Curly drops it, maybe now as XROCK have a full surround.
Q9 नहीं हो पाएगा guys, नहीं हो पाएगा. XROCK को सिर्फ और सिर्फ 40 पॉइंट्स चाहिए, और Q9 बहुत दूर है भाई, बहुत दूर है.
Q9 previous in a superior position, down to 20 seconds. Equalizer now called for no.
He can just put the game away right here. Stop this.
भाई इतने जल्दी खत्म नहीं होने देगा भाई XROCK इस मैच में. अब ये मैच राउंड गया XROCK के हाथों में. मुश्किल है Q9 के लिए, नहीं हो पाएगा.
able to rip things apart. Scrap time going the way of XROCK, who can now take all of their respawners up and focus towards the new hardpoint.
You do have one player that needs to go big. It's going to be Chen for Q9. Player number 3 in blue is going to be watching all these players trying to meet out from the temple side, and is big enough to find 2. Now you got 2 players trying to lurk around the useless buildings for XROCK, trying to make sure that Q9 feel pinch as the pinch is starting to come through.
You still got to find 160 points before XROCK finds 26. Not good news, but it all starts with one good hill. And it very well may be right here. 4th hardpoint set up nicely. War Machine out. Split focus trying to come through for XROCK in terms of how they hit, and the War Machine doesn't quite get all the way into the cave, so the shutdown is there. Now the Purifier trying to take its place. That's also put out of commission. Now it's just down to the last couple of members with no operators to fight for if you're Q9, and they will get pushed back over towards the bottom right side map, which is not where you want to be. XROCK a chance to put the game away here.
Oh, Q9
20 points.
Had an opportunity to try to work their way through the chicken coop. Not the case at all. Mosh shutting down.
क्या कर रहे हो भाई Q9 क्या कर रहे हो?
Ma also gets to read that there's a split spawn situation. Can no longer win here, can XROCK, but again, it just feels like it's way too far out of reach for Q9. 2 operators ready for XROCK to put this game away. Last couple of seconds go in their name as well. 241 to 109. Chen has to just beat Giga Chad right here. And he almost whips on the first. Curly follows up, the trades are in, and Q9 will have a chance to extend the game a little while longer.
Operators on
नहीं हो पाएगा, ये नहीं निकाल पाएगा Q9, no chance at all.
Will be Rushi to open things up with the War Machine. Q9 are still maintaining presence around the hardpoint. They are already playing for the future, or XROCK should P1 not go their way.
Well, War Machine out only does really do mitigating damage, doesn't really find too
Yep,
much in terms of
RIP Q9 for this round.
This is doable.
It is.
Improbable. Odds in Vegas aren't good, I'll tell you that much. As Chuan will find 2, shutting down Curly on the equalizers. Here's the play forward for XROCK, trying to win the game. Some respect being shown here, though, as XROCK are trying to really wait for a full setup. Smoke will encompass the entirety of the middle of the map. Nades through it, not largely landing onto Q9.
पनिश भाई और एक कोड बचा है, आज एक एक्स्ट्रा कोड है.
XROCK will hop on in, and with that, we will go to map number 5, pending
2,
any further
1.
tactics from Q9. One last contest, enough to get us to a new
1 point, 1 point. XROCK, 1 point.
Any potential comeback, and XROCK will see us go to Kurahana as soon as they open up the hard point.
GG's XROCK.
It's just crazy that the one mistake that
By
happened for
2
Q9
versus
did
2.
start off this map just as perfect
2 not
as you could
2 भाई.
possibly imagine. Favorite side of the map when the opening gunfights.
अब होगा final match भाई.
And you hold the rotation over towards New. You get punished for not anchoring out the temple spawns. That once that comes all the way through, what would you feel like the extra 50 points or so that they were probably looking at getting there is ultimately the biggest difference maker in between this game being competitive and where it currently was residing at. Because you got to see, again, much like how in the Hacienda, that Q9 did win, they are constantly trying to fight for rotations, but getting a little bit ahead of themselves and benefiting from it were XROCK continuously, specifically for Sunyo. I mean, talk about a selfless route man that was constantly getting paid. More often than not, always first on rotation. More often than not is always the player in those very annoying positions cutting off reinforcements because Q9 were just so gung-ho about making sure that they at least got to the objective. Sunyo was the one setting up his team for all the damage to be peppered up before they could actually sniff the zone.
Yeah, there's one moment in particular, and call this your shift breakdown through the replays. It happens right as P2 opens. You see it happen off Q9 spawns. XROCK is starting to find success on exiting from the first hill.
भाई एक टाइम के लिए लगा था कि ना XROCK निकल जाएगा भाई XROCK बोला नहीं इतना इजी नहीं है हमको निकालना.
Trying to contest and finesse, and I love that. I love that Q9 is trying to create a buffer. But off the follow-up spawns, the players that are coming up into battle don't know if they need to go help Temple or if they need to go help Cave. And there's this moment where they kind of cross paths, and then as they start to move forward, no one's back anchoring. So XROCK just spawned behind the play. It's really tough scenes because I love what Q9 was attempting to do. They just had a moment in there where there was uncertainty, and that led to XROCK getting the flip and, of course, getting the second hard point, running this game really downhill from there. So
yep, now SNT will decide who's going to win this.
The Apocalypse is looking nasty, tell you that much, but as we start to consider the Kurahana, this is, again, what we kind of had framed up earlier, a pretty square battleground. Again, it's been a lot of Tunisia between these teams. It's been a lot of coastal between these two teams. It's surprising to not see either Tunisia or firing range in this map pool, but it does put us onto a bit of newness, so to speak, between how these squads have played against each other on this current Search and Destroy map pool.
Q9 have played Kurahana Metropolis twice this entire weekend so far. They have a 7-1 win over Tribe. They have a 7-3 win over Elevate, which does speak volumes. And now Elevate are mostly known for the respawns and maybe not so much for the search and destroy, but you can tell by the candidate, this is exactly the conversation we need to have, is that Q9 search and destroy has been very good on this entire weekend, but XROCK has been that much more elevated comparatively to their countrymen's counterparts. I will say this much for XROCK again, every single time we talk about any search and destroy they played leading into this series, it's always going to be a 7-1. It was a 7-1 win versus 4MV on Kurahana Metropolis, and during that entire series, it was exactly what we got out of XROCK that we saw on takeoff. Just patent aggression, just waiting for their timing to strike. Yep. They're not afraid to give up a minute worth of game clock so long as it
क्या लगता है guys? अब क्या लगता है? Hello कृष्ण भाई, welcome to this stream.
Q9's not going to be that team.
क्या हाल है भाई? क्या लगता है? अब तो टाई वाला सिचुएशन है. कौन निकाल रहा है ये मैच? XROCK या Q9? Who's gonna win this round?
It's going to be coming through the sniper rifle gameplay as well. This is a map that will punish you for any amount of hesitation.
I think the other side of things and why I'm really curious to see what we're going to get for this map in terms of identity is that both of our two teams showed us moments of full-on raw aggression on takeoff, executing from the offensive side. So
होना भी होगा भाई, खतरनाक.
Does feel very similar in terms of the difficulties of breaking into these bomb sites. So that'll be, I think, the other curiosity point is are we going to see
SND का मैप भाई कतई बेकार, कतई बेकार.
Picking through mid, picking through the streets, or are we going to see a lot of the action taking place in
कचड़ा है भाई.
interiors of mid, whether that be at the A.
मैप बस दिखने के लिए ठीक है भाई. SND उसमें खेलना बड़ा मुश्किल है.
It is difficult to look at the results, even go back and watch the film when it's a 7-1 tally here, a 7-2 tally there. You're only getting film.
क्या हो गया? ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस? अरे ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस क्या बात से नहीं है.
Triceratops walking past our stage.
दोनों में से किसी टीम में ऐसा नहीं है भाई कोई ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस. दोनों बहुत अच्छे तरीके से खेलते हैं. पहले बोलो ना कि ये दोनों टीम इतनी अच्छी है ना, कभी भी कोई भी गेम चेंज कर देते हैं भाई.
A mighty shadow over Q9's head. They face each other here 3 times. That has all gone XROCK's way.
Yeah, I mean, the Search and Destroy in general has often always led towards XROCK favor. I think it was like 13-5 in overall map count between these two squads over the course of the entirety of the year, dating back to Season 8 of the Chinese Masters region. So, yeah, it definitely has been one of those things that the story really builds in an interesting way, because if you were to just go off of the 2023 results into this year for Chinese Call of Duty Mobile, you're looking at Wolves, you're looking at Q9. Large part of this squad for XROCK didn't make it to qualify to champs last year. They had a really good run at CDSI in 2023, but it wasn't enough for them to earn enough points to earn their place at champs. So it was one of those things of what does this team have to offer with another global series set in front of them.
नहीं, इतना तो नहीं होने वाला. यही मैच डिसाइड कर देगा भाई कौन जीतने वाला है.
What they've barely been able to do throughout the year, and that's taken edge over their Chinese counterparts in Q9, who are looking for that sweet revenge and a chance to get to the grand finals for the first time. Here we go.
Losing, go home, win, grand finals bound. Up through mid immediately. Look at Q9 getting a little aggressive, trying to get back behind B cuts.
Oh, watched by Nono, but not able to deal with the shotgun pressure from Jet. They also have a read on Ruchi, who is in trouble and gets flat out overwhelmed. Last defensive player nearby is Mon. He has to respect that Q9's offensive hit has found success, and as he backs up, he makes it more manageable. What? He gets 2 by himself waiting for help? And now all of a sudden it's a 3v2 for XROCK.
Look at the pinch, it's about to be coming through. Chuan is moving as swiftly as possible. Wuling's going to elect to play at least this close corner. Gets scouted out. Chuan's flank comes all the way through. 3v1. Chuan will find 2 as well. Ma, the magic maker.
Easy.
Fantastic stuff coming through yet again.
XROCK बोल रहा है भाई ये नहीं जाने देंगे भाई ये नहीं जाने देंगे.
Unbelievable. I mean, that is a perfect execute from Q9. You smoke out the first cross, you stun deep, you find success, you isolate onto players rocking long-range weapons with your shotguns and your
अब पोल का रिजल्ट सही होता दिख रहा है मेरे को. XROCK हारने के सिचुएशन से अभी मैच निकालने के सिचुएशन में आ गया. Nice.
And he saves the round for XROCK, who now find themselves a little more aggressively situated over towards the A side of the map with a different crossfire setup at B.
Always got to be worried about the re-wrap so long as Ma's alive. It may be a sniper rifle to some, but that is a close-range weapon in that boy's hands. Currently lurking around on their side of B are Q9, just waiting for any stun information that will connect onto at least one. Here comes the push.
That was a smoke that gets denied by Trophy. So now you're committing through this with no cover, and XROCK are cleaning up.
भाई Q9 के players तो एकदम जल्दी खत्म हो रहे हैं भाई.
Because you have to throw that
2v4 situation.
You don't know
2v3.
if the smoke is going to land or not before you have to commit to the execute. And the final play through
3v1 situation.
gets shut down. Q9 did a decent job.
Q9 क्या हो गया भाई, क्या हो गया?
1v3.
कहाँ जा रहा है तुम्हारा?
Low ground is enough, and that is legitimately just trophy
भाई,
beat smoke. XROCK
Q9 क्या हो गया है?
Your way of explaining rock paper scissors, but you know it's again one of those things why you typically do see a stun grenade go over first. You need
exactly bro.
Information.
कोई भी कभी भी कहीं से भी कम बैक कर लेता भाई.
Smoke execute come through. Trophy systems are quite powerful. Yes, XROCK win the opening two.
जब नहीं लगता ना कुछ नहीं हो पाएगा तभी कुछ हो जाता है.
More aggressive in the middle of the map. They were expecting Q9 to go back to what they were doing in the opening round. They are throwing late nades that will land. The trophy system just a bit outside.
I love this,
but everybody's
though.
still alive.
I love this from XROCK. You just have Sunyo pruning flowers. Misses the first. Isolation coming back. Q9 respecting the fact that that deep smoke had to be countered. Nades over the top from both sides, and that will lead to a full reset. Trophy system still alive and well for the defense at B.
Where do you start to go here if you are Q9? How much utility do you honestly have left? Well,
भाई ऐसे सवाल में मत पूछो यार. बहुत intense moment रहता है भाई ये. इस लेवल पे खेलना बहुत intense moment रहता है.
This time he will not try to hold his ground. He'll rejoin his teammates as Tron tried to make a quick hit, comes on the contest. Not going to happen. Curly shuts it down. Just up to Mop. 1v4 now. That's down to 3.
Q9 1v3.
Shot towards Sun. Patience trying to come through for Mob, but overwhelmed. And I love the call for Q9. You have to respect the defensive smoke. You throw some things back, you re-clear it, and then you just flood them. Love the idea.
Even saw right there at the end, it is Maul alive. Do not give them any individual gunfights. Should be a double shot every time. Round number 4, Q9 changing things up ever so slightly. Very similar defensive setup. You do have 3 players around B site, some stuns, smokes coming through the middle of the map just to deny any sort of antics that Mouchie might try to find. But Sunyo's going to see a couple players try to cross through H Street, preserves his life.
Yeah, missed the chance right there, though. He has the Beaker's advantage, counting toes underneath the trucks. But Q9 are going to pull off a tactical retreat, knowing that XROCK are likely going to commit forward on this. They don't, though. They still trust that Sunyo can hold his own on this long cross. He will not anymore be able to play through A Street. He has to hold this angle for pretty much the rest of the round. So there will be an advantage for Q9 numbers-wise if they decide to actually execute over towards B.
It's going to be a stack through the middle of the map for Q9. It's probably their best bet. Maybe get a little bit of a delay push out of Sun. See what he can find over towards his B Street. Isolation on Ama. First blood has finally been found, and the raid boss has been dealt with.
Yeah, flash over the top once again. Ruchi, Odin in hand, trying to hold the corner. It's actually going to be nicely counteracted as Ruchi able to get a little bit of help from Nono. Trains are decent.
2v2 situation.
Looking to go quickly. Shut down. Just down to Sunyo. 1v1 with Mouchie. Here's the challenge. Not going to happen. Shotgun beats Sniper.
Q9
got ourselves a 2-2 tie.
टक्कर दे रहे हो पूरा टक्कर.
You can hear a pin drop in the middle of Kurahana Metropolis when there's a minute already exhausted off of the clock. Just the swarm over towards the B site, isolating players. This is what Q9's been able to do this entire weekend, all year long, candidly speaking. Just overwhelming presence. It's going to be going back towards that A push. One player still lurking for at least towards the middle of the map, but it's the same exact rinse, wash, repeat. Sunyo gets away with his life, but leaves Chuan back behind. Does go 1-for-1.
Yeah, Curly is going to be left forward to try to scale deeper in towards A. Smokes will dissipate. Here comes the next bit of action. Mom watching one cross. His teammate and Sunyo watching the other. Tucked into a corner. Quick action comes through. Sunyo able to connect. Ma still in the corner. Does he find a way to break this wall? That is a slide if you've ever seen one from Sun. Oh my!
Q9 comeback कर लेगा क्या?
Opportunity for Mouchie to hit the pinch late in Q9. Overwhelmed the defensive setup of XROCK over towards the opposite site.
Yeah, in the response this time around for XROCK, any sort of alteration, Sunyo was there again, but the difference was Chuan just playing a little bit further up. So you feel like going 1-for-1 would be fine, but Q9, they just do not relent. They just continue to push all the way through, and they overwhelm XROCK again. 3 in a row now. Nades over the top. It's a forward approach from XROCK. Look at all the defensive push that's coming through over by the A cut, but no one's here.
Yeah, this was Q9. All 5 frag grenades sent towards that back corner at B. They were looking for a nade first blood. It doesn't work, but at the same breath, you also know there's no trophy there. So you get the smoke down, and now you can execute through B. And only thing in your way is Chuan with a shotgun, which means nothing's in your way. There's the smoke separation. Here comes the plant, and it's going to be on XROCK, who do have a utility advantage to try to hit this retake.
Bomb has been planted.
Timing for the exit. Chuan has an R9, so don't expect him to ego chow here. Not into the unknown. Yeah. But we are still waiting for at least a flank to potentially come through from Nono, all the way through mid. There's a lot of focus on the flank, though, for Q9.
That's the last smoke for Q9. Chen just trying to use that as a way to separate. Chuan trying to move his way back in. Here's the contact. Curly stunned, shooting the ground. He can't find the way to get things going.
XROCK सारे के सारे 4v1 या ये राउंड गया XROCK के खाते में.
Beyond the player number 5 in Sun cannot get back in time. It's an expensive hit from Q9. They use everything, but they get the plant. They just think XROCK is going for the flank. Not fully the case as they recut back through mid.
Again, you had 3 players watching the flank that time around for Q9 as we will
switch sides. Intense हो रहा है भाई मैच. कोई किसी को लीड लेने ही नहीं दे रहा.
Once the hit finally comes through over by the B cuts defensively, you're just not going to have your numbers there in time.
At this point, I can't say who's going to win this round. Both of them are really good teams.
Offensive incursion is no easy feat.
Yep.
अब नहीं बोलूँगा भाई मैं कौन जीतेगा भाई. दोनों ने दिखा दिया कि भाई कभी भी ये लोग मैच फ्लिप कर सकते हैं. कभी भी.
Mauchi just waiting for contact before he pops the Type 19. And then you got your scopes watching every single outer angle. So lots of investment for Q9 trying to really congest the middle of the map here.
It's got to be so annoying. I'm just getting antsy just thinking about how Q9 are just holding these angles. That's exactly what XROCK want. An elite utility that they might be able to find over by the B bomb site. No trophy systems guarding it. So a wood ring on true, but they're currently stacking up together to try to assault this B bomb site all together. I'll tell you, Chen's about to be in a rude awakening.
He's got an MG though. MG go burst sometimes.
They do.
Smoke out deep. That's going to take the angle away from Wuling. Nade behind that. Defense at mid, starting to rotate over to help on the angle. Chen finds the first before being shut down by Sunyo. Follow-up hit, not fully in yet. They do get a player deep though. Do XROCK. They've scaled through the B site. And now they're trying to see
this round is really crazy.
Through mid, but it's being shut down. Again, Q9's congested of mid-map will work out nicely. And the last hit remaining for XROCK has to come through the up-top platform.
And bomb needs to get recollected. Maz hoping to be able to find a pick, loses their life within the process. Down to Chuan. 1v4, no bomb in hand, decides to push all the way through, gets timing at least a good look at the second, but just gives away the positioning for now, and it gives Q9 the utmost opportunity for the win condition to be set.
XROCK be like, bhai lead nahi lene denge.
Timing through the middle of the map.
Lead nahi lene denge.
Don't give Chuan a chance here as he only has 10
still,
seconds.
bhai, is going 1v3, no chance at all.
Slide shell out, and it's perfect from Q9. Yeah, that's that mid-map.
Open mein pakda gaya.
Works out absolutely perfectly. XROCK anticipated there was going to be maybe more on the site. Not the case. They almost
kya raha hai bhai ye ho kya raha hai bhai.
That's enough for Q9 just to completely collapse on it with some counter.
Dono teams bhai khatarnak.
Can only pay off so long as you win the upcoming gunfights, but when you're holding scopes and irons the way that Q9 worked through the middle of the map, it works out quite wonderfully for them. This time there is some focus through the middle of the map. Very similar offensive setup coming through, actually 1-for-1 if I'm being candid with you, Alan, but the difference here for Q9 is on the defense. Look at the stack around the B bomb site.
Trophy systems this time deny the
corner to corner, हर एक corner check करते हुए आगे जा रहे हैं भाई.
Sunyo, small advantages here at mid. Smoke will separate the B cut, so he can hold the angle a little bit more freely. Desperate nade for Q9 defensively towards mid steps, denied by an offensive trophy. So now we start to get the action towards the actual execute itself, and it's a 5-player stack towards B. Pressure on the way for Q9. As soon as they decide to flash and dash, there's the flash. Here's the dash.
Off guard पकड़ ली. Oh नहीं, damn. भाई कोई मतलब नहीं हुआ भाई. इतना position, इतना aim लेने के बाद भी.
Sunyo still committing towards the bomb plant. Now it's need to get in a better position for a post plant, especially with the scope.
अरे no problem अनुपम भाई. By the way, welcome back, bro.
One player watching the flank. Rushi watching for the hit through the defensive spawn. Nades are being cooked. Can they isolate one of these corners? Flash out first. Nade doesn't quite get to where it needs to. Mauchi takes himself out of the picture. Oh no, he cooks it maybe a little bit too long, or it caught a corner.
भाई फिर से बराबर भाई फिर से बराबर ऐसा कैसे भाई कोई किसी को आगे जाने ही नहीं दे रहा.
Yeah. Slight little mishaps coming through for Q9, who realistically had every single bit of presence that they needed to deny that push, but just comes down to the execution and the unfortunate SD. So Aggressive this time around are XROCK. I mean, they are just straight sprinting through a cut. It's going to be a 1v1 for Chuan. Delayed attempt coming through for the trade. Denied. Shot KRM in the face.
That is how you don't double chow 101.
Q9 के सारे lives हैं. XROCK अपनी 2 lives खो चुका है. अब usually यही होगा. Q9 ये round निकालेगा, उसके बाद XROCK फिर next round निकालेगा. यही होने वाला है क्या? अब शुरू से तो यही होता रहा है.
And Q9 hold a huge numbers advantage.
एक राउंड ये निकालता है, एक राउंड वो निकालता है.
Gets one, gets away, makes this more manageable.
Trying to book it, trying to get back up towards this A street to maybe.
Mine too, bro. Mine too.
Look at the flank coming through. Curly, Q9 so smart. They know they have a slight little bit of an advantage. She's gonna play in this corner and just.
Yeah, Curly knows he doesn't have to do anything here. This is full map control for Q9.
Oh, they're trapped.
Yeah. The only way that this works out for XROCK is if they recognize the potential of someone watching this flank and they try to slide shell everything together.
Right.
But you just wouldn't anticipate them doing that from this position.
I don't want to cut out any possibility of XROCK still watching this. Sunyo is alive. Ma still has a sniper rifle as well. 3v3, 37 seconds remain. The bomb's collected, and the flank's not coming through. Rewrap neither. So Curly might have to get a little activated here. Yeah, here he comes.
Oh, nice shots coming out. Sun able to find the connection with Chen, and then the follow-up is perfect. So Q9 evaluate the threat. They get the map control. They know they've got XROCK completely taken care of and enveloped over towards the A side of the map, and it works out. 5 for the count. XROCK.
Hi, bro. Welcome to the stream, bro. What's up?
The aggression was looking so good until the disjointed double chow. Probably not going to be seeing that again. As it's pretty standardized, just split the map.
अब ये round निकालेगा
XROCK. Middle of the map, not this time around. Just hoping to be able to find some nades, maybe get a little bit of a pop flash, go for a swing. But XROCK love playing all the back of their base. Maybe catching Q9 off guard if they over chow, but they haven't this entire time. They're completely comfortable playing these close corners.
This evaluation for Q9 is really, really smart. They know that the B side has been a little bit more loosely guarded, and so now you put a player deep. That's Chen, shotgun in hand at mid steps. He could also re-wrap a play if there is an execute on B. So they're looking to kind of play off of quick contact, but it's
wow, what a
over
shot.
The A side of the map, opening shots towards Rushi were good, but not good enough as the first blood is tallied, and Q9 are dealing with this play towards A, but it's just a fake. This is expensive from XROCK.
They stun-naded over the top, got the information, didn't like what they saw from those hit markers, and now they're going to try to re-wrap through mid. Curly's playing a timing with a Type 19 through the middle of the map, fully aware of what's happening.
Defense
still looks like over here at B.
Yeah, Chen's moved. He's got himself a shotgun watching for the drop down. Can XROCK get a flash in sight? There are no trophies nearby to keep Chen safe.
Both of them are good.
But he's also playing a very odd off angle. A beautiful look at how this hit is going to develop. What is still available for XROCK? Here comes the walk down, not even bothering with the sprint. Up and over.
Wow, wow.
No
damn, bro.
Involved. Looking for more. Q9 have completely overwhelmed the shot. Ma by himself. Almost. Yeah, he gets the second. Good reset. Tag down low.
2v1.
1v2 situation. Isolates, gets him down to half, but can't finish. Q9 around
Chalo, finally, someone is with the lead. Q9.
History doomed to repeat itself here for Q9. Will they take down XROCK again in such similar time where they were at CDSI in that best of 7? Just one round away from doing so. XROCK have had no response on the offense so far, so they're just going to go straight towards the same lane and probably hit it relatively fast.
Yeah, I think the thing about this is you know for a fact what this sniper angle looks like. Deep trophy system in play. Smoke over towards the backside of the site. Nades, secondary smoke, also placed towards back truck. XROCK looking like they want to commit. Another trophy on towards the site. This would be good to at least allow a plant to come through. Can Q9 contest? Do they want to? Secondary nades are good. Stops the plant. Sun still holding the angle. Doesn't get the first look. It's chaos around the front, but XROCK are winning on the trade. Just down to 1. Sun for the win. He's got the 1v1. Can he find a way to isolate this? He knows that Sunyo's
1v1 situation, guys. 1v1. Katay intense.
And Sunyo's gonna reset.
Sun's just gonna elect to play the angle. Oh, this timing is about to be immense.
Sun with the Odin.
On the corner.
Sun for the
and he's with this.
Oh.
Yes.
He finds the angle. Q9 takes down the #1 seed and their rival from China to punch the first ticket in the grand finals.
Happened at CDSI. It happens
so guys, Q9 ने ये round निकाल लिया.
distance.
XROCK, nice try, guys. Nice try. Well played.
Written off. Should this go to 5? Not the case at all. So prepared for Kurahana Metropolis. So prepared just to play the patient game and just wait for all of the mistakes that XROCK were throwing their way continuously through all of 11 rounds worth of play. Q9 on that defense were electric.
Wow. And you can even see the deliberation, the debate happening of what went wrong for XROCK on those last couple of rounds. Regardless of it, this is a team that was very patient, having a great end of the year 2023, but missing out on qualification for the champs. They come back into this year with an absolute fury, dominating their opponents, taking the edge over their rivals throughout the regular season. But when
Bhai,
it matters
kya
most,
match
that's
tha, bhai,
the
what a
inside.
match.
And here at World Champs, they could not best Q9, and they will finish at a top 4 standing.
What else can you possibly say? I mean, they
Like
have
Q9
everything
लेकिन
to
starting में
offer.
dominate
Also
कर रहा
from the
था, at the
sniping,
end
from the oppression that was coming through from Curly and the
seat
respawns,
तो हमें लेके जाएंगे भाई.
ruling with the war machine of the respawns, but then you just cannot give enough praise. Chen
Honey
with the
bhai.
shotgun displacing a handful of different
XROCK
members
to
of XROCK
Gio.
continuously, and then also the sniping and the overall grit that was coming through from Mauchi and Sun. Just absolute spectacle to have for
Yep,
themselves.
Ghostpa.
Q9 are grand finals bound.
I mean, you said it yourself, Shift. Bare minimum, making your way through to the next stage of the competition was a $90,000 performance. And that is exact. Honestly, I feel like that's what we got out of both of these teams. They were fighting tooth and nail
Hey Janvi,
to
welcome
try
to the
and make
stream.
their way through to the finals. This is the closest back and forth we've seen up here on the main stage the entire weekend. This was such a well-fought battle on
क्या
behalf
लगता
of these
है
teams.
अभी
It's
next match
unfortunate
होने
that
वाला
one
है
does have to go
Elevate
home,
और
but
Galorys के बीच में.
holy, that was a great way to kick off
Who's
the
gonna
weekend.
win?
It's just one of those things that this
Today.
very well could have been a grand finals. I mean, it has been many times before, so it's one of those situations that it's going to feel really painful to see XROCK finish.
Me
with the
too,
top
Nova.
4 next
Me
to
too,
them,
going
when
with
they
the
very well
Elevate.
may be the second best team here, and we're just never going to know. It's just the nature of a world championship coming down to do or die pretty much the entire way through. So it takes a lot of guts, I think, for Q9 to step up at a map 5 after being blown out of the 4th map, have the resiliency, have the trust, and see Sun win the game in a 1v2 going 11-6. Huge carry potential right there.
I mean, we were one just opportunity away from this actually ending in 4, and it's not even funny. 4 seconds was the differential on that
Correct.
map number 1, and this very much so could have ended by the 4th map, given how the other ones ended up working.
All right, well, we have to do some celebratory interviews over here as we do have one of our 2 grand finalists ready to go. So I believe we have Beef Mommy standing by.
Thank you so much, Glitter. My goodness, what a phenomenal win. Again, we have the Emperor Uli right here on the stage. I guess when it comes to the gameplay, I know it's not just you, it's a whole team effort. But can you give one teammate that gave the biggest impact here on your entire series up against XROCK?
赢得了这场比赛，刚刚这一场比赛里面，除了你以外，你觉得你的队友哪一位表现得比较出色？
我觉得我们今天每一个人都很出色，然后这整个过程并不顺利，然后我觉得现在这一个时刻我非常的激动，因为这是我第一次打进世界赛的总决赛。然后包括今年这一次世界赛对我也是一个很大的挑战，因为我现在是队伍里面所有模式的指挥。
Guys, let me know on the poll who's gonna win the next round, Elevate or the Galorys.
用言语来描述我的心情，但是我想说的是，比赛还没有结束，下一场还有对手在等着我们，所以我们要拼尽全力。对。
It's a tough year for my team because we've never made it this far. I cannot express myself enough. But we're really excited about this event.
And of course, a well-deserved placing for Q9. Last year, they had a very difficult run. It was just a
इसने पूछा था कि कौन सा एक प्लेयर है जो तुम्हारा टीम में जो XROCK के अगेंस्ट बहुत अच्छा खेला, पर उसने उस क्वेश्चन का जवाब ही नहीं दिया भाई. इग्नोर. बेइज्जती भाई, बेइज्जती.
如果是我的话。
I don't think we need translation for that, my dude, but let's give it to him. Let's go. He chose Elevate to be in the grand finals.
भाई Q9 को भी पता है भाई, हम एलिवेट से फाइट करने
Time
वाले हैं.
across it off. XROCK. Oh, he doesn't want. You can do whatever you want. Do whatever you want, my dude. Hearts across the board. Of course, for these Eastern teams. Brotherhood right there. We love to see it. Thank you so much. Good luck on your matchup later on. But of course, like what I already pegged, we still got Galorys and Elevate for our next set of matches. You wouldn't want to miss this.
嗨，大家好，我们是来自中国的琴酒俱乐部，然后这一次我们来参加亚特兰大的使命召唤世界锦标赛，然后这一次我们的目标就是比去年做得更好，并且争取夺到最后的总冠军。琴酒，加油！
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
5 मिनट में चालू होने वाला है. Matches will start after 5 minutes, so it's a break time. चलो. Okay, Pirates, let me check. Okay, Jax. होगा probably next year होने वाला है. Let's see. Congratulations, Pirates. Jax, check your inbox. I have sent you the codes. Go redeem your BP.
不是，为啥画廊得动呀？我在金库。B 小两个，B 小两个，B 包两个，有个人 B 包一个喷，查选，B 包喷了一个。可惜。
Yes, the winners are selected in the basis of watch time.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, where we are in our final day of competition here. Only one more semifinals matchup away from determining the top 2 squads in the world, the 2 teams that will be battling it out for that trophy that we see there on the stage. And of course, a huge thank you to Monster Energy, one of our amazing partners, helping us put on the event all weekend long. And it's been a fantastic event so far, to be sure. My name is Glitter Explosion, and we've got new boys.
Jax bro, already आपको send कर दिया, आपको code आपके inbox check कर लो.
Semifinals match number 2. Now, before we do that, though, let's talk about what we just saw. That was one of the most insane matchups back and forth. And I do need to give Brody some credit here. He was the only person, when I said I was going to go back and check what the boys said in the green room, Brody did say Q9.
Yeah, and the reason I said that, of course, because that was a rematch of the CDSI upper bracket finals. That went the distance as well, and that was a Q9 victory. And look, I know that XROCK have been playing well phenomenally all weekend long, but I just had a feeling, man.
We can't give them too much credit all of the time, though. Let's just rein it in from the Brody part. No, but at the same time, I think, we were all having the conversation backstage of how close this game could be. We all had it go on map number 5. Yeah. I had it XROCK as well. But yeah, you just kind of shows at this level of the competition, everybody is so close.
Yeah, and that means that we've got one team in the finals, still one to yet be determined, which we're about to get into now. In order to do that, though, we need to get our teams on the stage.
The princes of the Philippines were crowned kings at CDSI. Now looking for further ascension, the Red Rebellion will be Galorys, the battalion from Brazil, Galorys! And here are those princes. Hailing from the Philippines, they were
कल का एक विनर का नाम तो अनाउंस हो गया, वो है पायरेट. एंड देखते हैं और कौन-कौन है.
Some more hype for our squads as they're getting themselves now onto the stage set up and ready to go for semifinals match number 2. Sure to be another close back and forth between these 2 teams. I think that we've somehow ended up with one of the most exciting outcomes we could have gotten here for our semifinals. Talk to me about how you think this is going to go. Obviously, we've got Galorys up there. We have Elevate. Let's start with talking about Galorys.
Yeah, Galorys, I think, are a team. Again, we've kind of had this conversation point about Galorys the entire weekend, haven't we? An underrated team by many, and now that's definitely no longer the case, because over the last couple of days, we've seen them make market improvements. Even coming into this weekend, they're like a totally different search and destroy squad, albeit, again, it's a small asterisk to that with the battlegrounds that they played on the most part of day number 1. But still, it was very clear improvements from Latin America. Season 5. But then, of course, we get into yesterday, and it looks like they've also kind of fixed Hardpoint as well. So I think Galorys here are a roster that could go all the way.
Yeah, I mean, look, everybody was talking about China, and everybody was talking about Elevate throughout the entire build-up of this tournament. But there was always that asterisk next to Galorys. After their performance at Mobile Masters, could they actually go and push that a little bit further? But I think everyone would have probably had them around top 4, top 5. This is where, if they can take it to the next level, where they start to exceed a lot of people's expectations. But I think a lot of us have to remember what Galorys did in Mobile Masters. It's arguable that they fumbled that final just a little bit.
Yeah, they absolutely did. A reminder again, in groups, they actually did end up beating their eventual finalists in Q9.
Q9 was the round.
That final, they got absolutely stomped. So Galorys, while they did chuckle that grand final, they are capable of taking down gods.
And honestly, we've seen all weekend long so far, anytime Galorys has kind of had their feet held to the fire, they've thrived under that pressure. So they could potentially do some massive things here. And one of those people that has been doing massive things already, we've seen him in our top 5 time and time again for individual stats, it's Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas has turned up for sure over the last couple of days, right? I mean, he's just doing the regular things. I've got to give a shout out to Sporting Castlo. Everyone has kind of got up to his level. But yesterday, I think it was during the final Hardpoint versus Luminosity, that is where we saw the godlike Lucas that we saw back at Mobile Masters. This is why he is considered one of the best players in the world. A conversation we're going to go back to over and over again. If Galorys win this event, Lucas is the best player in the world.
100%. I think, you know, this guy comes in every single time. We have that expectation of him. But again, at the same point, we kind of just touched on that. The rest of the team have really been pulling their weight during this event. It has been mostly about Lucas when he's needed to be,
Mac,
but when he hasn't necessarily been performing, the rest of the team have been filling in.
And when they've been filling in, they also have been breaking things. And if you guys know what I'm talking about, we're going to show you a clip from yesterday.
No
when
problem,
the
Jax.
Galorys really came out. They had a massive clutch, and it may or may not have resulted in the breaking of a desk here, Brody. Have you ever seen that before?
No, I haven't actually, to be fair. Then again, I've not been at many World Championships, but still, one desk broken, that's arguably the most damage he's done all weekend long, and he's been doing a lot of damage. So, yeah, 4K, I mean, you know, fair play. Sometimes you get in the heat in the moment, you get passionate.
I didn't see where he actually broke it there. He must have kicked it.
He like slammed it, I think.
Oh, did he when he slammed? Yeah. We should have maybe got stronger desk. But irrelevant of that, Foggy, yes, okay, very, very aggressive player. We love to see that
desk ही तोड़ दिया था भाई.
Yeah, definitely learned for next year. We'll be reinforcing all of the desks in preparation for the World Championship passion. But of course, we have to talk about the other side of our stage. That is Elevate, one of the only 2 teams that came out of Swiss undefeated ton, now facing off against Galorys.
They're coming in as the favorites for the tournament. They obviously most recently at CDSI took the win. And that was a huge tournament for them to find, especially in the route that they had to do it. Had to drop down the losers, fight their way back, but they got the job done. And CDSI means a lot in the grand scheme of things coming into this tournament. It is the quote-unquote best regions in the game going up against each other, and they conquered that tournament. It is more so pressure on them in this game, though, and that's kind of something we do want to touch on when it does come down to Elevate. The expectations are fully behind them, rather than on the side of Galorys.
Yeah, absolutely. Elevate have definitely got a weight on their shoulders now. That losers bracket run at CDSI was phenomenal. They literally took out everybody that was an important add to that tournament, and the way that they did it fired the respawns. They did not lose a single respawn in bracket play at CDSI, and here at this event, I mean, what, they've lost 1 control, I think is the only respawn that they've lost. That is insane. Look, their S&D might need work, and we'll talk about that as we get into this best of 5, but I mean, if you're just consecutively winning the respawns over and over again, do you even really need it?
I mean, so far they haven't seemed to, but now we're getting into the tougher parts of the competition.
क्या पता हो भी सकता है वो डिपेंड करता है कि टाइप सिस्टम को वो लोग कैसा बफ देते हैं अभी के बफ के हिसाब से उतना भी कुछ एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी परफॉर्म नहीं कर रहा है वो.
I thoroughly believe after seeing CDSI, PJ is the best SMG player in the world right now, and that is a big call to make. A lot of people always focus on the AR.
No problem, Jax, bro.
PJ is a
By the way,
phenomenal
thanks for
player.
joining this
He's
stream,
one of
bro.
the fastest players in the game, and he is so damn annoying to deal with when he's coming at you.
All right, well, we've gotten to highlight our teams here just a little bit. So everyone at home, I hope you're prepared for this one, because this is arguably even more evenly matched than the first one already was. It's going to be a banger yet again. I know you want to start talking about these maps here, Brody, because you got some points. You kind of alluded to it a little bit already. Here are the head-to-head map stats that we've got for these 2 teams.
Yeah, for sure. Again, you know, Galorys Search and Destroy has been their bread and butter this weekend. If Elevate their weaknesses in Search and Destroy, you kind of figure out, right, well, that's where Galorys need to get into this best of 5. It has to be the Search and Destroy. The question then becomes, does the map set as we get into this best of 5 actually favor that narrative? Are they going to be able to take the Search and Destroys away? Because, Tom, we've been talking a lot about Takeoff Search and Destroy being the battlegrounds.
Yeah, Takeoff Search and Destroy very much gone. As soon as it was possible for the side of Elevate, we will get, of course, into the maps in just a second. But this just does very much paint the picture of this game. The Hardpoint should go Elevate's way. The S&D, you would like to think, goes Galorys' way as well. But both these teams are more than capable of beating the other on each and every game mode. So you would think that it's really about the control, but I would say we probably lean towards Elevate on that game mode specifically as well. But we'll talk about it a little bit more when we do get into the actual maps. It's such a hard one to call, but here they are. And it does offer some questions on.
Yeah, it absolutely does. So we look over towards this best of 5 again, and there are a couple of questions I think for Galorys, right? You know, actually to give you guys a bit of an insight as to what the vetoes look like. Standoff Hardpoint, the best Hardpoint.
Finally, we'll see some Tunisia action in Search and Destroy.
A map which you can definitely take down Elevate, and they took neither of those maps. That's a decision I think that you kind of have to question, right? What is the thought process for Galorys here?
So, I mean, we were having a back and forth about this. There has to be a reason. Look, they know themselves better than we do, absolutely. And they must have a reason as to why they want to see them on Tunisia and they want to see them on Hacienda. It may well just be comfortability from this actual tournament, saying to themselves, okay, well, we just want a Hacienda 250 to 249. We're gassed to play that again. Let's get us back into it. Or do they see a weakness potentially in Elevate on those maps?
Yeah, the problem for me, though, is you've allowed the Tunisia through, and that is by far and away, at least from my perspective, Elevate's best Search and Destroy maps. So you've had a choice there between playing Fire and Range and Tunisia. I don't know what they saw in the Fire and Range.
Hi, Nemis. Welcome to the stream, bro. Kya haal hai?
Enough to get Tunisia into this best of 5 at the start of this series as well. That is a difficult choice you've had to make.
I have one more potential theory. It's a pure ego chal. Let's just do it. We'll go into it in the semi-finals. We want to beat them on their best maps. We'll go into the grand final straight after that, no problem.
Well, we talked about this throughout the year as well, the whole competitive year. The matchup starts in the veto process. Before you even get into that first map, are you playing those mind games? Are you paying attention to your opponent's strengths and weaknesses, like you guys were saying? And there is always the potential to fumble those choices and kind of already set the pace before you've even begun. So I like the points that you guys are making. It'll be interesting to see what that means for these teams in the long run, but I want to know what your thoughts are on that as far as these predictions go. Then who's going to be winning this one, heading their way into grand finals, now that we also know the map set?
I've been a little bold here.
Ooh.
I have gone for 3-2 Galorys. Now, it's just a case of them getting to that map 5, and I know Brody's going to disagree with me. I've know his prediction. I've seen it before. But he will agree with me in the sense that if it goes map 5, Galorys could win.
Yeah, and I think kind of the theory craft behind that, right, is that Galorys will be looking to take the hard points in this series. It's going to be so difficult to do the Search and Destroy, and then at least one of the hard points away. You want to steal that. That's kind of your way into the series. It's just getting that away from Elevate that's a question for me. My kind of the way I'm looking at this is I think Galorys will be able to take the Search and Destroy, despite the fact that it's on Tunisia, but those respawns, you are not doing it against Elevate.
All right. Definitely
क्या mention करना है Paris, bro?
Here for it, okay? Because on the flip side of that, 3 people went for XROCK in the last match, except Brody, who went with Q9, and Q9's who we have now in
this
the
match
final.
के लिए तो I'm going with the Elevate.
Outside of your town, okay?
It's all right. I'm confident in my conviction. Confident in my conviction.
Finance के लिए भी मेरा वो Elevate के लिए है. I think Elevate win this match.
Ready to get underway. Let us know your thoughts in chat. Who you think is going to be the second team in our grand finals? Because it's time to find out who that is.
Well, here we go. Q9 await the victor of this second semi-final. An Apocalypse to kick things off here. Elevate, one of their favorite maps. For me, heading into this one, Galorys have to just make sure they come into it nice and steady. We've seen what Elevate can do on Apocalypse against a very, very good team, and what we've seen them do yesterday with 135 points on the board before their opponents even got a sniff.
Yeah, it was a horrible time for Wolves, that much was for sure. Elevate, this is no surprise to anybody at home, their pick in towards this best of 5. So
Hi Shura, welcome to the stream. कैसे हो? मैं एकदम ठीक हूँ. बताओ तुम कैसे हो?
That would be a phenomenal start to this semi-final. It is going to be Galorys though, kicking things off first here, and of course, most importantly, they are on the better side of the map for the rotation towards New when it inevitably gets there.
Yeah, and it really can help when it does come down to this map specifically. We know how strong that P2 can be, and getting yourself a nice little lead on this map is nothing that you want to try and turn down when you do get that opportunity. So let's see if Galorys can keep a hold of those spawns. And I think for them, it has to be that concentration, but you can't just put all your eggs in that basket. You still have to fight for P1 time, which is what Elevate do. They already have 20 on the board.
Yeah, now the start of the challenge for New though. Already pushing through.
Championship खेलना बहुत stress वाला scene है, bro. इतना stress नहीं लिया जाएगा मुझसे. That's why मैं नहीं खेलता.
Reinforcements here. You will soon be challenged by Elevate. If you can win these gunfights as well, that would be everything. Surely not Susano too. No, that's a little bit too much to ask for. And with that, Elevate should have the spawns.
So the advantage that Galorys would have had heading into this
No problem, Nemis, bro. No problem.
A P2 rotation, fully belonging to the side of Elevate. 33 points on the board for them. Now it's going to grow substantially Unless Galorys can find a way through, Hen and Lucasian starting to combine well and be a push through from the middle of the map. They're trying to get a hold of the spawns towards the back. Big gunfights coming in, and they can just about win them. So Galorys have an opportunity here. Spawns coming in towards the back. Elevate will be out for a few seconds. 40 seconds to go. Spawns in.
असरा ब्रो नहीं, मैं कल से ठीक से गेम को खोला भी नहीं है. मैं ऐड कर लूंगा सबको. आज तो वैसे भी लास्ट है. सब आप सबको ऐड कर लूंगा. नो प्रॉब्लम बताओ.
From Elevate now, can Fokke do anything with the R9? No. Will get shut down, but those spawns still good for Galorys.
Still very close here, though. If you're the side of Elevate, they managed to get through the tomb side very, very quickly. But it will be
Elevate is leading this round, guys.
Skills on the secondary push. But this is all going to be for around 20 seconds. They've taken their time, did the right thing, but they need to make sure they get this time. They haven't quite got rid of Elevate yet.
Yeah, Elevate still fighting this one from the front. They have now done enough to actually push them out, but Elevate will hit this over and over again. Susano taking Pabzera down is now going to leave just one left inside the hard point. That's Fokke, and they go as well. So Elevate happy with
भाई Elevate घुसने ही नहीं दे रही भाई.
Fighting tooth and nail for that scrap time means
बाहर से टाटा.
First look at the new hard point here. Galorys now hoping that this flanking play from a couple of players is going to work out, because you're losing numbers around the front of the point. Those players in the flank were red as well. Elevate have just made the perfect rotation from PT to V3.
Now we're seeing a really good reason as to why Elevate
ने दूसरा हार्ड पॉइंट भी बहुत ही इजी तरीके से कैप्चर कर लिया भाई. एकदम इजी.
So fluid in their movement and so efficient when they need to be. But it's a nice break coming in from Galorys, but we need to get themselves inside of the point here. 35 seconds remaining on P3. You can pick up some decent time here. It's not necessarily the biggest banker, but Elevate are going to go in there and prove otherwise. There's 4 or 5 kills falling their way. It's a complete team wipe. They get themselves back in. It feels like Galorys are sometimes finding the kills and not quite getting in the hill.
Yeah, and this has been a problem for Galorys in the past. I think, you know, back in even the Latin America's SPS Season 5, it was a problem where maybe Galorys, I mean, the slaying has never been their issue, but maybe being effective, that slaying has been, and you can't do that against a squad like Elevate that are so damn potent in Hardpoint. They are considered the best Hardpoint team in the world for a reason. And right now, they're showing off against Galorys.
Kanish bhai, team change. No problem, bro. Elevate hai aisa team.
Grow out from Caleb.
Okay, Nemes bro, I'll try, bro.
Doing so, Susano there alongside of him. Yobby, everybody just doing their jobs right now. Elevate all looking absolutely flawless here on Championship Sunday. 120 and rising. Elevate not struggling whatsoever. Galorys, we thought they may well come into this with another, I want to say, an impetus to try and find that map number 1. They absolutely will have to, but they
Elevate with a huge lead. और अभी भी lead ले रहा है.
But I think Apocalypse was just such an uphill battle to kick off this series. It was always going to be. And Elevate, they know it. They're in commanding control of this game. Galorys haven't even had a sniff at really anything. This entire game thus far, the slaying just has not been there.
Stream will last approx 5 to 6 hours.
But you've got the likes of PJ and Chloe, 18 apiece, 19 now for PJ. Elevate are outslaying them at every single turn. And Galorys, I mean, they just have absolutely nothing to say about it.
They've been beaten to a pulp across the entirety of Apocalypse so far.
भाई contest भी नहीं करने दे रहे भाई. घुसना तो दूर की बात.
Seconds behind by the time we do get over to the second rotation, but a full 60 puts you back into this game and then some. Galorys need to find that slaying ability though. Starting to get a few operators a little bit later online, but they need to find
starting से ही थे क्या? अच्छा हनी था ना XROCK और आपने कहा था start होने के बाद. Okay, okay.
In there as well. They'll be pushing the issue for the spawns if they possibly can. Still spawning out if you are Elevate, but you're getting some crucial time.
Yeah, the thing is here, right, is you kind of can't focus too much on the spawns. There's still 40 seconds.
भाई Galorys का 23 points के ऊपर गया ही नहीं.
40 seconds away. I mean, it's basically a death sentence.
और Elevate भाई 185 bro. भाई 50 तो पहुंचो गैलरी. यार Galorys
are in danger here. I mean, there's no point saying the differential between these two teams' scoreline right now, because it just continues to grow by the second.
Every single time you think Galorys may have found a break, you look up to the top of your screens and see 3 points on the board. They barely got a second over the last 3 hills.
Galorys का काम खत्म.
Starting to run away with this one if they weren't already. P2 rotation belongs to them. Every single thing that could be going right for Elevate is
Galorys not even able to look at the hard point right now. You got to hit this one.
भाई हार्ड पॉइंट या एक पॉइंट नहीं बढ़ा भाई. 23 का 23 कब से है भाई. और यहाँ पे 212 खत्म है गेम. गैलरी, अरे हाँ यार इनका नाम ही थोड़ा वियर्ड सा है. गैलरी निकलता है भी मुंह से.
split those spawns.
Galorys have managed to get themselves 2 seconds over the last 3 or 4 hills, and now Kalos
No chance. Comeback का कोई chance नहीं है. अब कुछ करना है तो तुमको upcoming rounds में ही करना पड़ेगा. इस round पे कुछ नहीं हो सकता. Elevate ये round नहीं छोड़ेगा.
For the start of a semi-final here, Elevate are putting the pain down on Galorys. Pabzera, couple of kills though. Galorys trying to hold on here. Elevate, they're still looking at a contest because why not at this stage of the game? Pabzera will find more with that War Machine. Elevate can't finish things here regardless, but Yoppie and PJ, the subs are getting it done for Elevate. They want to get this time.
Galorys have to rotate, they have to find something.
Elevate ने वापस से hardpoint ले लिया guys. वापस से.
They are so far behind. They're about to possibly get 40 point clubbed if they can't find a rotation over towards P3, which is about to pop in 8 seconds. Elevate have just been indomitable throughout the entirety of the map, and this is.
हाँ भाई ये same exactly. Vitality और Ancient के बीच में ऐसा ही मैच था भाई.
Elevate just 11 seconds away from putting a stamp in map number 1 versus Galorys.
एकदम भाई. Comeback का भाई सोच भी नहीं सकते ये लोग. इसलिए hardpoint में भी नहीं जा रहे क्या? भाई at least 50 तो touch करो भाई. At least 50. भाई 40. भाई क्या ही खेला भाई. क्या ही खेले भाई Elevate. GG's for Elevate guys.
They barely even spawned in. Elevate are here to play on Sunday.
But table will must
find themselves in the lead in this series up against Galorys. That was as one-sided as we've literally seen across.
What a match, guys! What a match!
That is, yeah. I mean, that is possibly the most one-sided hardpoint in a professional game of Call of Duty Mobile at this level, mind you. Even at any level, right? I think we've seen all year.
भाई ये दिखाओ मेरे को Elevate में. ये चलो Elevate का तो समझ में आता है. Galorys में hardpoint में कौन कितने टाइम गया है भाई? ये दिखाओ मेरे को भाई.
That never happens. And that goes to show you just how good Elevate are, not just at Hardpoint, but specifically at Apocalypse. They showboated it yesterday versus Wolves. Today, I mean, it's even worse.
I think Galorys would be heading into this map knowing to themselves.
Yep, winners will play against Q9.
This is going to be a tough one, absolutely.
Winners of this round.
They would have thought they would have got beat 250 to 40 though. That could be a real confidence dent there, but that was always going to be the case heading into that first map. It was always going to be tough for Galorys. Didn't think it'd be that tough.
Yeah, that's a brutal start to the series.
भाई hardpoint कुछ players तो भाई 10 seconds भी नहीं जा पाए और बाकी किसी का भी 20+ seconds नहीं है भाई hardpoint में. 20 seconds भी नहीं है भाई. 10 seconds, 3 seconds भाई. ये 3 second वाला कौन है भाई? 18 seconds, 14 seconds and 7 seconds भाई. खत्म भाई. खत्म कहानी.
We've been talking a lot about
Hey Solo, welcome to the stream. Hey Justin, welcome to the stream. What's up, bro?
To these matches. This is one of those situations where no, Lucasen is the only one slaying out, and everybody else is just struggling versus Elevate.
Let's see क्या होता है upcoming SND or control map.
I mean, it's almost like you want to speak about the time in Hill, but I mean, Galorys really just weren't there very often, were they? Well, it's not necessarily the start we would have expected in that manner. Okay, Elevate winning that one, yes. But the way that it's been going, you would have thought that Galorys would have put a bit of a better fight yesterday. They looked so much better in that hard point. But Elevate showing exactly what they're made of in that game mode in particular. Now Galorys will be looking towards the rest of the series. They have to put that one to the back.
Punisher bro, अभी मैंने फिलहाल
in that way, can you do that?
Yeah, and this is my worry when we even looked at the kind of the best of 5, right?
एक person को BP का redeem code send कर चुका हूँ और वो है Jax. Jax को मैंने BP का redeem code send कर दिया.
But this first 3 maps is a rough one for Galorys. You start with the Apocalypse hardpoint, where I think you kind of almost knew that was going to happen. Maybe not to that extent, but we knew that something like that was going to happen as we get into this best of 5. Next up now, you have made things more difficult for yourselves by allowing Tunisia search and destroy through, by not getting that out of the way and going for the firing range instead. I genuinely believe that if firing range search and destroy was a pick, I'd feel a lot more confident if I was Galorys right now. Maybe they feel confident in the amount of VOD that they've got on Elevate, on Tunisia search and destroy, but still that's difficult. And then of course for the third and final map in that triage, Arsenal control, and we've seen Galorys make mistakes on that
भाई,
over the last couple of days. So
Galorys तो भाई बहुत ही ज़्यादा टेंशन में होगा भाई कि ये क्या हो गया भाई. अब तक के सारे मैचेस में इन्होंने बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से डोमिनेट किया भाई, पर इस मैच में उनको पता चला है भाई जो एलिवेट है ऐसे ही फाइनल्स में नहीं पहुंची है भाई. What a game, guys! What a game, भाई.
Still have yet to lose a search and destroy at this tournament. And this will be their ace in the hole. This is absolutely what they need to find.
Yep, truly.
Put it this way, if Galorys
भाई
lose this
बहुत ही
map,
ज़्यादा
I do
stressful
not see a
रहता
way
है,
into them,
बहुत
into the
ही
series
ज़्यादा.
whatsoever for them. They absolutely must find the search and destroy.
See, part of me thinks that maybe Galorys, you know, they walked away from yesterday's Arsenal control versus Luminosity, and they were like, and again, we'll talk about that more in depth in just a moment here, but they were like, all right, this is clearly where we went wrong. We're going to play it in tomorrow's series, and we're going to go on with those kind of
Tunisia
learnings. But
search and
again,
destroy,
I mean,
वाह,
Tunisia
ये
is
होगा
such a
मजा.
for me, it really is. You know,
इस
allowing it in
मैप
is
से तो
a
मैक्सिमम
really
सभी
weird
लोग
one.
फेमिलियर
And
होंगे.
let's be clear, there aren't really any good search and destroy maps.
और मेरे को नहीं लगता कि इस मैप में किसी भी टीम के लिए डिसएडवांटेज रहा होगा. ये मैप हर एक टीम के लिए होगा और हर एक टीम को इस मैप को अच्छी तरीके से देख रहा होगा.
More difficult for themselves. But let's talk a little bit about what they have to do then as we get into this Tunisia to actually come out on top. And for me, it has to be the sniper
Hey
pressure
vibes,
coming
welcome to
through
the stream, bro.
from Galorys. You've got to have Lucas in going off for those first picks, I think, if you want any chance of stopping Elevate getting into the sites.
Well, let's see if they can find it. We'll be loading in
भाई
just a moment
Galorys
to map
सर्च एंड
number 2.
डिस्ट्रॉय में कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा.
It's been a
नहीं
shot
करा
shot
तो
for
भाई
Galorys. They'll have to just regain that composure.
तुमसे थोड़ी उम्मीद थी
Say
भाई,
yourself, okay,
वो
no
भी
problem.
खत्म.
We go on to our comfort pick now in the search and destroy as we head over towards Tunisia. The first time, at least for me this weekend, we haven't seen too much of it. I think we were so used to seeing so much of it over the entirety of the season in Europe and North America. We see it a lot more over there. But now, of course, getting a see for these two teams. Interested to see how the picks are going to work. You're very right,
Nah,
Legend
today is
going to
the
be
final
involved
day.
with that sniper rifle.
आज ही हमको पता चलेगा कि
Have an answer.
Call of Duty Mobile 2024 का चैंपियन कौन सी टीम है.
Because the way they collapse on towards hills as a roster, they do not care. They full send it. And if you take that approach to offense, you will also be good. Fortunately enough, though, for Galorys, they will start things off on the offense. They'll be the ones deciding how the pace of this game will be going to kick things off. And already here, Galorys starting to make their move towards.
क्या लगता है कौन सी टीम का फर्स्ट ब्लड जाएगा? कौन सी टीम का? जल्दी बताओ, जल्दी बताओ. फर्स्ट ब्लड जाने से पहले जल्दी बताओ. कौन सी टीम का पहले जाएगा? गैलरीज और एलिवेट. गैल बोलेंगे भाई, इसका नाम गलत हो जाता है, मैं गैल बोलूंगा आपसे. समझ जाना तुम लोग.
As time has gone on, teams
Gals.
have started to
हाँ,
figure
ये
out this
सही
attack
रहेगा.
a little bit more. Let's see how well Galorys have figured it out. Looks like it is their primary target, but both two teams happy to
भाई
play passive.
दोनों टीम भाई फुल ऑन पैसिव खेल रही है, फुल ऑन पैसिव.
Galorys do not want to be the ones to make a first move here. I know that first blood for Elevate.
गैल समझ चुकी है भाई हम किसके अगेंस्ट खेल रहे हैं, तो वो लोग कोई भी गलत मूव नहीं लेने वाले, स्पेशली इन एसएनडी. मुझे लग तो ये रहा है कि गैल्स का ही फर्स्ट ब्लड जाएगा. लेट्स सी.
So Galorys could well get some good timing here, but you've got to take out PJ before something. There's the opening snipe. Kendi out for the play.
नहीं यार, एलिवेट का गया.
3-1 split. PJ has a lot to do here on A.
But Galorys, they don't know where Elevate are right now. They find the pick, and now they start to move. PJ, what can he find?
Oh यार, ये usually ये points में तो हर कोई ना कोई रहता ही है.
Where PJ is, Susanna will find another one, but the trade's going in Galorys' favor. They've been so clean in the search and destroy. They were patient, and it worked out for them.
1v2 situation.
They are now left in a 1 versus 2. Be a 1 versus 3 if he can pull it off. The bomb is now down. Lukashin and Foki.
Bro, what a nade.
To hold this.
Connect हो जाता अगर वो थोड़ी देर और वहाँ रुक जाता.
Hard situation to try
this map is really good.
Kilo at this stage, just taking his time.
Usually हर एक एसएनडी प्लेयर इस मैप को अच्छी तरीके से जानता है. कौन से कॉर्नर्स है, कौन सी पोजीशंस है, कौन सी नेट करने का एंगल है.
Has he just spotted him out? Do they know? Do they know what's got here? Oh, it doesn't matter. Double shots from coming in from Galorys, nicely done, and they took a little bit longer than I would have liked to get on towards the site. They do it nonetheless. They work the numbers to.
Hey Ahmed, welcome to the stream, bro.
Just nice and patient. That's all they needed to do. So they're happy to take their time, and I wonder if that will give Elevate a reason to maybe push forward this time. Seems like a very similar setup, at least on the defensive side. Galorys yet to really make a push in any which direction.
कौन देने वाला है फर्स्ट ब्लड?
towards the B side, but you can see Galorys
जल्दी
starting
बताओ.
to scout out towards that side of the map as well. If Lukashin can find a pick once again, it makes the difference. But Susano pushes forward and gets caught. First blood for Elevate.
And this is where I was concerned for Galorys here on the offense. You've now lost that first blood, and you kind of find yourself stuck in the water, right? Because Tunisia is so difficult on the offense to penetrate the sites anyway. Now you got to do it a man down. Galorys will be pushing through the middle of the map here. And this is a lot to do for Yoppy. He has the right weapon for it.
Did they see him? Did Yoppy see them? Because if not, then he has pretty much got here scot-free. Lukashin now waiting for the pressure to come in on the other side, and it comes, and he is dealt with. Well played from Elevate. They knew that the pressure was coming in from down low, so now they were back on down, and now they have them entirely surrounded.
Yeah, Galorys, though, they've got control of the site here, so they'll be happy with that. Elevate needs to get back in.
Kennedy finds one. Foki and Pabzera can answer back though with two of their own, and now all of a sudden can Foki find anything else? He cannot. PJ will take him down. It's down now left to Pabzera. So back and forth on this site, but the thing is that was good.
They
realized that the push was coming through the double doors, so they push out towards Lukashin.
Pabzera's got out though. He's now no longer pinned in from Susano, so he's got options here. 30 seconds on the clock. If you can grab that bomb and get the hell out of dodge, you'll be all right.
That's a good nade. That's a good nade. They're both very, very weak. They're both very, very weak, and Pabzera can get out.
1v1 situation, Elevate.
For the 1 versus 3, Susano spots him. 15 seconds.
Come on, Susano.
You've got to make a call if you're Pabzera. Susano's going to go for the middle of the map regardless here, so he's going to stick it. Has he just seen him?
नहीं देखा क्या?
I don't think he saw him.
नहीं देखा bro, उसको देखा ही नहीं वो.
He's not going to have time. He was waiting for him to come for the pick. It's not going to happen. And every round for both squads.
Wait, how is it possible? कैसे नहीं देखा उसको यार?
That was a scarier round than maybe Elevate.
Hello, Kian, bro. Welcome to the stream.
I mean, they played that well enough, yeah. Start of the round was excellent. Galorys responds arguably more so, but even so, it comes down to 1 versus 1 that Pabzera is unable to clutch up on. So Galorys
क्या बनिश भाई prediction है क्या आपका ये?
Release though. Elevate haven't drawn first blood this time around. Galorys right now just weighing up their options. How do they want to approach this one? Elevate have changed things up ever so slightly on the defense here. A couple of players in the middle of the map here. They're anticipating that push through mid.
Pabzera's netted in the previous round was really the cat amongst the pigeons. Doesn't land this time. So Elevate are happy to sit, and Galorys are running out of utility to try and get them through the front door. But look at this aggression from Kendi. He'll find it on Lukashin. They consider the push over towards A. He's able to back down entirely uncontested.
Boy, what a shot! What a shot!
Is there anybody else to come in and have a try?
बच गया भाई, बच गया, fall back कर गया वो.
With 1 onto Hen, but this is a very solid defensive round from Elevate. Shot's going to come in from Kendi, cannot find him. Miho can answer back,
you can't escape, bro. You can't escape.
1v4 is needed.
Yeah, you lose Kendi, so what? You know, the trade is good. You're going to win the round regardless, and S4K could do something incredible. At least he's got an Odin to work with, not just the R9.
1v4 situation, tough situation for Gals.
Options are really limited here. 40 seconds on the clock. You have to imagine this is a foregone conclusion. Fokke just extending the round, but it is done regardless. And those snipes from Kendi, man, terrifying.
And just if you can find somebody to shut down those angles like that, it just makes it so difficult for the attack to find something. There's no way that Lukashin expects him to make that push so late in the defensive round. You've seen him push through the archway, take the angle, find a shot, and get the hell out of dodge, and then find a little more. It's a bit of a different look now from the side of Galorys. The slow and steady approach. Let's work 1 time out of 3. Susano this time is going to miss the bullet through the middle of the map. Here comes the
MG42
towards the B side. Susano will not miss those bullets though. Off screen, finds 2 in the middle, and all of a sudden he backs them on down, but still Galorys have control of this site. They may well choose to plant.
Yep, trades are good, but you ideally want another frag here before getting that bomb down. Players are still hanging about here. Yoppy's been spotted out. Nice from Hen. Good reaction. Pabzera also going to take Kendi down. So numbers flipping in favor of Galorys here. They could still commit to this plant if they so desire. Elevate would hear the audio cue though. PJ is going to get 3 looks at some players here.
Bro, with
nice
the MG42.
Overwhelming. Now the 2 versus 1. The call should be made to Klo. What does the reaction look like?
The enemy has the bomb.
Galorys had to turn around for the bomb.
क्या लगता है?
Is Klo going to be here on time? It's a game of cat and mouse now.
क्या लगता है Klo 1v2 कर पाएगा?
They're going to collide here together, but the Klo turn around at the wrong time. This bomb will go down over towards the B side. The nade will give them an indication that this is exactly what is going on. Have they got any look onto where Claw is? No, they don't, because this shot's going to come.
Did he spot him? Did he spot him?
Comes off the bomb. 38 seconds to go. They've got plenty of time, and now they know where he is.
Yeah, he's been tagged off as well, so he's going to have to back away here momentarily.
भाई प्लान दे दे रहे लोग, प्लान दे रहे हैं. मुश्किल है, मुश्किल है, मुश्किल है.
To rethink how he wants to approach this one. From the side, sniper out.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! 1v1. 1v1. Come on, Claw.
A moment to breathe.
You can do it, bro. You can do it. Full rotation there. Full rotation.
Round number 2.
He's no idea, bro. उसको कोई idea नहीं.
It's going to walk straight into his crosshair. And PabZero reads this one right. Galorys get another attacking rounds.
कौन बोल रहा था idea नहीं है भाई? पूरा पता था.
2 more rounds to go for Elevate on this defensive side, and we're all tied up.
Hey Roshan, welcome to the stream, bro. What's up?
These guys are reading each other so damn well. You can tell that Elevate has spent the night studying Galorys. In search
Hi
of
Steve, welcome to the stream.
made them so successful
What's
thus
up?
far this tournament. They've answered back so far. Hen's going to draw first place.
नहीं हो पाया. हाँ, try तो बहुत बढ़िया किया था, bro.
Punished for it, and that's the first time I think that Elevate have misstepped in this S&D thus far. They wanted to draw an early first blood and unsettle Galorys, and that goes against them.
It's a classic game of Tunisia.
मुझे लगा Claw निकाल लेगा यार.
Being punished for
पर उसको भी था कि नहीं, अभी यहाँ से नहीं आया, मतलब full rotation ले रहा है.
right now.
By one shot. सीधा one shot. उसको पता था आएगा तो वहीं से आएगा.
Specific site.
Bam.
And Galorys may well have an inclination as to what's going on here. So here comes the push.
पलट गया भाई. अरे हाँ, वो देख ही नहीं रहा था ना वहाँ. वो totally उस position में देख रहा था. पर एकदम से वक्त बदल दी, जज्बात बदल दी वाला scene हो गया भाई.
Shot now with again from Susano. Needs to hit something here shortly, but who doesn't miss this? Lucas Jin opens things wide for Galorys now.
Yeah, now Yoppie needs to get into the action.
भाई 3v5 situation. Plan दे रहे हैं.
Elevate looking to surge through the backline here. It's going to be a fast and furious retake. Galorys though, are they ready for it? Kenny's going to take out Lucas Jin. That's going to be the entry.
3v3. Lucas Jin will fall. Now looking for the picks. PJ will find another one, and this is just a ridiculously
भाई Gals अभी lead में था भाई.
There's a 5v3 in Galorys' favor with the bomb down. They lose the round.
And that is just classic Elevate right there. If you can't get it done individually, just throw yourselves as a team to the opposition. Elevate do not care if they look like a high-level zombie. Incredible. Galorys totally overwhelmed. One last chance on the offense here for Galorys. Should be set on Tunisia. You can get any offensive rounds, you're happy with it. So if you can walk away with a third one here, you are content. And this is a team stack and a half coming through from Galorys.
Oh, here we go though, Elevate here in numbers. Susano's changed his position up consistently. Here comes the utility. They seem to have gotten out pretty much unscathed until now. Susano will fall down to Hen. Now everybody else trying to transpire their way over towards the site. Elevate do have some presence here, but Galorys are going for it again. The bomb will go down. Can they hold it this time?
Yeah, this time it's a 3 versus 5.
भाई Gals plant करने में time ही नहीं लगा रहा भाई. सीधा plant.
Yoppie would have been happy with something off the back of that nade. No deliverance. 30 seconds on the clock here for Elevate.
Waiting for the moment.
Yep.
Need to find the first
That
one.
was crazy,
And then a
Justin.
couple more through the front door they go. PJ will be the first one to find something, so that makes it a 4 versus 3.
3 for
But the time is just not on their side. If you're Elevate, you just absolutely have to move quickly. They can find another one on the
3 versus 3. 3 versus 2.
One here onto Hen. Lucas Jin can find
2
another
versus
7
2 now.
seconds to go. Lucas Jin is now found 2, and Miho cleans it up. Galorys get the round, 3 apiece after 6 defensive rounds from Elevate. You take that all day long if you're Galorys, but that got stressful.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I was stressed when Hen got called on the flank. I thought Hen was going to be the player there that broke everything up for Elevate, but no, it is going to be PabZero in the end. And now Lucas Jin has been relatively slow so far in this search and destroy. Only 4 kills to his name. Now he's on defense and holding angles.
दोनों के दोनों टीम कोई भी इस मैच को हारना नहीं चाहता भाई. दोनों बराबर का टक्कर दे रहे हैं.
Getting those snipers out of position. And they're doing the exact same thing that Galorys were doing to them only a few rounds ago.
कोई भी टीम पहले आगे नहीं आ रही है.
For Galorys on the defense.
All of them are holding positions.
Reiterate, the defensive side is inevitably a little easier for teams here.
Trying for some wall banks.
3-round take away from their attacking side. Absolutely see that as a win. But I wonder if Elevate are as well versed. Shots in, not gonna land. PabZero is the first one to draw blood here. In their defensive side, if you're Galorys and you're back on down, give up the site, but they have the numbers 5v4 in favor of Galorys.
And I absolutely love this, right? Because you've done it over towards B, so they think something's going right here. Galorys now looking for a retake with the first blood.
Plenty of utility to try and find a way through. PJ can find one.
Bro.
Trades need to go Galorys' way. They still have the number advantage. They have a little bit more now.
You can't escape.
Left now with your Yoppy. Susano will be all
4 versus 1. Tough situation. Tough situation. Really tough situation. Khatam.
From Galorys. They had the number advantage. They made it count.
Yep. Playing as a team are Galorys there. Aggressive for Elevate. Just not able to check all the different angles and overwhelmed by the numbers from Galorys. Beautiful start. Despite the fact that they lost the sight, these retakes, I mean, you know, we've stressed that defense is, or offense, excuse me, is difficult here, but equally as difficult is retaking sights once you lose them.
But they did the right thing. As soon as 5-0 finds that first,
that's because of it's a vertical.
He must have had that information. Backs on down, lives to fight another day and helps his teammates retake that site. Same thing's going to happen, but this time he does not find a pick. Elevate find their way through the front door. Bomb's going to go down a bit.
Yeah, that aggression from Elevate once again.
बाकी सारा एक्शन तो सेंटर में हो रहा है, साइड में कहाँ ही है? सेंटर में देखो यार.
Yep, he's already found one. Reposition. Is it going to be enough to throw these guys off? Kendi can get those kills. Susano for another one as well. That's the
2v5 situation. 2v4.
So difficult from this position because
भाई
they have a read on
last PJ last time भी इसी पोजीशन में था क्या?
Lucashin is good. He ain't that good though. 1 versus 4 just not going to happen. Yoppy will clean it up.
ना.
But it's all down to Kendi there.
भाई बराबर हिसाब बराबर कर दे रहे हैं ये लोग भाई एकदम.
He finds 2 all on his own.
Yeah, and Elevate just applying their hard.
Hello Mohammed, welcome to the stream, bro.
To search and destroy offenses, they are overwhelming these sites over the last couple of rounds of aggression. And Galorys, I mean, look, they just don't really have a response. Their snipers are brilliant. They're not brilliant enough at the moment to put a stop to Elevate. So 1-1 now on these offensive rounds here for Elevate. Now they're trying to get aggressive once again.
Oh, look at this from Yoppy, though. You're caught out left your Pab-Zero. You don't even see him. And now all of a sudden they start swarming in around the A site. You need to find some kills here if you're Galorys, but the shots are just not good enough from Susano. You continue to survive in the corner if you're Hen. You need to find some sort of help, but Yoppy will come in and clean things up. It is now a 4 versus 2 in the favor of Elevate.
If Hen finds anything there, it makes things infinitely better.
Hey Swati, welcome to the stream.
You got to retake the site with Mihawk and Lucashin, 2 players that have been phenomenal for Galorys this season. Lucashin's just looking for anything for free.
2v4 situation भाई बस मैंने बस थोड़ा सा चैट पढ़ने गया था भाई. 4v1 situation मैच खत्म. ये क्या था भाई? That was really quick.
That's 2 attacking rounds now gone in their favor.
भाई इतना जल्दी मैच कैसे खत्म हो गया?
I think you need to get aggressive. I know that's not Galorys' play style, but right now Elevate are hitting you over and over again. And I know the one round they won was because they
Map drop हो गया हाँ bro. Manage कर लो यार थोड़ा सा.
They're playing fast, they're playing aggressive once again.
बाकी सारे डिवाइस में करप्ट नहीं होते किसी डिवाइस क्योंकि अब आजकल सारे डिवाइस का रेशियो थोड़ा सा चेंज है ना इस वजह से क्रॉप हो जाता है. बोलो एसएनजी कौन जीतेगा? मैं तो बोलता हूँ एलिवेट ही जीतेगा. I'm with Elevate. Full support for Elevate.
A retake that is very much not in their favor. It would have to be a 4 versus 5. Susano now trying to lock this one down. What can Galorys find? They'll articulate themselves in the best way they can. But in the language of Call of Duty, can they manage to talk their way into what is this bomb site? This is just going to be such a hard push, but here they go. The gunfight starting to go in the way of Elevate, as you would expect them to. 3 versus 1 now in the favor of Elevate. Hen left all on his own.
And there he goes. Hen out of the round. Galorys out of the round.
और एक राउंड और एसएनडी का राउंड भी एलिवेट जीत जाएगा. अब मुझे ऐसे क्यों लग रहा है कि ये वाला राउंड ये लोग बहुत जल्दी खत्म करने वाले हैं.
They have to win it. They want any chance versus Elevate. Has to be flawless for the next 2 rounds, and Elevate are once again going to hit fast.
Yeah, they've just read it completely wrong as well. Galorys send less numbers over towards A. You just have to be heroes here if you're Lucashin and your teammate.
नहीं वैसे ये उल्टा हो रहा है भाई. दोनों टीम कुछ ज़्यादा ही एग्रेसिव खेल रही है. नहीं. Elevate बोलते it's not that easy.
Kendi knows exactly what's going on, and you invite them into your clothes, no problem whatsoever. They've got a read now. Bomb will surely go down, but Elevate have the timing, or do they?
Elevate just going to move it away. I mean, why the heck not at this point, right? You know that the B-bomb site's free because Kendi's seen both of those players. And if Kendi can walk away with either of their frags as well, he's currently kind of pinning them back. That would be huge. Kendi, though, thinking better of separating away from his teammate here, going together just in case Galorys have wrapped back around towards B. But that's not where Galorys are at.
Yeah, Galorys are taking their time here because they knew where Kendi was. They will have no clue that he is over the other side of the map by now.
TDM ऑलरेडी एक मिनी SND है भाई, उसमें भी फुल ऑन पोजीशन होल्डिंग यही चलता है। 2 सिचुएशन है।
They must find this round. 25 seconds. Kenny is just a master of playing his life. Doing it once again. Here we go. Galorys fast. Try to find a way through.
खत्म गर्ल्स।
This was supposed to be the game mode that Galorys were going to find. They can't find it.
ये राउंड भी एलिवेट के खाते में।
Semifinal. 7-4 in the search and destroy. And they're asking them what's going on.
Hey Jax, welcome back, bro.
And in search and destroy again. I mean, this has to be said. We're going to keep on referring back to the veto conversation. This is why you don't play Elevate on Tunisia search and destroy.
Max, bro, I have already uploaded a video on it, so you can check it out.
It's such a close quarter map. And if you can't get those snipes off at the start of the round, keeping
Elevate away यहाँ भी नाम चेंज करे हो धड़ाधड़ भाई.
They're just going to throw themselves at you. And that is exactly what happened for what, like 4 or 5 rounds consecutively? Only once were Galorys able to put a stop to it.
You're banking on your sniper players finding something through the front door, right? You are really just relying on that. And then you see Elevate just push all the way over towards A. It's been B, 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 B. As soon as Galorys actually tried to make some sort of adaptation to how they're playing, they go to the wrong side. Hard one to bear. Sometimes it is a bit of a 50-50, but Kendi and Co. I think for me, Kendi was the guy that every single time we were on board with him, even what he did in that last round by not finding any kills, in winery, backing down, just staying alive, keeping the information there. He's there for the cuts when he needs to be.
Elevate build different. Yep, exactly.
Against Susano, of course, at the top of the leaderboard of the 12 and 6. But for me,
Elevate versus Q9, right? Yep.
Reason as to why Elevate find themselves 2-0.
Yeah, and the thing is with Kenny, right? It's not just the snipes. It's not just having a pretty good sniper shot, which, let's be honest, he absolutely does. It's playing his life. It really is.
बोल तो रहा हूँ bro. No bro. क्या बोलना है? मैं तो Elevate के साथ ही था bro. शुरू से.
He recognizes, hey, this is where those flanking players are coming from. He sees both. He just pulls himself back. He's like, all right, cool. I'll just watch over the B site, and he does the exact same thing again on the wrap through towards B. Those kind of minute decisions are part of a championship winning roster, and you need those if you want to get to the grand finals. That right now is where Elevate ahead.
Hey Joel, welcome to the stream, bro.
Absolutely cruising. If you are Elevate, relatively comfortable in the game mode. That
Elevate जीतेगा bro. Elevate
all weekend long. Tough spot to be in. Unleash the beast, yeah, we need to see that beast unleashed from Galorys right now if they want a chance in this series. Thank you to Munster and the rest of our partners here to make this event possible. Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2024 has been a spectacle so far, but Galorys, they're not holding up their end of the bargain in this game. We really did think that this was going to be a super, super close game, but also I think in the back of everybody's minds, we knew that this was potentially something that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, even before we saw the map set, we were like, all right, Elevate are probably going to win the respawns here because
ये last round decide करेगा कि Gals के लिए और कोई chance है कि नहीं है.
From Peg on Seaside Control.
बाकी Elevate का control का game तो आप देख ही चुके हो. Control में किसी को नहीं छोड़ता है.
Know it now. I think Galorys are learning it in real time. So going into this best of 5, we were kind of like, right, Galorys have to win the search and destroy. And again, for me, having seen the vetoes, Apocalypse Hardpoint, you knew that Elevate were going to spank him in map number 1. Tunisia search and destroy is just, it's such a massive question mark. And I think if they do lose this series 3-0, they are going to be feeling, okay, that was probably the biggest error. That right there was the mistake that they made. Regardless now though, Arsenal Controllers up next, and now we get to have that conversation because yesterday, this was the one map that Galorys lost to Luminosity. And the reason they lost it, I mean, it's the smallest thing that you can change. Spawn traps are so important on Arsenal, and Galorys just did not set up properly.
No, they didn't execute them well. They had the opportunities to, but did not quite get them nailed down, and that really did make a big, big difference when it came down to fighting up against a team in LG. With all due respect as well, coming up against Elevate is a
क्या लगता है guys? Chances है?
Going into this control, yes, okay, Elevate have dropped the control over this weekend.
Galorys के लिए अभी भी chance है कि नहीं? क्या लगता है? भाई इन लोग का शक्ल देख के तो लग रहा है लोग full on tense moment में.
Are they going to be able to turn this one round here?
Yeah, Galorys on control this weekend, I think just has
ये लोग सोच रहे हैं भाई क्या हो क्या रहा है भाई ये नहीं हो सकता अपने साथ भाई इतना खराब नहीं हो सकता.
You know, going back to that conversation point about Arsenal control yesterday, I mean, you know, it's just a fundamental kind of part of Arsenal control since it got introduced into the rotation with Season 5, right? I mean, the spawn traps are something that I think a lot of teams have gotten better at avoiding, right? They've been a lot better at catching players, trying to go for those spawn traps. And, you know, again, we kind of had this discussion after the game yesterday that it was kind of six of one, half a dozen the other kind of thing, right? Where, you know, it was Galorys messing up those spawn traps. They weren't actually they were getting a player into the spawn, but they didn't have anybody to follow up on it in the middle of the map. But also, it was Luminosity putting a lot more numbers into preventing that spawn trap. They would normally have like 3 bodies ready to deal with it at any time. And so, to be fair to Galorys, they couldn't do anything. But I do think that Galorys will have watched that VOD from yesterday, okay? This is why we got trounced on Arsenal control, and this is how to fix it. I do believe that if they fix that coming into this one, we still might have a series on our hands.
Well, they need to fix it. That's the thing, Brody. They need to turn around. It needs to be different. They need to find something else in this series. Galorys would have known coming into today. It was always a tall order, but I think they'd be very disappointed if they go out without a whimper, which is what they are threatening to do right now.
Yep, but yesterday Galorys was not playing against the Elevate. That's the difference.
Or is it going to be the end of Galorys' tournament? Don't know which way you're leaning, but I'm feeling a little silly with the 3-2.
Galorys had lost all the hopes just like me.
Let's see if they can turn things around here on Arsenal.
Abhi bhi hope hai.
Galorys have already lost the search of the story, so path back into the series, a reverse sweep is required, as you said. Let's see whether Galorys can get it done, though. Starting things off on the offense here, it looks to be a B hit. Utility thrown over the top by Elevate. That stun connects, and that's the information that Elevate needs to know where they're going. But there's not actually plenty presence on site here, so I think they need something from Yoppy through Vent.
I was about to say, I absolutely love this play from Funky. As soon as he sees that everybody's pushing over towards it, he knows a flank will be coming. He gets gunned out of his socks. Being ridiculous all weekend long if you're PJ. And now they start to get pressed back a little bit, purely because PJ finds that kill. He's going to find something else here as well. He's already ready and waiting. He sees a few more, gets a kill, dips out, gets another one, dips out. Goes
PJ going for the spawn trap, but
Lucashin is there to find the snipe. And Elevate pushed them back almost immediately. Galorys just struggling so much to deal with these close quarter gunfights.
Alrighty, well, Elevate right now. 2-0 up against Galorys. They must be on top of the world, but let's hear what their comms are like in this game.
Legit. Ako backpoint, boss. Yung window nyo, yung window, Susa. Akin kape. Dito tayo, Yaps, dito sa loob. Yung vent, na-flash ako, sabi mo. Flashing ako. Dito na. Dalawa, paresis pa, dalawa pa. What? Tara, delay natin, boss. Nice one, Glo! Isa ba, kape.
भाई Galorys का हालत खराब है, बहुत ही ज़्यादा खराब है भाई. इतना ज़्यादा लीड.
Going cafe, dalawa. Wala time, di siya abot. Wala, boss. Wala, boss. Uwian na lang.
भाई क्या हो रहा है ये? Bro, what was that? क्या था ये? That was quick.
Let's go A.
Well, was listening there with Elevate. Hear what they were up to, and I don't know what they said because I don't speak Filipino, but it sounded pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, look, they are letting the opposition know realistically. They are bodying Galorys here. They force them back into their spawn and never really let them out. Perhaps Zero can find something here as the push over towards A is starting to come through. The gunfight's starting to go the way of Galorys when they need to. But Kendi is here, and that's always a problem, but Lukashen can shut it down. It just feels like Galorys have not really arrived onto this series yet.
Hunter-killer drone deployed.
No, it was a dominant round from Elevate on the whole. Galorys struggling. Ultimately, though, that was an offense. Now Galorys on the defense. Let's see whether they can have a better fortune. So far, for the most part, so good. Nowhere near as indomitable. You are starting to get players through, and I think Elevate's response to that is to hang back a little bit. PJ's been so frustrated
कुछ तो करो भाई.
So continues to be so. Finds that one kill in the middle map. Now the path is open.
इस पोजीशन में पहुंचने के बाद इतनी गंदे तरीके से मत हारो भाई. ये राउंड तो निकालो, एटलीस्ट ये राउंड तो निकालो यार.
Galorys now, you need to find just a bit of a hold on the map. A is pretty much gone at this stage, so pushing themselves over towards the B side, no problem. It's really going to come down to whether or not Susano can find himself a kill and then push towards the site. The only positive now for Galorys is that Elevate, well, okay, they have complete control of the site and are wasting operators to a certain degree. Whereas Galorys have had time to set up over towards that B site.
Well, it's gone in the blink of an eye. Galorys now might as well lose B just as quickly as well. Yoppy with the Sparrow, not going to find that much.
भाई Elevate इतने जल्दी नहीं लेने देगा lead.
The spawn trap, they've got a player in behind enemy lines, but he's going to get shut down. And now for Elevate, they've got themselves on the point. First tick already through.
And all of a sudden,
Go with equalizer. 2, 3. Why? 3 ही ले पाया.
Equalizers are there. And it's just allowing this time to take up. I get a quick translation from a friend online of what Elevate are saying to Galorys. They're saying it's time to go home.
Once again, bro. Yeah, कर रहे हो. Galorys.
And they are cruising in this game. Galorys have had no answer whatsoever.
Game over. Yep. Game over for Galorys.
Away, folks. From a rematch of the CDS
क्या मिलेगा भाई?
finals.
Inspection करके.
And of course it would be Elevate. Galorys holding on. But how much breath do they have left in them? Henry Cat going to bring out the Sparrow to kick this round off. They want to be fast. They want to be aggressive. Kenny with the strike rifle will find one. For the most part, Galorys are finding these fights. Klo behind enemy lines, though, doing exactly what PJ was doing last round.
He was about to kill himself.
Keeping his team with some sort of map presence.
Yep, it seems like it's gonna happen 3-0. But let's see. Game कभी भी change हो सकता है. खत्म, टाटा, bye bye, goodbye. Exactly.
So for the first time, it feels like their backs are against the wall. Galorys now trying to hold this. 2 different angles they're attacking from. A now being locked down as well as B. You may
it happens with me too. Especially when I'm throwing grenade and randomly my teammate pops up in front of my face. And boom, I died.
If anyone can, the Kendi man can. A is gone though. Galorys get the extra 60 seconds and they currently have a 4-like advantage.
क्या बात है? मोदी जी को किस बात का क्रेडिट दिया जा रहा है भाई?
Still in the conversation here. They are far from out, but Elevate have got themselves positioned across the map. They've cut it perfectly. All angles being covered. And Galorys have to make a choice sooner rather than later. They might well have 2 minutes, but that'll be gone before you know it.
But for Galorys, they do have that time.
चलो भाई Elevate जल्दी खत्म करो. Q9 और Elevate के बीच में मैच देखना.
Doesn't sound like a lot of time at all, but it's
चलो जल्दी खत्म करो.
Lifetime in Call of Duty to try and set yourselves up.
Yeah, but the thing is of Elevate, right, I just don't think they're going to be the squad. I know we've said they're aggressive, right, they're going to make that mistake, that they're going to throw themselves at you. They're just going to sit and burn this time off the clock. First few shots in,
that's why Elevates are the winner of CDSI.
Susanna will fall. So that may well give Galorys the trigger to go. But PJ and Co starting to do really well. Chloe
it happens often 1 to 2 times in a day with me.
Chloe and Yoppy combining so well, and now you look at where Galorys are pushed back into their spawn. You need the players who have been able to push up through B to stay alive, and that's what they're doing. Lukashin will find one before he gets taken down. They wipe them
Come on, gals.
And push Galorys further back. 1 minute and 40 seconds is now down to just a minute.
Yeah, and now you're starting to face the problem, right, with taking your time to make this happen if you're Galorys, because you now don't have a lot of time to make this work.
देखो भी मैं चाहता भी नहीं कि गर्ल्स का ऐसा बुरा हाल हो. सपोर्ट तो फिलहाल एलिवेट के लिए है, पर मैं नहीं चाहता कि गर्ल्स इतनी बुरी तरीके से हारे. That's why I'm cheering for the girls right now. I don't want to see them lose like this. Not 0. Not in 0.
But Susanna is locking it down all on his own, but the flag's starting to come through. He's going to read it anyway. PJ is here to help out. Mihawk can find one. Mihawk can find a second. That's a big 2-piece.
Come on, guys. Still you have the hope.
One player coming in on the flank with a little bit of control, but here comes the War Machine. That's shut down from Yoppy. And all of a sudden, Galorys have a chance.
There we go. How much value can you get out of this War Machine if you're a Pabzera? Only one. Player scatters towards the middle of the map.
War Machine आ रहा है तो फिर भी वहाँ क्यों?
This should be Galorys surviving short of something sensational from Elevate. Last couple of kills and it is done. Galorys refuse to die.
पर ये इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि ये राउंड ये लोग निकाल लिए भाई. अभी भी ये हार सकते हैं ये राउंड.
Sweep at this stage if you can manage to find it. You were 2-0 down the series, 2-0 down in the control. We'll plant that seed in case it does happen. But that will be something. But there's the start. Let's get around on the board now. Need to hold and find another one as well. But Elevator starting to put the pressure on, starting the swarm, and this is where they really do revel in the chaos. But Mihawk and Lukashin investing at this time, and they will start to find something. Padzera can find nothing. He falls, but Lukashin finds 2. Mihawk now has the predator missile. Start to put the pressure on here, Brody.
Yeah, I was going to say, all of the utility that Galorys have on side now. This is a brilliant start of the round. If they can be dominant here, if they can remove Elevate fully and spawn...
गैल के पास अभी एक ऑपरेटर बचा है और एलिवेट के पास अभी 2 ऑपरेटर्स हैं. करंटली एक एक्टिव है.
Fokke finding one. Fokke for another one. Surely not number 3. Looks away for the wrong time, but his teammate has his back. Now the spawn trap for Galorys.
The only difference is
tried to melee him, but failed.
Hasn't been able to help at all until now. Eases some of that pressure, but there's the claw and there's the spawn.
ये क्या मैं देख रहा हूँ मैं भाई?
It's so easy for
ये क्या देख रहा हूँ मैं?
There's 5 in a row from me. He'll make it 6 as well.
Elevate की teams बहुत जल्दी खत्म हो रहा है भाई. Count इन लोगों का जल्दी. 13 versus 24, 23.
On the other side though, Clo putting the spawn trap together. You've got the best operator in the game to make this work. Clo is tearing them
Once again spawn trap. Oh, चलो ज़्यादा देर नहीं चला. ज़्यादा देर नहीं चला. 10 lead, 10 kills का lead है Gals के पास फिलहाल तो.
Will get a touch over towards A. That life differential was a lot worse than it was, but Sano, they just ran back into them. They need to take their time here, Galorys. They're getting.
क्या लगता है ये round कौन निकाल रहा है? Elevate और Gals.
Galorys want to try and keep them off this if they can. You've seen the pressure come in, but
chances है अभी भी Galorys के पास. पर मुश्किल है.
And that's what they want to make count.
Yeah, this win condition is now gone.
Easy for Elevate.
60 seconds of the board now, and
tough for Gals.
14 is very winnable, especially with the utility that Elevate have on site. Predator missile comes down, doesn't actually
Trophy.
connect towards anything.
Trophy था क्या वहाँ पे?
Information though, it's good enough here. You know only Fokke's in the cut, and you overwhelm it.
They've got them completely cornered. Can they find the kills here? If you're Galorys, you need to fight with your backs against
13
the wall.
versus 7, 11 versus 7, 10 versus 7. भाई बहुत अच्छी तरीके से Elevate बहुत ज़्यादा. भाई क्या हो रहा है? अचानक से इतना ज़्यादा lead, इतना दो kills का lead, एक 6 versus 6. भाई वक्त बदल दिया भाई. वक्त बदल दिया भाई. भाई वक्त बदल दिया भाई. Elevate ने वक्त बदल दिया bro. Bro. Elevate bro, come on guys. भाई हारा हुआ मैच जीत है भाई. What a match. What a match.
Domination from the word go. Elevate never slowed down.
भाई मुझे लगा ये मैच गया, पर भाई क्या ही निकाला भाई Elevate ने, क्या ही निकाला. What a game. GG's for Elevate guys. GG's.
And another championship. The double after the season that they have had
भाई
for not even being here.
कितना ज़्यादा का लीड था. 15 kills का लीड था भाई. एकदम से चेंज कर दिया भाई. एक चुटकी में भाई लीड खत्म. लीड खत्म. अब मजा आएगा भाई. Q9 versus Elevate.
Wanting to make sure there was not a single question in there as to why not only they deserve to be in our grand finals, but a question as to whether or not Galorys was going to be able to hang with their level of competition. Elevate came ready to play today.
Yeah, and I think realistically, we had this theory around Galorys and how they could potentially get into this game. But I think when we seen that in map number 1, I was immediately worried because I was thinking to myself as we were heading into that, I'm like, okay, if they were to lose it, then all right, fair enough. You know, you're going up against Elevate on Apocalypse. It was the manner in the defeat.
हाँ, exactly. But downfall कैसा भी हो, comeback Elevate जैसा होना चाहिए भाई.
Surely is going to dent their confidence. And you kind of seen it in the first rounds of the Search and Destroy. They sat back and were passive, which is what you do have to do on Tunisia. But maybe that beating map number 1 just made them think, oh, okay, this might be tough.
I mean, to be honest with you, I genuinely don't think it was that. Like, I think the Apocalypse Hardpoint, I mean, obviously it hurts, right? To lose a hardpoint like that at this level, the start of a best of 5, that's always going to be frustrating. But you kind of, I mean, they would have known that was going to happen, but there's got to be a part of themselves of like, we saw what they did to Wolves yesterday. It's Apocalypse Hardpoint. If it goes this way, fine.
मुझे तो लगता है Elevate जीतेगा.
Very clearly lost
Q9
that
भी बहुत अच्छी टीम है.
It was the veto. Playing Tunisia against Search and Destroy against Elevate was a
You can't underestimate Q9.
They play them on firing range. It is a different look. I think Galorys get to the second half of the series.
But my full support is with Elevate. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Ton might even been right. They might have won in game 5. Doesn't happen that often, but he could have been correct. Honestly, that map 2, I think Galorys will walk away from, and they will be very frustrated that it went down like that.
I mean, that's why we were even talking about it leading into this series. Often it can be the veto process that can kind of set the tone before the series even starts. Either way, nothing can be taken away from the performance that Elevate just gave us in our second semifinals matchup of the day. Now making themselves the second team in our grand finals, determining that, like you said, Brody, it'll be Q9 versus Elevate. Little bit of a rematch going on here for the World Championship. You don't want, of all the matches, you have to be here for this one. This is the one you do not want to miss.
Yeah, look, when I seen the bracket, I thought to myself that Elevate would make it through, and it was just a case of Q9 or XROCK. But this is very much as advertised. We did think that Elevate would be able to get themselves here, but whether or not somebody can take them down or not, it was the question. But as advertised for Elevate, and we have a hell of a grand final setup.
Yeah, just very quickly here, going in that grand final, I am so excited to see whether Elevate can take the Search and Destroyers again. That was the thing that made the difference at CDSI. Whether or not those Search and Destroyers are going to be a victory for them again, that is going to be the difference maker.
All right, well, obviously, before we get into all of our grand final action, we still have a little bit more things to do on this side of things. One of them is talking to FDOT with our new winners.
We're hanging out here with Yopi, and it's been a fantastic run so far for Elevate. We've seen you guys on the server, off the server, and I've heard the chatter. I mentioned it yesterday, all of the teams are looking at you guys as being the fastest team on the server. Talk to me a little bit about how that affects your gameplay, and if it helps or hurts.
Well, we're a 3-year roster team, so we've hard work for this.
नो मिथिक्स और लेजेंडरी गेम अरे ऐसा हो ही नहीं सकता भाई कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी मोबाइल ऐसा कैसे कोई भी गेम ऐसा कैसे कर सकता भाई
top 2 world championship
well a lot of it like it sounds like
not only call of duty मोबाइल कोई भी गेम ऐसा नहीं होता भाई
so you came in really
वो होते ही गेम की वजह से ना भाई ऐसा थोड़ी होता है कि यूज नहीं कर सकते that's totally upon you
was that a moment where you're like oh no it could fall apart or did you know it was just on
hello Anupam bro welcome back bro.
No, honestly, we're not scared of any of them all, but you know, we're experienced that we had in the past tournaments like CDSI. We handled the pressure really well, so we all know this.
Well, you went from princes to kings at CDSI. What's the next step for you?
You know, I've seen this. Q9 again in finals. You know it.
There it is. I don't think I need to say anything else from that one. We got Beef Bummy hanging out by the bracket. Thanks for hanging.
I'm on the wall right now with Pab Zera. My dude, you guys tried so hard, but when it comes to it, what happened in that gameplay? And when it comes to that control game, you guys almost turned things around, but what happened there when it comes to the comms?
Papzera, o jogo foi incrível, a gente viu que vocês tentaram de tudo, mas a gente queria saber o que foi que aconteceu nessa partida.
Cara, a gente sabia que no Apocalipse a gente poderia ter entrado nos
भाई ऐसे सवाल का जवाब देना बड़ा ही दुखदायक रहता है
coisa contra eles, ganhar a primeira
मत
rotação
पूछा करो भाई
então a gente acabou que tomamos esse snowball, eles puxaram o operador primeiro, então não tinha muito o que fazer no primeiro mapa, era um conforto deles, um conforto nosso também. Nós se deu algumas situações eles conseguiram converter,
जियो वाईफाई और मोबाइल
que seria bom para o nosso
भाई
momento.
इतना खराब नहीं होता जियो वाईफाई होता भी होगा शायद मैंने ट्राई नहीं किया
poderia ter ganho. E é isso, eles foram melhor, foram superiores e mereceram estar na final.
Okay, we tried to win the first match Apocalypse, and since we didn't get it, we tried for the second, but almost everything did wrong in them. But we're gonna try and train harder and harder to do best next time that we play.
You set it up perfectly for me. Thank you so much, Babzera. Of course, 2025 is going to look very good for you guys, but one last question. Can he expound as to how they're going to do 2025 differently, knowing very well that it has been an Eastern dominance this year? How is Galorys going to make things different next year?
Como que a Galorys vai conseguir se preparar para fazer diferente em 2025?
Cara, acredito que a gente vai manter a mesma line-up, a gente vai procurar...
Anupam bhai, are you still on the chat?
É o que a gente
Let me
mais
know.
tá tendo dificuldade, é ter tipo,
Let me know.
dificuldade de enfrentar o jogo do Oriente. É um estilo de jogo muito rápido, a gente tem que se adaptar a isso. E é isso, vamos tentar mudar nosso estilo de
Anupam
jogo.
bro, मैं अभी आपको आपके inbox में redeem code send कर रहा हूँ. Okay, so do check it out.
And that's it, we're gonna win next time.
Love to hear it. Thank you so much, Babzera. Good luck again next year, my dude. All right, here we go. When it
चलो
comes
अनुपम ब्रो मैं आपको
to the matchup,
सेंड
of
कर रहा हूँ
course,
redeem code.
It is very difficult to
Okay.
see another team go, but of course that is your best Western team here in the tournament. But of course, we need to see it happen. Yopi, come up here on the wall as we're finally going to be crossing off one more team. and hearts all around. We love to see it. Thank you so much. And of course, people back at home, viewership, the world, you wouldn't want to miss this. Elevate versus Q9, the rematch, gonna be up next.
Hey, we're Elevate, we're at DreamHack Atlanta, and we're here to win the Codm World Championship.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Something that you've never seen. We run like a wild machine. Watch out, 'cause we're baring our teeth, and there ain't no in between. With fire, you're gonna get burned down to the wire. Now, what did you learn? We're coming for you. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold, but a killer. We're coming for you. It's going down.
Guys, let me know in the poll, which is your favorite team right now, Q9 or the Elevate?
We rain on the room like a storm. Yeah, we're way too big to ignore. We'll shake and we'll rattle the floor. You know what we came here for. Play with the fire and then you got burned down to the wire. Now what did you learn? We're coming for you. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold blooded killer.
Hello Nova, are you still in the chat? नोवा ब्रो, मैंने रिडीम कोड आपको इनबॉक्स में मैसेज टेक्स्ट किया है, सो डू चेक इट आउट. गो गेट योर बैटल पास, यू डिजर्व इट. ओके नोवा ब्रो, चेक कर लो, तुमको मैंने इंस्टाग्राम में कोड भेज दिया है, चेकआउट कर लो.
Set fire to the cold river. Set fire, sealed and delivered. Slow burn, shot to the liver. Heart so cold, make a grown man shiver. Wake up, don't be afraid. Make love, but don't be tame. Even the king in the crown is lost soul, walking in a dead man's crowd. They try to keep us undercover, but we are about to rise up. Rise up. They wanna push us in, people in their pockets, but their time's up. We about to rise up.
डोंट वरी पायरेट्स, आपको भी आज के स्ट्रीम पे ही मिल जाएगा, बट यू हैव टू वेट फॉर सम टाइम. मिल जाएगा अनुपम ब्रो, मिल जाएगा. अभी मैंने टेक्स्ट कर दिया है आपको, थोड़ी देर में मिल जाएगा. नोवा ब्रो को सेंड हो चुका है, उसका कंफर्मेशन आ चुका है. आपका भी कुछ ही देर में आपको मिल जाएगा, डोंट वरी.
us undercover, but here we are about to rise up.
इंडियन टीम अभी नहीं है ब्रो, इंडियन टीम डिस्क्वालीफाई हो गया। ओके नो ब्रो, मिलते हैं।
It's amazing to meet you. Thus began the adventure of Cargo.
भाई बम्बल बी का सस्ता कॉपी आ गया।
Thanks so much for hanging out with us. We have a whole bunch of friends performing and competing this weekend. But you guys have seen him if you've been here this weekend. I also have a friend, Cargo.
Congratulations to me though, and yep, congratulations to you guys, and thanks for supporting the stream. Much appreciation for you guys.
Show everybody what's going on, and while y'all make some noise for Cargo, he might have some presents.
Elevate Garina का टीम है।
Bow, bow, bow! More noise, bro. All right, little better, little better. Oh, that was a high five. So Cargo and DHL help us deliver all of the good stuff to you guys at home. But if you're joining us here live in the audience, we're delivering good stuff to you for real. Cargo's got some friends next to him with a box of goodies, and I can't take them all home. So who wants one of the goodies? So here's how we're gonna do it. Real strategic like. Whoever's loudest gets the stuff. Go!
Okay नोआ ब्रो, मिलते हैं।
Keep it going. Give me more, Alana. Give me more. Give me more. All right, we got a winner. Hey, my man, what's your name? Where you coming from?
David.
Where you coming from?
Atlanta.
There it is, hometown hero David. And DHL, what do we got in here? It's not a car, I promise.
कल जैसे बैग ही होगा। Yep.
It's a custom backpack. It's not just the backpack. We have a ton of stuff in here. We got stickers, we got hats, we got all sorts of stuff. Thank you so much for David for being our hometown hero. Shout out my big man Cargo, making it happen. Shout out our logistics partner DHL, and of course, shout out you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with
भाई
us.
ये तो सेम है भाई, कल भी किसी को यही सेम प्रोडक्ट दे देते, कुछ अलग दे देते।
Hyping us up before our grand finals. Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, where we are moments away from getting into the last step in our year-long competition. You've got Glitter Explosion up here, you've got Proper, and you've got Chip, but we've got a special guest, Hippo, joining us here on the desk. Coach for, I can't even count how many teams at this point, but for Tribe, welcome. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Well, thank you guys for having me. I'm so excited to be up here and talk with so many different things with you guys right now.
All right, we're gonna start talking all things Call of Duty Mobile here in just a little bit. We'll also talk about the grand finals. But before we do that, we have a little bit of a special surprise in store for all of you here hanging out with us. I mean, we can't do an event as big as the World Championship and, of course, not have an equally big announcement. So I think everybody both here and at home is going to be very excited for this one, because before we jump into our finals competition, we have a new Call of Duty mobile map to announce.
Whoa, नया BR मैप आ रहा है guys, let's see. ये रहा आपका नया BR मैप जो हमको सीजन 10 में मिलने वाला है। Looking great. ट्रेन भी होगा क्या इसमें, या बस ये ट्रेलर के लिए है? भाई मुर्गी बस यही, ये तो भाई बहुत छोटा सा ट्रेलर था यार। बट जितना भी दिखाया दिखा तो बढ़िया.
Is right around the corner, so that should be very exciting for everybody at home. Hopefully you're as stoked about this news as we are, because it's to celebrate the game's 5th anniversary. Call of Duty Mobile is adding that brand new map to level up your battle royale experience. It's going to be called Cry.
Yep.
All right, and this
We
is
are getting a new BR map next season with the our Call of Duty Mobile 5th anniversary.
First of all, 5 years of Call of Duty Mobile. You're obviously an expert in the game. How cool is that? Just talk to me about that.
It's incredible when you get to see a game, especially a mobile game like this, being at the top of the top for 5 years straight. It's incredibly exciting. We have an incredible esports. We have an incredible game as a whole. And it's just so exciting to see what's more to come, including, of course, Cry.
Now, let's talk about this map a little bit, okay? Because it's smaller than Blackout, but larger than Alcatraz. Lots of compact POIs. We've got some seriously tall buildings. Like, depending on where you are it's going to be the most urbanized map for Call of Duty Mobile. Large complex buildings. We have a different play style, if you will. So talk to me about what this new map is going to do for the game.
I think what's really interesting to talk about here is the fact that the Battle Royale players and the multiplayer players kind of have their own preferences in terms of how they like the game style and also just overall map style. The Battle Royale players.
By the way guys, आप लोग क्या करते हो? आप खाली MP या खाली MPI BR खेलते हो या दोनों मोड्स खेलते हो? But if you ask me, मैं तो भाई दोनों मोड्स बराबर खेलता भाई. मुझे BR भी खेलना पसंद है, MP भी खेलना पसंद है. What about you guys? क्या आप सिर्फ BR प्लेयर है या सिर्फ MP प्लेयर या both मेरे जैसे?
That they do in Alcatraz compared to multiplayer, because the intensity is just a little different. So being able to kind of marry both worlds together with Cry, where you have these complex large structures, so that you can still have these long range and intricate gunfights and like these nasty angles that you might want to find in a battle royale type of map, but at the same time, since they're so compact and so small at the same time, and also having these,
मेरा तो ऐसा सीन है भाई, कभी मैं MP से बोर होता हूँ तो BR खेल लेता हूँ.
These little headies and everything makes it so that
Probably और सबसे ज़्यादा मैं BR तो ये weekends में ही खेलता हूँ, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, जब Alcatraz available रहता है. Alcatraz is by far my best and favorite BR map.
Variety of POIs, but a lot of them: Tranquility Parish, Safari Land, Animal Play Park, Principia Sanatorium, Thistledown Village, Industrial Park. They're all inspired by Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. So how cool is it not only to have
Guys, we are very close to 200 likes. Come on guys, we can do it. Hit the like button, just double tap on your screen. That's it, all you have to do.
All the best aspects of Call of Duty. That is what makes it amazing. That is what makes it so that everybody can find something that they love in the game. But then now having a unique POI at the same time makes it so that we have a sense of identity. It's not just a marriage of all the CODs. We have our own sense of what we want to do and what we want to have and how we can push forward the game in of itself. And so I'm just incredibly excited to see how all the players explore all these POIs, and at the same time they run down the memory lane, a bit of nostalgia, but then they see the new POIs and they're like, oh, what's this? And being able to just have fun and explore the nuances, and perhaps, I don't know, maybe this can develop to be even more competitive. Maybe we can see a VR esports.
I was going to ask you about that, because obviously you mentioned, you know, the most urbanized map in Codm, but those high buildings are going to give you different vantage points. It's been designed to limit the amount of open area in this map to kind of force those engagements. It's less time running from spot to spot, but then also there are opportunities for players to camp, go for those ambushes, kind of lie in wait if they need to. Is that what you're hoping to see out of it?
Oh, 100%. I think that the strategic gameplay that can come in here is going to be very unique. It's going to be very different from any other BR map. I know that BR has been yearning so much now, the community there, to actually have some kind of esports structure. And if there's a map that's going to help propel, making that actually come true, then I think that this map might be it. But otherwise, even if not, I think at the very least, the players are going to have a completely unique experience that they've never been able to have before.
Let's see कैसा रहता है ये map या blackout के जैसे. ये भी भारी हो जाएगा. By the way guys, आप कौन सा मैप खेलना प्रेफर करते हो? आइसो और ब्लैकआउट? अल्काट्राज को साइड रखते हैं क्योंकि अल्काट्राज एक अपने में नेक्स्ट लेवल चीज है. आइसोलेटेड और ब्लैकआउट, which is your by far the best BR map right now.
Will elevate, make that run back, and actually win again, or will Q9 actually get the revenge that they
पानी वाला बॉम्ब चाहिए, वो तो वापस नहीं आने वाला, वो बहुत पहले आया था। ये जो लेजेंडरी प्यूरिफायर है फ्री वाला, ये भी बहुत पहले आया था। एक्चुअली मुझे अभी भी याद है, इवेंट आ रखा था, पर मुझे तब ये ग्राइंड करने का मन नहीं था, और मैंने तब ये इसका इवेंट एक्सपायर होने का डेट भी मैंने नोटिस नहीं किया था। उस वक्त में शायद कोई दूसरा सा गेम खेलता था।
winning the gunfights, just brute forcing their way into the hill, regardless of operator or not, who cares? But then Q9 just showing the fact that they have such good control and such good discipline.
भाई अब लेजेंडरी कैरेक्टर के साथ जो ऑपरेटर आता है ना, लेजेंडरी फ्लेम नॉट भी आना चाहिए अब तो भाई, तब मजा आएगा विद सम एक्स्ट्रा फायरी इफेक्ट्स।
Now the S&D. This is where Q9 obviously we think
Blackout specially meant for snipers. भाई open ही open area भाई एकदम।
And did an incredible job on that Tunisia. Despite the fact that it's a defense-oriented map, they still managed to go through and plow through and show that hey, we got this.
By the way, Tejasvi, welcome to the stream, bro.
I think that they're going to potentially give Q9 a run for their money. And I think finally the controls is going to be really interesting to see. At the end of the day, whoever wins, the East will celebrate. But regardless, I'm incredibly excited. I think if I had to pick a winner, it's going to be Elevate.
Ooh, all right, you heard it.
Spicy.
Love that. Well, Hippo, thank you so much for your official audition, for becoming one of our permanent analysts here on the desk. You did a fantastic job hanging out with us. It was so nice to get to chat with you, as it always is. We're going to start getting ready for grand finals. Before we do that, though, I do have Beef Mommy standing by with Noisy Butters for an interview.
Dang, really spicy takes on the desk. But of course, what is spicier? I got Noisy Butters right here. How are you doing? We are at DreamHack.
Oh my gosh, we're here at DreamHack Atlanta watching COD Mobile competitive. I am having the time of my life.
I mean, you've been watching mainland COD for the past few years. How is that compared to Call of Duty Mobile?
I gotta tell you, the players seem to be very respectful in a way in COD Mobile. I'm so used to a lot of trash talk. It's nice to kind of sit back and relax a little bit, but I think there could be more rivalry.
I mean, you can see the hearts all over here. Like, they're very nice people. I mean,
I love the hearts. Whoever's putting the hearts, I'm cheering for you. It's Q9, right?
Yeah, they started the heart thing since last year. So
लाला ब्रो, मुझे तो लगता है एलिवेट जीतेगा।
Exited, so that's pretty cute. Again, more on the wall. Like, what do you think about the matchup at the very end?
What can I say? I'm so excited about it. I don't know much too much of the teams, but I'm here to learn. I'm here to watch some good COD Mobile.
We're all here to learn, and when it comes to learning, of course, this is your first time watching Call of Duty Mobile. What do you think? Like, you said a lot about COD Mobile a while ago when we were talking, right? It looks colorful. It looks really fun.
I love the ability to use blueprints. Like, there was a purifier that usually has the fire, but it was water instead, and I live for that. Can we get that in mainline COD? That'd be
That would be very sick. I mean, can we please have that in the mainline COD? I actually heard from a lot of pro players from COD wanting to play COD Mobile because you have maps from past CODs. What do you think about that? You got Modern Warfare 3 maps, you have Black Ops maps.
क्या लगता है भाई, वो प्यूरीफायर वापस आना चाहिए भाई, मुझे भी वो चाहिए था।
I'm there. I'm having a good time watching.
Speaking of Hacienda, that is the map here that has been doing so well in Hardpoint. Points are close, like 249 and 250. Are you excited, or do you want to see that in the grand finals? Because it's a best of 7.
If I could see more Hacienda, because I saw that hard point with LG and with the 249 and the comeback. So I'm hoping to see more of that.
Let's see if we're going to see more of that. Thank you so much, Butters. You have been amazing here on the wall. But, of course, we've already set it up perfect for you. We got Q9 and Elevate coming up next. You wouldn't want to miss this big matchup. This is Call of Duty Mobile.
बिहार में मैप्स में पता नहीं चलता है कहाँ से पड़ा, क्योंकि स्नाइपर्स बहुत दूर से आप रेंडर हो जाते हैं, पर आपको वो रेंडर नहीं होगा। That's why आपको पता नहीं चलता कि किस डायरेक्शन आपको पड़ा है।
DHL and the United States Air Force.
भाई है भाई, बंद हार्ड पॉइंट्स में तो भाई बहुत खतरनाक चीज है भाई। एलजी फिर ट्रोल हो गए भाई। अरे ब्रो भाई, वही तो बोल रहा हूँ, एलजी को फिर याद दिला दिए भाई। हाँ लाला भाई, फ्लेम नॉरिस मेटा.
Rain on the room like a storm. Yeah, we're way too big to ignore. We'll shake you, move right on the floor.
According to the poll, 62% are with the Elevate and 38% are with the Q9. Let's see who's gonna win this round. Yes, Goku, that's me. गाना तो अच्छा है, हाँ ब्रो, अच्छा है. क्यों भाई, ऐसा भी क्या स्ट्रेंज लग गया तुमको? Make a video on destroying P50 noobs with MG42. Already made it, bro. You can check it out. लाला ब्रो, आज फाइनल्स है ब्रो. ये स्ट्रीम होते ही एंड कर देंगे. फाइनल्स मैच बिना देखे कैसे जा सकते हैं? कैसे जा सकते हैं?
Chegaram, mais um pilar agora. Mais um chegou. Mais um antigo ainda. Vai ser deixa. Valeu. Valeu, Mano, bora fazer. Mano, é o que a gente falou.
Hey Gentry, welcome to the stream. कल से स्ट्रीम बंद हो जाएगा, आई नो, बट आते रहूंगा बीच बीच में. रेगुलर स्ट्रीम नहीं हो पाता, बट स्टिल आई एम थिंकिंग कि मैं रेगुलर अपने मेन चैनल पे स्ट्रीम करूं. I'll let you know. पेनिशर भाई को किक मिल गया गाना सुन के.
We are moments away from getting into the grand finals, from determining a team that will be crowned the best in the region, that will place that trophy above their heads. And it's going to be a fantastic way to close out a
गोकू किसी वीडियो में करता हूँ, but I'll try to do voiceover on each and every video, maybe from tomorrow.
An insanely close semifinals one, and then a dominating performance out of
Elevate team from India? No, bro, they are from Garina.
Just joining us here, we'll give you a little bit of a recap. Let's start off with that first one. The back and forth was wild.
Instant classic. I mean, by far the best series so far.
Okay, bro, Anupam, bro. I'm thinking about it. सोचा तो है मैंने करने का, but let's see क्या कैसे बनता है.
And those also provided some of the most legendary series that we've had in COD Mobile globally. So makes sense that the semifinal started off with a banger. Q9 does get the last two edges though over XROCK, taking down #1 seed out of China.
I mean, we started off effectively with a grand finals matchup. It did start the first semifinal. It shifted. It's
not a problem, Goku.
Said we were going to get a banger. We absolutely got delivered with a banger. Back and forth. That's not true. But still, nonetheless.
Hello, Sheepo. Welcome to the stream, bro.
Got to feel pretty good about your tournament. Obviously, you want to be able to make it to be #1 again. The run back for Salve would have been sick, but Q9, as you say, get the last edges.
I mean, top 4 is
yep, no doubt, भाई. दोनों टीम्स अभी सुपर प्रेशर में होंगे भाई. उनको कैसे भी ये ट्रॉफी लेना है भाई. दोनों टीम को ट्रॉफी का हंगर है.
was not taking any prisoners.
हाँ करूँगा तो एमपी का स्ट्रीम ही करूँगा. अल्काट्राज का स्ट्रीम इसलिए करता हूँ क्योंकि जो ड्रॉज आते हैं उसमें से कैरेक्टर्स रहते हैं. Just to show that thing and आपको तो पता ही है मुझे अल्काट्राज खेलना पसंद है. That's why कभी-कभी फ्राइडे सैटरडे मेन चैनल पे मैं स्ट्रीम कर लेता हूँ by playing अल्काट्राज.
7-4 in the Tunisia, and I will say this much: Galorys did do a great job.
Okay. I'll try to do.
Being able to take that round, but from early get-go,
Let's go, Elevate. Yep.
Clearly see who the better team was.
It's so difficult to
no idea.
pick and ban versus Elevate squad. Correct. Because if you
their Wi-Fi server, no idea.
The Apocalypse, then you have to play them on Summit. It's just so weird to see a team do so well on such a wide open big map and then be able to still follow.
Elevate is a team from Garena.
One of the smallest maps we've ever had in the Hardpoint map pool. So this Elevate team looks like it's got every single base covered, which is dangerous for anyone who goes up against them, as learned by Galorys.
Now, when we're looking at the semifinals, is that what you were expecting, even just regional representation-wise, Galorys being the only squad that was really able to survive until top 4 for the West?
Well, both of us look like bumbling fools because we absolutely did have XROCK beating Q9 in our first semifinal, so that's obviously not happening. But I think at the end of the day, yes, I did have Elevate making it all the way to the grand finals. Like Hippo was just talking about, they just won CDSI not even a week ago.
Come on, match chalu karo, bro.
My Western region, Galorys, they showed up for Latin America, but no one showed up today for North America.
Oh, no.
So I gotta get this going to hopefully inspire some future confidence for my North American counterparts, because wow, they were terrible this weekend. So I got to do something. We sounded like fools. Now I wanted to look like one. So
you didn't need the hat.
ये हमेशा उल्टा सीधा हरकत ही क्यों करता रहता है?
Find a reason to pull that out.
I needed to find a reason. Betty would have killed me if I didn't.
Well, I'm just gonna now you're gonna have to leave that on.
Not for the whole time, but for the rest of the segment, we can make that happen.
At least for the next 7 maps.
Yes. No. No, not that.
That's a good point, though, for everybody home if you're just joining us and you forgot. We haven't gone over the format recently. We are in the grand finals now, which means we've been watching best of 5s in our semifinals. It was best of 3s in our Swiss, but in the grand finals, it is a best of 7.
Soon, very soon, top bro.
For our teams to have a little bit of back and forth. So it's gonna go on just that much longer, which makes it even
it's really gonna be a very intense and interesting match.
Long enough. It is time for the grand finals, and of course, we cannot
it's best
do
of
that
7
without our top 2 teams in the world. It's time to bring out Q9 and
अरे यार ये मैं भी यही बोल रहा हूँ start करो भाई जल्दी.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite
Nice
Gaming,
set.
Monster Energy,
कल कॉलेज भी जाना है. अरे यार चालू नहीं कर रहे यार.
United States Air Force.
Hey Ash, welcome back, bro. Chapri topi, exactly.
Looks like the players are ready.
हाँ काफी उल्टा सीधा इशारे देता है. हाँ भाई खोट है बंदे में. They should have done shipment map for Hardpoint. क्यों भाई? खत्म है फिर तो भाई. कुछ नहीं दिखेगा, सिर्फ smokes, nade, बस यही दिखना है.
团队也是比较注重团队协作的，就是我们队伍里的每一个人都可以在关键的时候站出来去改变这个场上的局势，这是我觉得非常好的一个地方。
No problem, Ash.
我觉得我们今天在逆风的状态下，表现得非常的冷静。
Yep,
但是
they are
我们的
really sponsored by
对于
Air
对手
Force.
的了解啊，以及场上的一个
Shipment is good, but for grinding camos.
我觉得 Elevate 是这一次 Codm 世界锦标赛的冠军的有力争夺者之一，所以打他们的话，就是我觉得我们能做就是不能失误，因为我们已经了解他们怎么打了，就是不能失误，然后打出我们最好的就可以。
Our team strength is a no-brainer. It's always going to be response, and what we're working on is our search and destroy. We're always going past our limit. We're always going to exceed everyone's expectation. Everyone's always doing their parts. We win and lose as a team, so I think that's our strength also. Q9, I wonder when the day will come when you can finally defeat us. It's not today.
那么我们现在已经是来到了使命召唤师。
Don't worry, अनुपम bro, मिल जाएगा, हो सकता है. मैंने अपने एक फ्रेंड को बोला है सेंड करने, वो टाइम टू टाइम सेंड कर रहा है. सबको सेंड कर रहा है वो. Don't worry, मिल जाएगा आपको. He will notify me once he sends you.
Your first team, hailing strong players.
कौन टाइम आउट देगा भाई?
First up, Curly.
I voted for Q9. Hey Avijit, welcome to the stream, bro. Let's see क्या करता है Q9. मिलेगा अनुपम भाई. Don't worry, bro. Don't worry.
The Emperor.
Thank. अरे भाई इतने भी क्या चीखे हैं भाई. Thanks Ash.
Your second finalist, hailing from the Philippines, it's
Yep, finally starting right. Let's go elevate. Yep. जल्दी आओ, कल सुबह कॉलेज जाना. हाँ भाई जल्दी आओ भाई, कॉलेज जाना भाई को कल, जल्दी करो. Because Andrew, he is the BP winner, one of the our BP winner.
Your finalists,
क्या भाई फनी है भाई.
Teams are on the stage and getting themselves ready to dive into this final portion of our competition.
भाई कल टॉप का एग्जाम है ब्रो, जल्दी चालू करो.
First place prize, the title, the trophy on the line. This is very exciting.
I gotta say, the pop of the crowd kind of got me further into the mood. I was super
10 minute का मैच और 20 minute का इंट्रो. Exactly.
I want that for every single kill. It is a big match feel.
Well, let's start talking about it, okay? It's time for the analysis portion, the part that you guys are best at. Let's start talking about
भाई
the squads.
फिर तुम्हारी बातें चालू हो गई. अभी तो मैच चालू होने वाला था क्या? इतनी बातें कहाँ से लाते हो?
But Q9 unbelievably solid against XROCK without question.
देख चुका हूँ भाई, कई बार देख चुका हूँ भाई. मैच दिखाओ मैच.
About this Q9 team, they've done that time and time again inside their region first and foremost, and then being able to turn up and find a way to try to improve versus Elevate team that has beat them not once but twice already.
टाइम निकालना है भाई इनको, ऐसा लग रहा है मेरे को.
Like Q9, there's no surprise here. I feel like everybody probably had in their minds that this was going to be the rematch we were going to be getting for the grand finals here. They've done everything possible to clean up every single corner of their game.
अरे भाई तुम और तुम्हारे दानिश भाई भाई.
But the response is what they immediately need to focus on walking away from CDSI.
I think the other part about this for Q9 is, you know, trying to find the right route to hit this Elevate team.
कंट्रोल हो रहा है ना ब्रो. सबसे पहले हार्ड पॉइंट, फिर एसएनडी, फिर कंट्रोल. फिर अगर कोई एक टीम बच जाए तो आगे का, फिर हार्ड पॉइंट, एसएनडी, फिर कंट्रोल.
Because there's going to be 3 search and destroys in the picture. So, can you target away one of Elevate's best maps for Hardpoint? Can you find a way to get them into uncomfortable positions on the control? That's how Q9 comes through and wins this if they find a way to top the championship.
It's known information. Everybody knows that Elevate likes to run at you. Even Hippo was saying it not too long
भाई
ago.
सावधान पोजीशन, फुल ऑन सावधान पोजीशन.
And Apocalypse versus XROCK, they are more than prepared to set themselves up for those big match moments. Uling in particular with that war machine through the respawns could be something you can lean on if you are Q9.
चेंज भाई, कंट्रोल मैप नहीं कर, लैंग्वेज कंट्रोल. कौन लैंग्वेज का दुरुपयोग कर रहा है भाई? कौन कर रहा है?
On the screens behind them as well, trying to keep up with any of your favorites, so this is a really cool way to see just how dominant
भाई गोकू फ्रस्ट्रेट हो गया भाई चालू करो भाई कैसा कर रहे हो यार हमको पता है कौन कौन है क्यों नहीं शुरू से देखते आ रहे हैं यार Strange took it in different अरे भाई मैं इन लोग का सुन के ना मेरा संतुलन हिल गया है भाई कंट्रोल माने कंट्रोल मैप हो गया मेरा My bad guys, my bad.
In the crowd, hyping them up. The support's been loud for 3 days straight for them.
Time pass, भाई full on time pass चल रहा है इन लोग
individuals, right? Last time we were at Worlds, Garena wasn't even on the map, and now we got Elevate winning CDSI through the lower bracket at that time. Dominant throughout the entirety of this weekend. So far, the clear-cut favorites. I mean, I thought that Galorys was going to give them a certain run for their money in the respawn because they are heavy slayers. No, Elevate are just that much better in every single respawn game that we've seen all weekend.
Yeah, I mean, they've only lost one respawn map on the weekend. It was a control yesterday. You had to go back to CDSI to figure out the last time they lost a respawn. They've only lost 3 in total over the course of the last month and change. It's really, really good.
अभी तो Elevate को दिखा
We keep hearing it from the Elevate interviews. We have to be better at search and
अभी
destroy. We have to be better at search and
Elevate को
destroy.
ही दिखा रहे हैं
Boy, did they ever prove it on this Tunisia versus Galorys, getting deep on their offense into the site, scaling to points where Galorys were never able to hit retakes. That's an important note because they're going to need to try to find the do the same way against Q9. Stop the retakes before they can really get set up.
जाओ हनी भाई आप अकेले जाओ मैं हूँ पीछे हूँ मैं टेंशन मत लो
Resource management as well, and so are Q9 to be fair, but it's just the pressure that gets layered on from Kendi, from so many different players that are represented here of Elevate, that is just so oppressive that sometimes you just have
12 बजे शुरू होगा देखना अरे नहीं यार आधा घंटा नहीं खींचेंगे यार इतना भी नहीं होने वाला मैक्स टू मैक्स अगर खींचे तो 12:30 तक खींच पाएंगे भाई 12 बजे खींचने तक का ताकत नहीं है भाई इनके पास ऐसा मत बोलो भाई
Absolutely right. I mean, between Yopi and PJ both, they have been unbelievable as a dynamic.
भाई ये लोग नहीं उठाएंगे किसी का फोन अब भाई इन लोगों का मुंह जब तक बंद नहीं होगा तब तक मैच चालू नहीं होगा
Pushes that you continually see for scrap time on rotation as they break hills. It's just they're everywhere all the time. It feels like.
You talk a lot about those improvements when it comes down to the search and destroy. Susano has been that guy with the sniper rifle in hand, and the reason being to set up Yopi and PJ.
इतना देर क्यों भाई वो तो मैं भी नहीं जान रहा भाई कि इतना देर क्यों चालू हो रहा है क्या क्या अब चालू होने वाला है 360 भाई कैमरामैन फुल 360 दे रहा है
ready to go for our grand finals. Let's take a look back at the history between these two teams though, because these past battles there's a recent and now enduring history between these two spots.
Yeah, but in particular, you look at Q9 and kind of their storied success not being capped off with the W.
सबको कहीं ना कहीं जाने किसी के एग्जाम में किसी को नींद आ रहा है किसी को ऑफिस जाना है भाई ये लोग कहाँ समझेंगे भाई
Again, when it mattered most at the actual Chinese Masters Championship. They would eventually get their revenge at CDSI. That squared them up against Elevate. But again, they were not able to finish off
इनके कमेंट सेक्शन में just start लगा है
major event this year, trying to right the wrongs that they faced earlier.
सब इग्नोर भाई लोग सब इग्नोर कर रहे हैं भाई कुछ नहीं भाई पीछे से डायरेक्टर भी बोल रहा होगा भाई चालू करो चालू इग्नोर बक
But the answer still has to be asked. Can you finish the dang story for Q9? You've made it to so many grand finals.
नीचे भाई को खाना बनाना है बताओ आप बताओ
Maybe barring the opening of Apocalypse map number 4 versus XROCK, but the time is now. You have to respond to what happened at CDSI not too long ago.
Absolutely, we've mentioned it quite a few times. There's probably a chip.
अनुपम भाई आपको रिडीम कोड सेंड कर दिया गया है चेक कर लो
We get to see a look at some of these mode stats for these squads. Do you think this is an accurate picture to be painting here, Shifts?
Absolutely. Respawn dominance for Elevate, Search and Destroy dominance for Q9. That's been the biggest point. And I think the other side of this is when you deal
Punisher भाई अभी लास्ट आ गया अब तो जा भी नहीं सकता क्या करें क्या करें
It's map 3 and map 6. Control. Both these two teams have been right down the line even in terms of how they've played the mode so far this weekend.
This is going to be a game of control. The hard points more than likely to Elevate. The Search and Destroys more than likely to Q9. That is typically how the history is drawn between these two teams. But this will 100% come down to the controls. To Shift's point, having both those controls very much so in play. Q9 need to respond to either one, if not potentially both, if this does end up going the distance.
cannot wait to see if they've got any sort of secrets up their sleeve.
भाई तुम ही वेट करा रहे हो भाई बोलते I cannot wait to see भाई खुद वेट करा रहे हो यार
We've got them out there lined up ready to go. Those rings are epic every single year and they are
हेलो अश्विनी भाई वेलकम टू दिस स्ट्रीम ब्रो क्या हाल है आपके एलिवेट जीतेगा नो डाउट ब्रो एलिवेट ही जीतेगा
through here best of 7 lots of choices had to be made.
Yeah, and I think the thing here for Q9 is you have to decide. Do you want to play him on Summit? Do you want to play him on Apocalypse? You can only ban one. So they get rid of the Apocalypse. Makes sense, especially after the last result they had versus XROCK. So it will be Elevate selecting the Summit first. Not the worst news for Q9. They've played it a bunch. We then have some repeat modes from when they played last time. Firing range was 12-10 overtime in favor of Elevate. That was the
7 rounds. Yep.
Raid was also played once before with them. And then you've got the Hacienda, which is a run back, the Express, which is a bold choice, and then, of course, the finish of the Arsenal and the Kurohana. This is about as picture-perfect of a map series set as you could have asked for the teams doing their homework.
You could have drawn up a best of 7 that is basically a force of what have you learned in between CDSI and this very moment of time. To your point, Alan, there are so many reprised maps, and there's only been so little time to be able to learn, to be able to go back to study that VOD. I'm sure that Q9 have been preparing for this exact matchup, but it's just a little few speed bumps that got them in their way to get to this point in time. Now it's this point in time where you do have to take all of the pencil pushing that you found for yourself, all the books you read, the VOD you reviewed. The time is now.
All right, well, everyone at home, let us know how you're feeling about this matchup. Do you think it's going to be Q9 that will be crowned the champion, or will it be Elevate? I can't wait to see how this plays out. I will let the two of you talk about that as we dive into the match, because it is about ready to get underway. So ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship are about to kick off.
चलो finally guys, finally start होने जा रहा है.
I think the thing about this best of 7, just to kind of talk to the dynamic that involves a best of 7, Elevate are going to have an advantage early in this season because they get the first opening map selection. That also means they get their first control.
Hardpoint and Summit.
It's crucial for Q9 to keep things tight and hopefully extend this series later down the road where you see your Arsenal and a very square footing on the Kurohana.
चलो guys, अब chat से हटते हैं, मैच पे फोकस करते हैं.
Walk away with one of these would be great. Summit is actually going to be the first venue.
No problem, Anupam bro, and thanks for joining the stream, bro.
Expect for your usual suspects to pop off when it matters most.
It's been a routine playground for Q9 inside their region as well as at CDSI, and at the moment, they are off to the races on P1. Early time from Elevate, already counteracted. Sun having a little bit of a tough time locking down the shots to find the continual kills, but his help is around the
दोनों के दोनों टीम्स हार्ड पॉइंट को छोड़ने नहीं वाले भाई. कोई किसी को लीड नहीं लेने देगा, कोई किसी को लीड नहीं लेने देगा. प्राइस मनी लाने गया शायद बैंक से.
Spawn ever so slightly with 5 seconds remaining inside of P1. Q9 would have loved to hold on to the rest of the high ground, but good trades coming through from Elevate off the spawn point.
Yeah, looking really decent. Uling will have the final word on P1. Rotating on over. Chen, he's already got a KRM at the ready. Pred missile called in. That's extra space for Q9 to work with his elevator, trying to move this from the right side of the map. Trying to get a little bit of a pinch now as the split spawn situation allows a natural pitch to start to occur, and with that Quo, able to find himself too and push Q9 out of the hard point.
How long can you hold? You know, you mostly just want to get as much time as possible, but get, most importantly, those spawns, and will Elevate will just start sprinting into them. Better side of the map now being held by Q9. Claw will start to be popped immediately for Q9, and a War Machine soon to follow as well.
Yeah, really solid start here. Uling, of course, leading the charge for
But Q9 फिलहाल lead ले रहा है भाई. Q9 with the 10 lead.
Mid-range. That's enough for Q9 to hold into the hard point, but they are a bit awry. Trying to make their move over to the left side of the map where our new hard point will open up. Elevate starting to fight back, but they get pitched up as Uling once again doubles down, and now you've got Q9 on the favorite side going to 3.
Talk about the consistency.
Q9 is still going with the lead.
Very fine day. He was a problem for XROCK in the respawns, and it's nice to see the continuation here, especially if you are a fan of Q9. 51-29. You're already cutting past mid-maps, but spawns have occurred.
Indeed the case, and the extra kills for Yopi. Elevate know that they need to push through this, so they're going to commit to Claw to watch the flank and actually turn back around as the snow pathway is still being held by Q9. Susano in a little bit of trouble, able to find one more before dropping, but Q9 have stayed.
Q9 भाई lead लेने से हट नहीं रहे भाई.
Starting to send
Q9
on a further flank, but Q9 I mean, they can just focus on the front, keep this as scrappy as possible. Already have a couple operators.
Sun with the Sparrow.
Great space being opened up as Jack through mid has the Purifier. That range will eventually see him shut down. Sun takes his attention to the background, but that's Elevate now with the break. Nice little surround and wrap around the hill. Allows them to flip the spawns and the hardpoint simultaneously, and Klo will make sure that there is definition around this last 20. Equalizers out and active. PJ holding the opposite corner. Here comes the hit for Q9. Broken ankles, doesn't matter. Elevate find all 4 kills and they'll get the scrap.
I still find that to be an absolute win though for Q9. I mean, you got the majority of time there on P3 and you got the equalizer out, but with those final few kills, by giving up a lot more lives to try to break inside the scrap time, but P3, you actually given up a lot of spawns and a lot of space at new.
Yeah, Susano already doing the job, found one. Trying to get in to try to flip these spawns back where Q9 will be on the left-hand side of the map. So far, so good though. Q9 still holding it desperately.
भाई Q9 अपने points वापस से मैचअप कर रही है. अब लग रहा है इस हार्ड पॉइंट पे ये लोग लीड ले लेंगे. हाँ, ले लेंगे.
Just trying to do this the hard way, and it's not working out fully until finally you got Susano and Yopi to clean things out, and now the Purifier with Kendi's War Machine can take focus to the front.
और ये उन्होंने लीड ले लिया.
Herd them into these very narrow choke point that exits out of P1, and Kendi is just finding random nonsense kills, just yeeting these grenades into the distance, all calculated, of course. The majority of time coming through for Elevate here on P4. They did a magnificent job on the transition. Looking pretty good for the scrap time as well.
That's a lot of operators gone though for Elevate. Q9 trying to get a lead flip, and they will secure a break. This is good in terms of how Q9 can hold off from this map getting a little bit out of control. Same can be said about how Elevate did this on P3. So again, very 50-50 battle to this point. Elevate going to commit their last hit to jump on in, because why not? But Q9 right there to meet.
Elevate फिलहाल तो अभी लीड में है.
And Elevate are really avoiding him nicely, but not enough numbers to actually secure the break. We've got a tie game going into the next set.
Crucial moment on this transition going into one. Uling does have a War Machine at the ready. Probably going to see a couple kills come through and might use it just to try to keep Elevate trapped on whatever side of the map Q9 see fit. Chen's going to start this little flank coming through with the KRM. He's going to get caught. Does do well to at least find one. Had a good look at the second. It's just space provider for Q9 to move forward.
Sun able to drop in a Pred missile to help support Uling and this War Machine active. He's got a lot to learn, though, in terms of where this Elevate team is trying to break from, and well, it's Curly who actually beats him to the punch. Claw able to find 2 from the front doors. Not going to find the third, and that's right as Uling loses his War Machine. Maybe an opportunity here for Elevate to break this hill wide open. A couple of kills come through.
I'm with the Elevate. What about you guys?
There's too many members to deal with. Kendi trying to do what he can.
Guys, come on, we are very close to 200 likes.
Q9 and mostly Uling who are locking things up until
Guys, like this stream if you're enjoying it.
to pop the claw, take a couple, and Elevate quickly bounce right back.
Hi Savage Queen, welcome to the stream.
If you are Elevate giving up the opposite side of the map, their spawn will occur, but it's a massive spree to come
Let's see. Elevate is going for the lead once again.
Where the spawns are starting to come from, but still winning the gunfights when it matters most. Big 2 for Peach.
Opportunity here though for Q9. They've got a couple operators at the ready, and with that, a couple of eliminations to get this hard point started off on the right.
Punisher भाई, क्या बात है? सही आ रहा है ना स्ट्रीम का क्वालिटी? कोई प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं?
Good read on where Elevator are coming from. Loses the last charge of it. Now has to go back to the Fennec, and that works out nicely. Mauchi off the flank. He's got
by Q9 taking goes with the lead.
Set up a sort of a pitch, and that's enough for Q9 to reclaim the lead.
We do have one flank that's currently being put together.
Once again, Q9 ने lead ले लिया.
His way forward. He has assistance from his team.
Elevate trying to cover it up.
But it's a north to south spawn that is currently occurring all the way across the map. Finally will subside. Elevator on the better side of the map, but scrap time still left to fight for here too.
Susano will jump in to contest. Lots of damage, able to find a kill, and his teammate will make sure that he stays alive. So really good help from Elevate, flipping the map, and also getting a little bit of contest going here in the last 15 seconds or so. Q9 have to fight through ult, and they fight through it very nicely. Now the play over towards the right side of the map. Elevate still not getting the spawns on the left side because P2 is still active. As that lock starts to come out,
चलो तब सही है Punisher भाई.
and wouldn't you know it, Q9 spawns behind. So the early effort for Elevate immediately counteracted, and Q9 are flooding their way forward.
Yeah, Elevate very quickly, just cutting through the middle of the map, trying to get into these gunfights before they actually end up happening over inside of the car itself, just trying to be a little bit of a nuisance on the opposite side for Elevate to help them get a little bit further forward. Breaking enemy lines has been Susano. And
Elevate taking the lead, yep. They got the lead. But ये ज़्यादा देर का नहीं रहेगा भाई. Q9 just somehow managed to get their lead back.
On the hard point. Kendi running out of the War Machine. Purifier behind this, but it runs out at the same time. So Q9 find 3 straight eliminations, and now it's their turn. War Machine for Uling.
Look, as I said, Q9 is taking their lead back.
Sloppy initially, but still He uses that as an opportunity to weaken this Elevate approach from the front. Curly's able to clean things up in the last 15 seconds. Looking good for Q9.
Gotta be careful of the investment here if you are Elevate. Trying to at least break this.
Elevate को अभी next hardpoint के लिए move कर लेना चाहिए था.
At this moment in time, 170 to 159. And when you look at just the stats from left to right, as far as KD is concerned, Q9 are outslaying Elevate by a steep margin, but it's still only just about a 20-point game, barely. Elevate have the rotation to new, and they're anchoring out the back spots.
Big moment here to counteract Q9's rotation from the last hardpoint. Susano feeling the pressure, shut down. That may be an opportunity for Q9 to flood. They're actually not going to play for the sponsor to get into the hard point first. So Kenji now has to take his attention forward. Good kills from him. Maybe a chance to do a little bit more, but Curly,
Q9 is with the lead right now. Elevate is trying to cover it up, but seems to fail that.
Split spawn occurs for PJ. He gets 2 more to spawn up behind him. But Q9, they are twisted right now. They're reading all of these spawns. They're maintaining presence around the hard point.
Match तो बढ़िया चल रहा है Jill bro.
193 to 168. Late break does come through for Elevate, and it is massive. This 20 seconds will tie up the game again as we go to new once more.
I mean, we're 30-30 on P1, P2. We're 40-20s on both 3 and 4 for one side or the other. This is about as tight as it gets. We're watching.
Finally, Elevate is covering their lead.
When asked a question, provide answers. So now we
lead ले पाएगा क्या? नहीं ले पाएगा. Q9 already next hard point में position ले चुकी है.
Gotta work your way back through here in Q9. Mauchi wanting to make sure that they get the majority of time here at 1, and Equalizer is very good at this moment in time. Starting to push a little bit forward. He's actually going to catch a couple of spawners off guard. Able to find 2 more. There's still one hanging around the joint. It's Yopi. Easy cleanup will come through. There's a rogue player of PJ, but good value coming through there for the Equalizer, I'll say that.
Uling trying to get the War Machine into play. Purifier also being called here. Q9 trying to gain some separation on the scoreboard late into this map, and it's working out nicely. Elevate, push back, have to reform and try to hit again. 25 seconds to fight. Contest is in. Smoke making a mess at the front door, but Uling and the rest of Q9 are able to clean up nicely. Big moment. Greatest lead we've seen to this point as Elevate try one more time.
Still holding on to the better side of the map, and they will clean house. So
big.
With 5 dead, they're going to be
भाई
able to up the high ground.
Q9 अभी अच्छी खासी lead में है.
Wonder if he's able to find anything. No, Yopi too aware, but they
Elevate.
from Sun Curly able to at least combine
नहीं.
4 more. The rotation.
नहीं ले पाए.
That's 4 down. Yopi, last one left alive, does well to keep some high ground position available for Elevate to use.
Elevate का full try है कि इस next hard point को पूरा cover कर ले. But seems like they're failing on this.
Forward into Q9 spawn, but doesn't fully work out. A chance here for Elevate. You've got the Purifier and the
फिलहाल अभी तक तो फिलहाल उन्होंने hard point ले रखा है. पर देखते नहीं यार.
Runs right into PJ. That's not going to be enough for them. And Elevate are going to clean the floor. Q9 now spread across the map off the spawn.
Equalizer called. Kenny's War Machine is about to dissipate as well. But its value.
War Machine भाई मुंह पे.
20 to 225. Not enough time for Elevate to still win here, but Q9 absolutely can.
Glow from the back line, only finding one. The rest of his teammates right there to pick up.
Come on, come on, come on. Elevate. Come on, guys, you can do it.
Already thinking about that. Have a player on rotation, but you can't.
भाई ये मैच बड़ा इंटेंस हो रहा है भाई. दोनों टीम्स एकदम पीक टू पीक खेल रही है. Come on, Elevate. Few more points. More 10 points. Only 10 more points, guys. Only 10 more points. 7 more points. 7 more points.
Hardpoint has not unlocked yet. PJ from the front with the shotgun, waiting for first contact. Not going to be needed. Elevate now.
Okay. Okay. Elevate. Come on, Elevate. 2 more points. 2 more points. Come on. GG's, Elevate. GG's. What a match, guys. What a match.
But never out. Elevate cracked the code. At the end of P4,
भाई शुरू में लग रहा था Elevate हारेगा, but somehow they manage and won the match. GG's for Elevate, guys. GG's.
All of the easy routes to be hit. Pinched in from behind, tough scenes. Curly had the ace up the sleeve at the end there for the potential break with the claw. Immediately shut down from the gunnies of Elevate.
That is as 50-50 of a battle as you're ever going to see on Summit. But there's one moment that you have to look back on in terms
भाई ये पहला राउंड जीतने के बाद जो अलग से कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्ड होता है ना, वो नेक्स्ट मैचेस में खेलने के लिए ना थोड़ा सा एनर्जी देता है. पर जब आप पहला राउंड ही हार जाओ ना, तब अंदर एक अलग सा टेंशन वाला सीन हो जाता है. स्पेशली मेरे साथ तो होता है, अब इनके साथ होता है कि नहीं पता, मेरे साथ तो होता है, पहला राउंड जीत जाओ तो हाँ अब लग रहा है कि कुछ करेंगे, पर पहला राउंड अगर हार जाओ तब लगता है नहीं भाई दिक्कत है।
Moment there for Q9 to make the decision of spend it here. Let's grow our lead now. Then we can play for rotation to 3. It doesn't work out.
You just have to cement it for whatever leader's advantage you could possibly get, especially for how mixy P3 can be and just how well.
एक टाइम मुझे भी लगा था अश्विनी भाई कि ये राउंड गया इनके हाथ से, नेक्स्ट राउंड कुछ करेंगे, but somehow भाई they still managed to win this match. That was a really great match. दोनों टीम बहुत बढ़िया खेली, बहुत एज टू एज खेली भाई, कोई किसी को ज्यादा लीड लेने नहीं दिया, but at the end Elevate managed to take the lead and won the match.
At least show that in the lead ever so slightly, but Elevate were always hanging around. They just had to change up the macro a little bit. Their holds, their setups, and breaks just were so harmless.
क्या ही मैच था नोआ ब्रो, क्या ही मैच था।
How you break and contest P3 and how you break and contest P4. Look no further than that matchup right there, friends. That was
मैच स्टार्ट, हाँ अभी मैच ये लोग ज्यादा जल्दी स्टार्ट कर देंगे, अभी ज्यादा देर नहीं रोकेंगे ये लोग।
That's the difference maker. So Elevate come away with their map win. Now we go to firing range for the search and destroy. This was in the pool when they played at CDSI. It was the map that Elevate used to win the championship, but it took a number of overtimes. It finished 12-10, and it was as back and forth as that map was.
Next match is in firing range, search and destroy. भाई मैं Elevate का एक मैच देखा था जिसमें SND था, वो भी SND था भाई, वो मैच इन्होंने इतना जल्दी खत्म किया था ना भाई, एकदम इजी मैच था, ऐसा लग रहा था कि जैसे हम लोग जैसे रैंडम बॉट लॉबी खेलते हैं ना कि जाओ मारो खत्म फिनिश, ऐसा खेला था भाई इन्होंने वो मैप। मेरे को याद नहीं किस टीम के अगेंस्ट खेला था या फिर वो एग्जैक्टली मुझे भी याद नहीं आ रहा, वो CDSI था या वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप याद नहीं आ रहा, पर वो मैच याद है कि एलिवेट ने कैसे निकाला था।
And they were giving up a lot more individual gunfights than I would like to admit.
That's totally fair. On the course of this weekend, though, if you want to bring some more recency into the picture, Elevate have not played this map outside of a single time. Yeah, it did not go all that well. It was versus Godlike at their opening Swiss map.
क्या checking हो रहा है भाई इन लोगों का?
Whereas for Q9, they've used this map twice on the road to their perfect search and destroy. In the Swiss stage, they had a 7-2 win versus 4MV, which, okay. And then you also had an 8-6 win versus Stalwart. So they were able to beat at least one of the other Garena teams on this map already.
Yeah. Just cementing the simple fact of who everybody had to go through as well. I mean, Q9's road to get to this point in time through Tribe, Stalwart, XROCK. And then losing to Elevate is their only stained loss as far as the weekend is concerned. So this is as good as a run back as you could possibly get, and mentally training them, if you will, for this exact series here.
Sure.
Elevate on the opposite side. I mean, Galorys.
इतने सारे सॉन्ग्स तो सुन रहे हो ना, हर थोड़े टाइम पीरियड में नए सॉन्ग सुनाई तो दे रहे हैं ना।
It's just really tough to say that Elevate just had an easier bracket round. Basically going against all the.
Come on, भाई जल्दी चालू करो यार.
Going to make the grand finals because it was easier. Like no, they definitely were tested, and you can clearly see that the game plan is very much so still the same when they're going up against a top dog such as Q9.
Bro, you want to talk about just legendary COD mobile runs? Look no further than Elevate. This last month has been a trial. At CDSI, they had to beat Godlike, Stalwart, Wolves, XROCK, and then Q9. And then all of a sudden you show up at Champs and you're like, wait, we have to play Godlike and Q9 and Wolves again? Unreal. I mean, this has been an undeniable run from Elevate, taking down playoff team after playoff team, taking down China's best, taking down their regional counterparts. This last month and a half has been perfect COD on Elevate.
I will say this much, though, as we're getting some good shots at Elevate, just sitting there laughing and having a good time, is that their composure, albeit tested, this is quite literally pressure-making diamonds type analogy here with Elevate, especially over the past several weeks. Trial by fire. Run up at CDSI was just so legendary.
Yeah.
How can you not have all of the confidence in the world coming into a tournament like this? You see the road, you see the teams that you have to face, you've beaten them before. I feel confident for them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely the case. I mean, like we said, they beat them at CDSI, and then they also beat Q9 in the Swiss stage, only dropping the map too. So, something to be told about having an edge mentally, maybe not even just physically, over your opponent. But Q9 are no strangers to adversity having to learn their lessons versus XROCK. They were able to provide that in their last 2 matchups. And now maybe an opportunity to do so versus Elevate as we look back and reflect upon that last meeting. Here were the maps and the overall scores. Elevate scores on the left. So again, 250 to 234, the Hacienda, that will come back. Kurohana will be waiting for us for a potential map 7 where Q9 will feel great about. And then we will also have an Arsenal control. That will be our map 6 if we get it. That was left for the decision of Q9 between that and Raids. So they go that direction.
Garina कोई support करेगा ना?
We talked about is right here for us to wrap too.
Again, this is all speculation. Again, as volatile as a best of 7 is, to the advantage of Elevate being able to get some of these maps through the early stages of, I really want to say, like the first 4. This is a potential best look for them to try to walk in and sweep very quickly. But that's why I was kind of coining it as the phrase that Q9 do have to come in and take away one of these first 3 maps just to be able to extend it and kind of give some honesty to Elevate in this grand finals.
No, absolutely the case. And I think that's, it's the easy thing to say, win your map picks forehead. But I think it's more crucially important in this simply due to the fact that you've got Q9 who are not necessarily as strong of a hardpoint team. You look to that Hacienda now, especially them losing the summit, you have to win it. For Elevate, now all of a sudden you look towards their Search and Destroy and Express later and say, you have to win that. But I think the thing about it for Elevate is they're looking at this map too saying, hey, we've beaten you on this once before. We could do it again. Just give us a chance to.
It's same idea, different team, different map mode combination of what I was just talking about with Elevate coming back into this tournament, beating everybody that they've seen before is just sometimes a little bit more decisive. And you even go back to the interview as well. I mean, like, they're not shy about it. And every competitor that has played up against Elevate and has scrimmed them is very much so aware these guys like to run at you. They'll make you feel uncomfortable, while also being very fundamentally sound in the macro department along the way.
Well, speaking of that interview, hey,
seems like start होने वाला है
sit
भाई.
down with Elevate to give their thoughts on how they've performed to this point and what their expectations are for the weekend.
All right, Beef Mommy here, and I'm with the team that elevated everyone's expectations in the World Championship. I'm with Elevate today, Garina's #1 team heading into the World Championship. But before we start into the nitty-gritty, I wanted to say that every single one of you, except for one player, is actually your first time here in the World Championship. Last year, unfortunately, even though everyone expected you to come in as a Garina representative, you didn't make it. So
losing last year was very devastating for me. It really affected me in general. So, but in time, I realized it wasn't for us. So I accepted it, and I realized along the way that the only way to go up is to go down. So right now we're back on the world stage. So we're coming back for everything.
Love that, Susana.
Last year, when we lost the game against Stalwart currently, I actually went outside and cried my eyes out. Then when I went back in, Yopi was taking a shower. I heard him crying like really loud, and I was just really sad back then. It was really sad.
Is that true? Were you really crying inside the shower?
Yeah, to be honest, yeah. I was crying that night. And it's very unfortunate experience for us that we have to learn from our mistakes, and you see now
भाई दुख दर्द पीड़ा सुना रहे हैं भाई इन लोग अपना.
What do you think makes Garina
यही होता है actual में
different
लेकिन.
from all of the regions in terms of playstyle?
One word, Hardpoint.
Hardpoint.
Okay, well, actually, can you expound as to why Hardpoint
at least English
is
तो
the
बोल
game
रहे हैं.
for Garina?
We don't have the patience. We just go
ये
run
गाना
around
चाहिए.
the place.
भाई वो trash talk करता रहता है और कुछ नहीं करता रहता.
I mean, that's true. Actually, Garina was one of the first regions to use and utilize the gyroscope.
What separates us from other teams, like particularly us in Garina, is we have a really fast-paced gameplay that I think no other team has actually tried to copy it yet. They're copying it, but they cannot do the original. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, there you go. Confident in the respawn gameplay. And speaking of, Search and Destroy is something that is always brought up, especially up against like Chinese teams. How were you able to kind of, I guess, clean up your S&D gameplay? Because you are very confident in your respawn.
Yeah, like Klaus said, we have no patience, and I think in S&D we have to wait for the IGL calls.
All right, thank you so much, Elevate. I really loved your answers. But yeah, that was Elevate Garina's #1 team. Let's see if they're going to clinch the top spot in the World Championship.
Fast and furious. We definitely saw a lot of that on the summit. We've also seen it in a number of occasions on their Search and Destroy, but you hear it there at the end. We have to wait for the calls from our IGL. Wait for the go button. Let's just not, play solo ranked mode and just run at each other. We got to put something together, and that's going to be key for this firing range search.
As longtime tenured enjoyers of Call of Duty esports and Call of Duty Mobile since its inception, it is very refreshing to hear such fundamentals even being talked about outside the game.
Finally match चालू हुआ.
It will be indicative to your performance and success on this firing range. Again, just to reset up everything, firing range is a venue these two teams know quite well against one another, with Elevate having the edge.
Yeah, casual 22 rounds of search play here last time that they had the chance.
It's unlocked.
They will be on offense. We talked about this map quite often with these guys. They love to just smoke, flash, nade, and then get the bomb planted. Will Elevate have a response for it? This time they are holding off on their counter nades, and they will unfortunately not fully land. So now you got to do this the hard way. Try to re-clear out the backside of trailer. Easier said than done, as Q9 already had the post plant setups.
What a sick high-low after a very quick plant coming through. It's going to leave Susano in a 1v5. Not very likely. Always expected to play inside of American, but I mean, a blistering pace for a first round out of Q9, just clearing everything.
That was quick, bro. That was really quick.
There, get the bomb planted, but knowing that they didn't clear trailer, whether they saw a body in there or not, the high-low just to dispose of it quickly and not lose any lives along the way was lovely to see.
Yeah, absolutely the case. This is actually going to feel very familiar because we were talking about this map with Stalwart when they played up against Q9. We're saying, hey, you have to understand that it's going to be a smoke first, stun second. Do you challenge through that smoke? Do you wait to play your counter nades? That has to be what Elevate needs to start communicating, because it's always been the case with how Q9 try to approach this offense. This time, not towards A. It's going over to the B site. Initially, there is an elimination from Susano, but the trades are decent over towards the B part of the map, which is now where Q9 have to keep their focus.
And they have full coverage of this. But Elevator setting themselves up for a late flank potentially for
Yes, Q9 is really good in SND.
Through the middle of the map, but exit frag upon the bomb plant. 3v3.
Yeah, maybe a bit of mistiming right there. Looked like there was supposed to be a defensive stun to force that challenge, but it doesn't make a difference. Yopi just slides up, finds two. PJ behind him, and the dynamic SNG duo lighten things up for the first round for Elevate.
It's just so timely again. I mean, going back to the interview, just
बोलता भाई तुम ही खाली मैच जल्दी खत्म नहीं कर सकते भाई, हम भी कर सकते हैं.
That's exactly what happened. Yobi was on an island by himself and just waited for any sort of advantage to take. And found that pinch scot-free. Big 2 kills.
अरे भाई ये कैसे सवाल हुआ भाई? ऐसे थोड़ी ना होता है भाई.
Q9 still passive through the middle of the map, looking for some spam shots from Sun in towards trailer. None will land. And for Elevate's defense, trophies inside of trailer with a double stack. Now this one trophy on the backside of A, that's supposed to be there to keep Kendi safe, will likely be destroyed just by the amount of incoming nades that are likely to come through for Q9 if they decide to commit onto the A site. So this setup in the trailer is crucially important if Elevate do get tested today. But for now, Q9 going to see what they can find over towards the B part of the map.
Oh my gosh, Susano.
Yeah.
That's bold. That's aggressive.
Yep.
We'll give it up for now. As you saw the information on the other side of wood, expecting for things to go B, but it seems like Q9 are actually using it as an opportunity for a little bit of a bait play. They will leave a player behind, maybe throw anything as of late, see what they can get on the cross back, but wasting a lot of time just trying to find a pick. All 10 or 9 players still alive.
And Yopi gets found inside a trailer. Q9 surely going to utilize that advantage and hit A. That's going to force a rotation back. Susano on the way over towards American. He will only have a pixel peek here down the lane backside trailer. So this is important to note. Again, when does Q9 want to execute? Just a couple of nades just to bait the defense into thinking this is B. Smoke at mid gets denied by Trophy. Q9 have not been able to get the setup that they want. So now it's just down to can they flood these nades and take control of trailer.
Not able to get the information they want either. I mean, you should know that someone's going to be American, but you got to be careful with the no smoke. PJ is very much so still lurking inside a trailer.
PJ on the cross.
इतना होता तो भाई डीपी की पे ड्रॉ की चलता रहता है ड्रॉ.
Backs up. Bomb will be allowed to go down. Keep your eye on PJ. Does he want to try to push through this? His teammates over towards 10, giving us the offer that they're not going to play for a wrap. They're going to try to flood this from the front. Contact though at mid. That's troubling for Elevate. Mauchi now wins back mid-map, and Q9 can keep their full focus on the front, where PJ has to
टेम्पलर ब्लो मैं तो एलिवेट के साइड में.
Yeah, wonderful execution coming through once they finally got the isolation for the play call to get over towards the trailer side. Again, without a smoke, you're always feeling a little nervy about that push, given the pixel peak that Susanna was holding, and at least the angle that was being held inside a trailer. But I mean, to your point, PJ missing their opportunity, and simply need to be able to go 1-for-1 in that regard. Maybe deny the plant. Does not happen. Q9 take a 1-round lead.
Early offensive smoke and stuns over towards trailer. PJ's in trouble. Pushes forward through the smoke to make sure no one had pushed in towards mid. Late trophy system down. And it's an opening nade that lands onto PJ inside the trailer. So once again, Q9 do what they always do. Smoke the front door, get the bomb down, and now force Elevate to have to consider how they want to retake.
Really need to start seeing some late stuns being held for Elevate to try to deny them that space.
Yeah.
Not maybe just try to contest the bomb plant, but find yourself in a 4v5. Try to go for an egregious pick over there for Kendi, and Susanna loses his life. It's over.
Yeah, absolutely is. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, there's two ways that Elevate could deal with this
That
play
was
down
quick.
A lane. Right. The first
भाई
is
Q9 नहीं लेने देगा लगता है एलिवेट को एसएनडी के राउंड Q9 बोलते ये तो हम ही जीतेंगे
you force Q9 to respect
ये नहीं जाने देना
Otherwise, you hold back and, like you said, wait for the nades to come out, throw some of your own. Hopefully, you delay the plant from happening until the smoke dissipates, and then you have a chance to contest a little bit more freely without having to worry about deterrence from stuns and smokes. Here is a very aggressive offensive smoke already being placed. Elevate playing through it though, and with an opening elimination on the Sun, that opens up some sniper freedom as well.
I was about to say, or third option, just early stun and try to deny the space to not allow Q9 to walk a little bit further forward. I mean, they really were thinking that it was going to come A aggressively, and it was looking like that for Q9. Two defensive players now over towards B for Elevate's side. Q9, though, down a man. Might just have to do this the old-fashioned way, just gun this first player.
Oh, but Susano does go 1-for-1. That's fine, especially with another teammate nearby. Damage is out, but Klo will fall
2v3 situation, 3v1 situation.
And with this play, not
Q9.
only Elevate kept their numbers, they've also taken away the A side of the map, so they have to know that Uling is playing somewhere over
क्या
here
लगता है
towards
उलिंग
me.
1v3 कर पाएगा?
No easy 1v1.
वैसे तो मुश्किल है, but still नहीं गलत टाइम पे फायर कर दिया. उस जगह पे नहीं रहता ना, तो चांसेस थे उसके सरवाइव करने को. वहां से कहीं नहीं बच सकते.
Just stun over the top of the smoke and just deny the space. It works for now until the stuns and the nades are a little bit better time for Q9 to unearth you from that position.
It's a weird setup for Q9. They're actually doing the same thing again. It's a double smoke at mid. It's almost the exact same setup. There's no smoke deep at A. This is only to give Elevate something to worry about at middle, and Kendi is able to still find Mao Chi. Top side wood. Play coming through trailer. Shen in some trouble. Wants to get some barrel control, but it's being held by Yopi. Considerate of the space, he still holds down the trigger. Uling looking for the plant, and he will get it down, but it's still numbers advantage for Elevate as Klo finds trades at mid.
Yeah, we'll get the bomb planted. The exit, though, not as clean as you would like. It's going to leave Sun in a 1v3. Does have a sniper rifle, but is not in the clutch position.
No.
He's going to round this corner. He's just going to get gunned. If you can go 1-for-1, that would have been sick, but you were the last player left alive as Elevate have a brilliant retake back over at A.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Elevate on this.
Elevate भाई tie.
Just making sure Q9 weren't getting
At
away
this
with
moment
that
tie
on the
दोनों.
A site, which is something that Stalwart
3
had a little bit of a
versus
difficult
3.
time doing. Not the case here. Really good stuff coming out. And that now all of a sudden puts us into a 3-3 half as we swap the sides. What is Elevate going to give us an offer of in terms of their offense? We saw when they were playing Tunisia just a moment ago. It wasn't just getting into sight, it was getting through it. Will they have the opportunity to do the same thing here, scaling deep on firing range?
Look at the aggression already over towards A, trying to hunt for some more information over by Showers. The bomb is lurking in this area. And the biggest thing for Elevator right now is how do you get Yopi involved? He is the bomb carrier, but you really want to try to get this guy a couple more kills and a lot more space to free roam.
Yeah, I think the biggest part here is, though, you get Sun, who is supposed to be sniping this A lane. And so you can have Kendi just trying to scout to see if anyone throws a shoulder on the barrel. And as you approach, the only thing you have to be worried about if you're Elevate is a play through trailer. Curly looking for an off angle. That works out for one trade, but can't get anything more. Now it's just down to Chen, and he is working with a shotgun. Not what you want. But Elevate still may feel the need to try to push forward.
1 versus 4 भाई ये राउंड ले गया एलिवेट. एलिवेट नहीं जाने देगा एसएनडी का राउंड. नहीं जाने देगा.
I mean, the stuns and nades only found so much information, but that's exactly what we're talking about. Just no free, easy gunfights. Everything should be traded. Good follow-up by Yopi to then isolate the player with an R9 to your point inside the trailer. Elevate will strike first. Now they have a 1-run lead.
Similar idea here for Q9, except they're putting more focus at mid-map, where Curly and Sun will land eliminations onto 2. Klo cooking up a nade for trailer. It's a bit short. Trailer player will back off. That was Chen initially. And I think Q9 have recognized that if there were to be a hit in a 3v5, it's likely coming to be. So they'll move Chen over that direction and hope that the long-range snipers from Wuling and Sun can hang on to A and mid.
Yeah, you got Sun still lurking around American. So you know that one pixel peak might still be there for the information.
Q9 बोलता अब हिसाब बराबर करने का टाइम है 4v4 करने का टाइम है
will be taking that jump shot every single time on defense. Believe that. As the
उनके
push starts to
पांचों प्लेयर्स अभी अलाइव हैं एलिवेट के 2 डाउन हो चुके हैं
This is just a great idea.
क्या एलिवेट 3 versus 5 कर पाएगा
You're not going to feel a threat trailer in a 3v5. Nice opening
Yep,
shot from
3
Candy.
versus
They know
4.
Chen's nearby. Doesn't matter. Candy sees one up top.
3 versus 2
Initially, and there's
4
Chen in
versus
the corner.
1
Yeah,
और
it's a
ये
heck of an
खत्म
opening, but again, the numbers advantage. Likely too much. And
खत्म
Parker comes through. Oh,
3 versus
oh, hold on.
4
think about. Gassing that young man up during the
फिर
pre-show.
से
Just
दोनों
making sure
का
everybody
tie
stays aware this guy is absolutely still twisted for only having 3 kills. Lots of that potentially and some more as we are tied
अप्रॉक्स
up once again.
अभी मैक्स टू मैक्स 1 घंटा और लग जाएगा
Nades to the middle, double smoke again. Just the same lurk around showers, expecting for these nades to be able to pick something up.
The other thing you got to keep in mind is that Chen is not always running a shotgun. This time he's got an LMG, so he will be playing a little bit more passively around trailer. And he's also more of a threat if Sun feels like he needs some help over towards the side of A long. So something to keep in mind every time we see Chen. Does he have a shotgun? Does he have an LMG? That will give you the indication of what Q9 wanted to do.
Okay, Andrew, मिलते हैं bro.
PTSD from the last time he was stuck inside a trailer with the shotgun. Didn't exactly go well, but I'm not saying the MG42 would have helped him out in that situation, but it definitely was going to be better once the gunfight starts to occur. A minute has already gone through this round.
Bye, bro.
Not
See
a
you.
lot of space has been taken by Elevate, but these nades are going to allow them to do so.
It's interesting. There's 2 trophies for Elevate at mid, none down here at A long. And this is what I'm talking about. Sun can watch one corner, and then if he feels the threat is there, Chen can pop out, get to work, spray things down, find the opening first blood. Now it's to a 5v3. And once again, Elevate, you just don't like the idea of going A, but you also have absolutely no idea what's at B. There's also 2 trophy systems down there and a nasty crossfire.
And Curly and Malchi just been having about a minute 20 conversation of, hey, how you doing? Waiting for this hit to come all the way through, and it's going to have to be A at this point. Nice shots coming through from Clo. It's going to break us down to a 4v3, and the bomb's going to get planted as well. You should know that you still have players lurking around trailer.
Susano is watching the flank. Q9 opting to stack. PJ on an off-angle front side trailer. Klo watching for the pinch. Motion from PJ. He gets the first. That gives
2v2 situation.
2v1. He only goes 1 for 1. Down to the 1v2 for Susano. Can he follow up on what he started last round? The smoke makes life miserable. He has to check for the defuse. Does he get forward in time? No. Get down, Mr. President. Curly's able to find the kill, and Q9 get the defuse.
Smoke that lane is just so annoying when you're in the sniper clutch position. Has to push all the way forward and just hope to quick scope and gun the first guy and catch the second one trying to stick. Not going to be the case at all. Q9, 2 rounds away from tying up our grand finals at a best of 7. Sun going back to the very similar position. Just going to nade his way forward. Nades all the way over towards A. Elevate looking to pick the pace up.
Yep. And these are late smokes as well behind the cover of those frag grenades, so they are going to fully embellish the backside at barrels. But you can't just pause here.
Yeah.
You get the bomb planted.
Yes, Q9 is in lead again.
They've got no idea what's over towards trailer. That nade does land though, so they're gonna have an idea that Chen's in position. This is an important 1v1 that Klo takes cleanly. And now all of a sudden Q9 have a bit of a ruffling to their feathers as they need to find a way in. There's not a lot of options besides the front.
And that's all the information you need right there. Chen swings wide. He has an LMG. Good couple kills come through. The nade bounce is even better. Still walks away with a second.
ये round elevate ले जाएगा.
Have to be a full ace.
No doubt, no. अरे अरे अरे.
He's gonna get cut down from behind. I was about to say for a moment, Elevate, who have often gotten deep, holding deep into sight. Very fortunate to not have any counter nades come their way there. They get the plan.
फिर tie हो गया guys.
Setup largely won thanks to the hold on the flank.
Yeah, good patience for Klo to your point there, holding out on the flank. But again, getting the information for Chen. You just had to make sure that you double, sometimes triple challenge. Tied up again. Round we go, but it's an aggressive hit over towards B. This time Q9, we're not set up for it.
There is a smoke on site though for the defense for Q9. This will gain a little bit of extra time and a little bit extra space for the defenders playing deep over towards tires. Also, the rotation in from mid is decent. Even trade for the most part to this point. 4v3. Advantage to Q9. Kendi around the back. What?
What was that?
Kendi. And now all of a sudden Q9 forced to have to defend from inside the site. Klo trying to follow.
Wow. Wow, bro. Wow.
Elevate on map point.
Oh my gosh.
क्या था ये ब्रो, क्या था?
Pendulum swings once again. Elevate flipping the script. The aggressive hit over towards B was great. The smoke delayed, but they did not relent off the pressure. Can you follow up here? Will you deny any OT?
Trophy systems again, down over towards trailer. Double smokes in the front.
Elevate bro, next level भाई. ऐसा कुछ कर जाते हैं ना भाई जो सोचा नहीं होता भाई किसी ने.
And as he traverses through mid, he rotates back over to help out on B.
Confidence.
Patience for Elevate. Trying to get this thing done in regulation. Stacked up. Just a nade to feel things out over towards A. That will not land, and we're going to get just an even status here. 5v5, minute 20 in the clock.
Yeah. Late util could be very important here. Klo is actually, instead of just holding the flank, is actually playing inside of the jungle tower. And he might try to go for a little bit of a late pinch should the rest of his teammates find success on a quick plan towards A, but there are defensive members here. Most importantly is Chen inside that trailer.
But Chen has the shotgun this time. So it's an aggressive
Did he spot him?
Barrel.
Yep, he spotted him. Whoa, what a shot bro.
Too much shoulder. That's enough for the kill to come out.
भाई उसको पता था भाई उस पोजीशन से कोई ना कोई तो पीक कर रहा होगा भाई.
Situation. Long wrap from PJ. Can Elevate hold on long enough for this to get here? Klo already in the mix. He's got the
भाई backstab भाई बहुत ही बढ़िया. 1v3 situation. Easy win for Elevate.
No nades. Tries to jump into trailer.
Wow.
By Susano and Elevate.
Easy.
7-5 and a massive edge in this grand final.
A massive edge in.
क्या बोला था guys? Elevate ही लेगा भाई ट्रॉफी. लग तो ऐसा ही रहा है guys. Elevate को देख के लग रहा है भाई ये तो होना था guys. ये तो होना ही था. It's too easy for us. Elevate भाई इस बार full on तैयारी में आया भाई. CDSI में भी परफॉर्मेंस अपने दिखाया, वहां के विनर रह चुके हैं और अब वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप का. भाई hats off guys, hats off. You guys are totally insane.
Just a simple shoulder. He loses his life. You saw the flank come through. It forced everybody's hand, especially Chen, just to come flying out with an R9 shotgun because the assistants got killed. You just can't ask for a better post plant, let alone an execute.
Really well done by Elevate. Just the growth this team has shown in such a short amount of time in Search and Destroy is mind-blowing. It's clean. It's impressive. And it's got everyone on notice.
Oh, yeah.
7-5 the count. Massive edge, like we had mentioned. Taking away Q9's strongest mode on their map pick. Now has Elevate looking down at this map set saying, oh, boy.
What a match, Elevate.
I'll be up 3-0 early here.
That's what I was saying. These first three maps are so crucial for Q9.
Yes.
Just to take a single one of them. Because even going into raid control, it might not even matter the map. It's just the simple fact that it's a respawn. And going back to the graphic that we were talking about when Lauren was still up here with us was the respawns are going to be in the favor of Elevate. Q9 needed that search and destroy. They needed all the search and destroys possible.
भाई पिलो उससे क्या भाई मैं भी पिलो लेके खेलता हूँ यार. बिना पिलो लेके खेलने में कंफर्ट सा नहीं आता भाई. पिलो is compulsory for me.
Well, it's got to start here because now you have to.
So much pressure on both team. भाई Elevate को देख के नहीं लग रहा भाई वो प्रेशर में एकदम chill है भाई लोग chill. जैसे कि हम ही जीतेंगे guys. Don't worry, we will win.
I just don't know how you do it. Not with an express search and destroy. Their pick still coming up. An arsenal control.
गाना सुनाओ. अरे भागना है क्या तुम लोग को भी स्ट्रीम से? मैच देखो पहले यार फिर भागना. गाना सुन के क्यों भागना है तुमको?
And in my opinion, you have to win your Hardpoint of Hacienda, which again they've played before and it was close. It was in anyone's game.
हनी भाई मैं भी पहले लेट के खेलता था पर iPad लेके लेट के नहीं खेल सकते ना. कब मुंह पे गिर जाए काम वही खत्म हो जाएगा. कॉपीराइट लग जाएगा गाइस.
I think that it's one of those things that Q9 definitely need to reevaluate their drawing board in order to deal with Elevate.
Well, they're going to have some time just to kind of discuss things as we step away for a brief break. When we come back, it's Raid Control here at DreamHack Atlanta and your COD Mobile World Championships.
Hey, we're Elevate. We're at DreamHack Atlanta, and we're here to win the Codm World Championship.
पता है.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
अपनी यहाँ ऐसा होगा क्या? Sponsored by Indian government? ऐसा कभी सुना तो नहीं मैंने. अरे थैंक्स राज भाई. अरे भाई वीआईपी. चलो गाइस मैं भी आता हूँ 1 मिनट का ब्रेक से. आप लोग रहो, मैं आया 1 मिनट. Okay guys, I'm back. क्या चल रहा है भाई चैट में? सॉन्ग नेम मुझे भी नहीं पता यार. भाई गैलरीज गया. भाई चीखे भाई चीखे.
Vibes are high, and why wouldn't they be? Elevate find themselves up in a major way, 2-0 after surviving through a gauntlet of a Summit Hardpoint. They do the same thing on the firing range search, and now we jump into raid control. Proper, talk to me.
This raid control is going to be interesting, man, because Elevate very much so find themselves 3-0 up in this series. Should Q9 hit the most massive regain we have seen in between Swiss to now. This very
best of 7 round है अनुपम भाई.
Three ended when these two juggernauts face off against each other within the Swiss stage. I don't like the chances for Q9, but I love being proved wrong. It's going to have to start right here. Again, 0-2 is no easy feat in a best of 7 to even surmount a comeback, but for a full-blown reverse sweep and a loss on raid control would be detrimental to the success of Q9.
Any takeaways from the Q9 survivability that they just showcased versus XROCK on this map, though? I mean, I think the recency would say, all right, you had a really really strong start. You stopped XROCK from finding early success, and you were able to take them down here.
You're going to need all of those open.
चलो देखते हैं अब क्या होने वाला है भाई. Q9 इस मैप को भी डोमिनेट कर जाएगा भाई. लग तो ऐसा रहा है. Q9 का कंट्रोल बहुत बढ़िया है.
Indeed the case. Well, Elevate, this is their map selection for the controls. They will start on offense, and PJ is already off and running. 3 kills for PJ. Trying to take his efforts towards top laundry. Kendi here to get on the zone to stop the clock, and the kills are not.
Q9 का कंट्रोल बढ़िया बोला तो भाई ये तो खत्म सा हो रहा है इनका सीन. अपना एलिवेट भाई हर मोड में बेस्ट है भाई, हर मोड में.
They have players on both the 2 zones because they are that much confident in being able to win the gunfights. But however, they do not go their way. So now Q9 essentially get a clean sweep. They're able to clear out all of the ring. Might have a little 1v1 for the spawn traps should PJ start to take this, but all the focus has to be over towards the poolside.
You also have Susano in
फिलहाल तो दोनों टीम टाई सिचुएशन में.
Around this zone for Elevate. The only threat would be through water steps or through money window. Q9 trying to force it on the ladder of the 2, but get pushed back. Kills good for Yopi as he pitches it towards kitchen. Sun can only sit here and watch as the first take has already gone today.
Now, Mauchi was trying to go for the spawn trap, and PJ was just lurking inside of the gymnasium. Found some timing to be able to work the pinch, and now he's all the way in from behind.
Good macro decisions coming out from Elevate, but Mauchi off the pitch will flush them out of the zone. Keep the clock at least relatively ticking as immediately off the respawn. Now you've got Elevate forcing some hands over towards B while simultaneously adding an extra 60 seconds with the A capture. Really strong break-off start here for Elevate. 2 life advantage, minute 40 on the clock.
I like what I'm seeing here. Start pushing off through open staircase. It is being watched around jungle side. That will be Sun to try to deal with this 2-player flank that's starting to come all the way through, but it's a great spread for an opening of a B defense.
Uling has also rotated back onto the side rock to make sure this laundry play is kept honest, at least in some regard. Meanwhile, Q9 from the front, dominating at Art. So again, it's an exchange of about 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Moments of brilliance for Q9, counteracted by moments of brilliance for Elevate. And now as the action starts to unfold on top of the zone, we have the Prep Missile called in. That will be enough to allow Elevate to stay deep over towards Laundry. They're on the zone. Second tick of progress is looking good. And look where Q9 are spawning. They have to try
भाई एलिवेट लीड में बस 1 किल के एलिवेट पे 6v8 6v7 4v7 guys, 6v4 6v2. By Elevate still dominating guys. 1 versus 6, easy win for Elevate.
1v6 just impractical to ask for. An opening.
Come on Elevate.
At that for Elevate, winning by way of segment progression. And again, the entire praise for Q9 when they did beat XROCK earlier today was their opening breakoffs. Elevator just going to be that much better at them as well. Great returning gunfights, great split decision making as well, and routes that are just out of this world. Now you have to respond with an offense if you are Q9.
Big time. Early operators for Elevate finding success.
हेलो देव भाई. अरे देव भाई इतने लेट नाइट तक जगे हो आज, क्या बात है, क्या बात है, मैच देखने के लिए.
Shots just aren't missing. PJ 5 in a row, working for an EMP. He's just one off of it. The Pred gets called in, and Q9 are getting battered. As now all of a sudden, Yopi.
By the way, guys, इन गेम में आपने कौन सा टीम को वोट दिया था? जिसने एलिवेट को वोट दिया था भाई, अपना रिवॉर्ड क्लेम होने के बाद मेरे को इंस्टाग्राम में टैग करना विद स्क्रीनशॉट. ओके, डोंट फॉरगेट टू डू दैट.
You have to win gunfights mere milliseconds after spawning up.
देख रहे हो देव भाई, पूरा इंटेंस वाला सीन चल रहा है.
There's only 40 seconds remaining.
Elevate full on dominating. अभी भी भाई बहुत ही ज्यादा पॉइंट से डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं भाई.
Decent eliminations for Q9. Keep the clock paused. They're also digging into life deficit just a touch. Don't step off the gas here if you're Elevate. This is still workable if you're Q9. 28 seconds on the clock, but they're still looking for kills before they can commit to staying on the zone. And as they
Q9 अपने सारे ऑपरेटर्स बचा के रखा है भाई. किस वजह से? क्या चल रहा है इनके दिमाग में भाई? ऑपरेटर यूज क्यों नहीं कर रही है ये लोग? क्या सारा ऑपरेटर नेक्स्ट राउंड के लिए बचा रहे हैं क्या ये लोग? एलिवेट के पास एक भी ऑपरेटर नहीं है, पर Q9 के पास 5 के 5 ऑपरेटर रखे हुए.
Well, PJ will drop. Clock will stop at 19 as the second tick of progress is about to come through at A. It looks like Elevate, and they just chalk and rotate. A couple of desperate nades just to see if anything will land. 14 will play 9. We'll have a minute 19 on the clock.
ये राउंड निकाल लो भाई Q9. ऑपरेटर क्यों बचा रहे हो?
Nade Cook tossed back towards, and that's going to be good enough to isolate. So 9-13. Operators at the ready. All 5 for Q9. How do you approach?
I think this is what's most impressive is that Q9 were able to do that while still sustaining and holding on to all 5 operators. So that gives you an opportunity to maybe try to work on this transition. They trade and for at least 1 in their base. Here comes the Annihilator.
Clean. Owling able to use that to clear out Art. And now he's got domination over the pillars. Kendi trying to stay covered, and now there's a smoke to give him a little bit more space to work with. What else can you hit if you're Kendi? Yeah, he's still alive and kicking. Kendi almost
10 versus 4.
together himself.
3 versus 10.
3. Elevate with a significant life lead. But at the
2
same
v 10,
rate, Q9
1 v
only
10.
spend one of the operators.
Bye-bye,
So
Q the Q9 for this round.
to play with going into round 3.
I mean, but they're 0-2 down, and now you have to reverse sweep while holding on to all your resources. So you do have to be.
Hi, Dad. Welcome to the stream, bro. क्या हाल है?
Into the resource pool if you are Q9 because they do have to last.
Bye.
You also do have to hope that those that expend them
Q9
this round are also able to have them prepared for the
Operator.
next round because in offense.
हाँ, अब निकाला ना ऑपरेटर भाई. सारा ऑपरेटर एक साथ निकाल लिए लो.
War Machine. He is throwing it in the wrong direction. That was Elevate are making moves over towards A. Already on the zone. Smoke making a mess of this offensive attempt, though, as they can't quite get into money window. Q9 around the back, not able to find success off the pinch. It's PJ and Yopi because of course it is. They're able to find every single elimination, and this A zone is
भाई ऑपरेटर का कुछ खास इस्तेमाल होते दिख नहीं रहा है, पर अभी एलिवेट अपना ऑपरेटर जमा कर लिया भाई. 3 ऑपरेटर उनके पास है और अभी Q9 के पास भी 3 ऑपरेटर्स हैं.
Respawn, same can be said for PJ and Chloe. A-zone still being tacked over. The third segment will be contested by a couple of Q9 players, but nobody's looking in the corner for where PJ's lurking.
Yeah.
Are we going to contest it with the sniper rifle? You're dead anyway. You get the extra
Elevate,
60
guys.
seconds, and the
You
clock's
guys
being
are
stalled
too
because the
good.
first is locked at B.
Yeah, you can start to feel the frustration from Q9. They were just diving in, and they're getting torn apart. PJ for 3. B zone likely already gone, and Q9 have been
10v22, guys.
Elevate are going to be on championship point
Wow.
in the blink of an eye. It's not over yet.
I thought we were loaded into a raid control. We gotta get to dinner or something, Elevate? What's going on? Q9 just had no response whatsoever.
और एक राउंड जीत गए तो बस winners.
What made him so good versus XROCK just was not existent at all. And not for a lack of trying. The opening breakoffs and the setups were very much so 1-to-1 versus XROCK. The difference is that Elevate were more prepared for it. Wait for the call, then push together. That is what they said in the interview, and that's what they've been doing time and time again from the beginning of the
भाई
tournament.
क्या ही खेल रहे हैं भाई ये लोग.
To this very point in time.
ये कौन है भाई बच्चे? भाई कॉन्फिडेंस है भाई. सारे के सारे चेहरे भाई कॉन्फिडेंस से भरे हुए हैं भाई कि हमको कोई नहीं डिफीट कर सकता. वी आर द बेस्ट भाई. नेक्स्ट लेवल भाई, नेक्स्ट लेवल. Q9 को वो मैच नहीं जाने देना था. उनके पास सारे ऑपरेटर्स थे, वो नेक्स्ट राउंड के लिए बचा रहे थे. पर हुआ क्या, नेक्स्ट राउंड भी कुछ खास नहीं किया उन्होंने ऑपरेटर से. उस टाइम उनके पास ज्यादा लीड में भी नहीं थे. एलिवेट चाहते तो ऑपरेटर यूज कर सकते, पर क्या पता क्या चल रहा था उनके दिमाग में. Hi Godzilla, welcome to the stream, bro. What's up?
Focus on the first 3 because Q9 needed that search and destroy, and I'm not saying that loud enough. They desperately needed that map too, just to extend it to a 5. Yeah. The fact of the matter is, we're going into a Hacienda Hardpoint, and albeit Q9's Hardpoint pick, they only just narrowly beat XROCK earlier today by a whole 4 seconds. We know that Elevate love their respawns. They are definitely poised and ready to win it 4-0.
Hi Sriyanshu, welcome to the stream, bro. What's up?
Indeed. That's about all you could say right now.
Team IND Gaming, welcome to the stream, bro.
Unbelievable. Every opponent they faced.
अभी हाँ
no
HP.
second chance at CDSI. Lower bracket.
एलिवेट का HP का गेम तो जानते हो ब्रो. छोड़ते नहीं भी किसी को.
Your Swiss stage. Wouldn't you know it? You got to do it all over again. You met against every
Hello
single
Ahmed,
opponent
welcome to the
that
stream.
made it to playoffs. They
Hi
would
Amir,
beat
welcome to the stream, bro.
every major team that has shown up on a main stage if they can finish off this best of 7, and it may be right here at the Hacienda.
We need to get all that
I
credit
just
for a
want to
bumper
see
sticker for
Chinese
each one of these
clues.
individuals because that is a hell of a
Bye.
run and
होने ही वाला है bro, होने ही वाला है ये.
of this entire tournament year. Hacienda Hardpoint going to be the next
Elevate ही जीतेगा guys, Elevate ही जीतेगा. By the way guys, in game में किसने Elevate को वोट दिया था? Let me know in the comments.
Against them Q9, they picked this for a reason.
Hello Lovitz भाई, welcome to the stream bro. क्या चल रहा है? क्या लगता है? लविट भाई तुम तो शायद Q9 और XROCK के साथ थे ना? जहाँ तक कल तुमने बोला था. Hello Prime भाई, welcome to the stream. क्या हाल है? क्या हाल है?
Nice! Okay. Money, dead. Tangina po. Para ma-court. Sandbag sa akin!
XROCK हार गया भाई. मैं तो कल से एलिवेट के साथ था भाई. भाई कॉल आउट्स में भाई खुशी देख रहे हो लोंडो का?
Smiles and giggles. That's all I got from that. Listen in. And big shout outs to the U.S. Air Force. Aim high with U.S. Air Force. Big shout outs for making this all possible here at DreamHack Atlanta and, of course, the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships for the second straight year. Fun stuff, man. Tell you that much. More fun, I think, for one side of the stage than the other.
Let's go, Elevate. Yes, let's go, Elevate.
Second run to think or to see everything that we have to offer here as far as sponsors are concerned. It's just fantastic to be able to get so much love and support for a growing game. You heard the passion from Hippo when we had him up on the stage and talking just about the scene in general, talking about the game. It's absolutely everything you love to see, plus a little bit extra. But
well,
if there's one team that is definitely enjoying it a whole lot more than everybody else in this venue that showed up this entire tournament, it is none other than Elevate. I mean, the giggles, the laughs, and everything else.
भाई Q9 full on tense moment में भाई कि क्या गलत हो रहा है हमारे साथ, क्या गलत कर रहे हैं हम. अभी तक तो सबको easily beat करते आए, अब क्या हो रहा है हमारे साथ?
Good. Got my response. You have ace trivia today, sir.
Wow. Well, a moment of reprieve here for Q9 to try to collect themselves, jumping into their hardpoint pick. And let's not sleep on their potential for a reverse.
I'm good, Huzifa. What about you?
Was not unfamiliar to them when they were playing through Chinese Masters. Has not been played, I believe, at all, though. Actually, no, pardon me. They did play it in their opening matches, but that was versus Supreme Team. So, again, take from that what you will. But it's one of those situations that, like, you can never
Just बात बदल दिया भाई Q9 का.
There's still two of those potentially left. It comes down to can they actually defeat this Elevate
So
team
जा रहे भाई.
and then eventually an Arsenal.
It is as simplistic as the graphics suggested before we started off this entire Best of 7 adventure, friend, is that the Search and Destroy should be a lot more beneficial for Q9.
Indeed the case. Well, here's our recap of the series. If you're, for some reason, joining us late, where the hell have you been? Are we joking? Championship Sunday here. And Elevate has been on top through and through. But the biggest part of this recap that I need you all to kind of step away from is the fact that both these first two maps were extremely winnable for Q9. It starts and maybe even ends here on Summit, though, late into the game, where you're going to watch them get back to this P1. They're going to spend 3 operators thinking they can grow a lead that is insurmountable late in the game for Elevate, but they still find the scrap. They still win out on P2.
That's great, Pirate.
Game at P3. Yeah, it mostly came through from Q9's unfortunate decision on trying to just play for P3 rotation and giving up all the extra time. It left Elevate with just 8 seconds required to call game and with the operators, and so very, very simplistic indeed. This is a very familiar matchup for these two teams on the stage. On Firing Range Search and Destroy, again, it went 22 rounds the last time that they played. This time, no overtime needed, but it was a great resurgence coming through from Elevate. So nerdy. Q9 doing their usual things, just being able to smoke, flash their way all the way towards the A site, got dealt with decisively by Elevate in the end.
And I'm surprised we even have B-roll for this map. It was over in the blink of an eye. Domination in all 3 rounds as Elevate clean up the raid control. And I think just do a lot of mental damage to Q9 with how big they were able to establish a lead early and then just never allow
motivation आ रहा है MP खेलने का. हाँ.
any single point in time. So that one is
All champ देखने पर मतलब अरे अब मैं बताता हूँ भाई. अब मैं बता रहा होता रैंक में जाके. अब मैं बताता हूँ कैसे खेलते हैं. यही वाला फीलिंग आता है ना लविट भाई.
But we were saying the same thing going in between the breaks of the Fire Range Search and Destroy and the raid control, that like you had your regain moment right then and there, and then it got thrown right into your face. So I think that if you're looking at it from Q9's perspective, you have to come into this map and you have to treat it like it's map number 1. It is the only way to make the mental as clear as it could possibly be.
Some love to DHL. We've had a lot of fun looks.
Enemies भी feel motivated हैं. वो तो है भाई. Enemies motivate हो ना हो भाई. Doesn't matter. But अपने teammates भाई full on demotivate रहते थे भाई. Camp करना है भाई. उनको बस camp करना है. उनको कुछ लेना देना नहीं. ना hard point जाना है. ना कुछ करना है भाई. कोना पकड़ना है, बैठ जाना है. बस. Settle life.
But some relaxation techniques for Q9. As we're still waiting for the Hacienda to load in, looking up towards the stage, Elevate is just ready to go. They're just like, can we just get
दूसरा गेम चालू ही होने वाला है guys. ये लोगों को नींद आ गया भाई. सदमे में है भाई Q9 पूरा. हमको ब्रेक मांगता है.
Meditation is certainly one thing. You can never start the regain fully if your mind is clouded.
भाई ऐसा होने के बाद टेंशन तो होगा भाई. बैक टू बैक तीन राउंड हारे हैं बैक टू बैक भाई. ये मैच बहुत ही ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है इनके लिए. ये मैच हारे तो खत्म. ठाकुर तो गियो.
Should they start this reverse sweep here on Hacienda?
I've never seen a sign.
I play on Realme 7 Pro 60 FPS.
Correct.
Yeah.
Realme Pro में 120 FPS चलता है क्या?
Yeah. Also got to give a shout out. I saw someone with an Elevate 100% sign. That's their win rate in this grand finals, 100%.
Yep, that's dope.
So we've got two very accurate signs floating around the crowd right here.
Yeah, we had a statistician in the crowd today. It's good to know.
Recruited.
Announce करूँगा. Don't worry. I'll announce the winners.
Here's a look though in terms of how Elevate will have 4 chances to put this thing away.
हाँ आज ही announce होंगे stream ending.
The next 3 map selections that do favor Q9 based on the picks and bans. This Hacienda Hardpoint was their selection, and then of course the Arsenal Control was their last pick for what control they wanted to play between that and Seaside. And then of course you've got Express, you got Corona.
By the way, कल के सारे winners को मैंने redeem code send कर दिया है. आज के वालों को भी आज के आज मिल जाएगा. आज मैं announce कर दूंगा. Probably कल तक मिल जाएगा उनको भी.
Keep a close focus on just what the search and destroy did look like in the map number 2. They don't seem deflated looking at all of them. They're still talking with one another, getting themselves utterly prepared for this Hacienda. And to your point,
Q9 fans, you can still change your vote in the poll. Let's see क्या होता है polls के result changes में कोई changes आता है कि नहीं.
You bet your bottoms that
No problem, Jax Pro.
I'm not gonna bet my bottoms. I'm gonna keep them on.
You deserve it, bro.
Yes, sir.
We're in public.
Hacienda Hardpoint. 3-0 up or Elevate, trying to do this in emphatic and perfect form.
हाँ प्राइम भाई वो तो पता है मेरे को.
Do they have what it takes to get it done here? As mentioned, they have gone through a gauntlet over the course of the last handful of months.
अनुपम भाई आपको तो सेंड कर दिया है मैंने. अपने चेक नहीं किया क्या? चलो let's focus in the match.
That's just at CDSI. They had to do that all over again here at Champs, and so far it's been good. But Q9 on their map selection starting things off hot after, of course, they just won this map versus XROCK a moment ago.
Yeah, split spawn almost immediately will start to incur, but a great opening few engagements for Q9. My goodness, clearing away the upper halls not just for the first time, but also the second as well. And open up with a good 10 seconds, but Susano's had the fun, was able to find 2 of his own. Should open things up a little bit more for Elevate to move forward.
However, though, Susano does not.
Okay, bro. See you. Match पे focus करते हैं अभी guys. बहुत ही intense match होने वाला है. Let's focus on the match.
More score being tallied for Q9 off their respawn over towards open stairs. They're also going to have high ground control. Kendi feeling the pressure, jumps on in for the contest, but met by Sun.
No, bro, जितने जल्दी हो सके redeem कर लेना.
On 6 in a row, a perfect start for him. Eventually shut down as Elevate will get into the hard point for 10 seconds to fight.
Yep, that'll give them ever so slight lead, but most importantly, ever since that spawn flip did occur from the first 10 seconds, Elevate have still been getting these well spawned, so they'll be the first all the way through the mansion. In the last 2 seconds were fought over for Q9, you know exactly where they're coming from. That's been back.
Yeah, and you've got number 2 in PJ, SMG in hand, playing over towards Tiles. He'll be the first set of defense from the front. You also have Elevate responsible for the back, and they're finding kills on the flank. So now it's just down to what happens from the front side. Glow, brilliant start. The Growl in hand. Again, we talked about this. Elevate not preferring to play with 2 Odins. They're just going to run things like the Type 19 right there, and the Growl on the other hand. And that little bit of extra aggression allows them to play with a little
Elevate.
bit more speed. Good opening.
This is what they did right now.
Elevate, but they are now spawning out. Q9 from behind, not finding success on their break with the proximal spawns, and now Elevate Elevate are alerted to the play.
Q9.
हाँ yesterday का भी बताएंगे ना.
They got some split spawns, and they were trying to set up a pinch from the teammates that spawned over by driveway, but at another spawn occurs, and then Elevate get the freest angle. They all shift their focus forward, and it's a bloodbath across the Lambo. Somebody's gonna have to watch that very beautiful.
भाई पैसों की जरूरत किसे नहीं होती, जरा बताना मुझे. सबको होती है भाई.
I know that there's going to be conversations. It may have already happened. I'm sure Bobby's already making a video on it. But this Elevate team is not going for the sexy Odin plays. It's Type 19s. It's ground.
By Elevate is dominating right now. Q9 19 point के साथ है. अभी भी Elevate up 70 हो गया है.
And a quick rotation to P3. Full auto weapons comparatively to single tap helps out the speed, the setup, and everything else in between. Elevate playing with a certain different amount of pace. Link pulls out the war machine and just gets cut down almost immediately. Look at the operators ready to be pulled by Elevate 2 in response.
They've got office control, they've got patio control, and they're just throwing everything. All 5 operators at one point were out. Still swinging for the fences. Teed up and knocked out are Q9 as they are being read like a 3rd grader's book, and Elevate reads at a 6th grade level.
With pop-up pictures.
Might be.
Oh my goodness. Well, all 5 operators will be expended. You do have 2 Predator missiles for this rotation, but not a bad call. I'm sure a lot of
भाई Elevate guys घुसने नहीं दे रहे भाई इनको Hardpoint में भाई. With a huge lead right now.
Yep. Look at the rotation over towards New. All of Q9 forced to try to play through arches and maybe try to get a rotation over.
Grau is in action, guys.
It's just a hop, skip, and a jump to the next door.
This is an important rotation here. Q9 have to have something to talk about, but Elevate have an EMP, they have a Pred missile, and there may be an issue as everything has paused. And Elevate's
what happened?
Like, what do you mean? Did you see what was happening? We're blowing them out of the water, but both refs are actively discussing with our teammates, so very well may have been something going on with the setup for Q9, as obviously that was about as bad as we've seen all weekend.
Yeah.
क्या हुआ क्या?
Did feel a little off, but also that very much so could have been just Elevate being Elevate.
Well, that's I wouldn't.
I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. Is what I'm saying.
We're gonna give Bobby some more time to edit that video. That's what it is. He's gonna clip that.
क्या हुआ भाई?
Add into Premiere Pro, CapCut. Whatever.
He's texting you right now. He's like, don't call me out on stream, man.
Big shout out to our watch
क्या किसी ने कुछ गलत गन गलत पर्क या कुछ अरे यार ऐसा नहीं होना था भाई. Elevate अच्छी खासी लीड में था यार. Q9 बोल रहा होगा अच्छा हुआ. Elevate बोल रहा होगा भाई क्यों हुआ. भाई Q9 hush. Q9 be like जेठालाल. Hush. बच गए भाई बच गए.
Just going back to be able to hear some very familiar voices as well. Wish we were all here partying together, friends, but as the stage continues to be taken care of, we will wait to see what the outcome may be. But very
Device
much
is
so,
true.
still a banger afoot, whether it's a 4-0
Let's
or
see. मुझे पता नहीं चला क्या हुआ.
Our refs have backed off from some of the stations, so whatever the issue may have been, it looks like it's being resolved, and we may be pretty close to restarting here soon.
मैं भी वही देख रहा हूँ. दे भाई हुआ क्या?
Neither does proper.
No, you do.
No, stop it. Don't put me on that.
It's actually Glitter that does have the power. Yeah.
She is color commentator nominee.
That is so true. You have the power. Yeah.
भाई Elevate बोल रहा होगा यार लीड में थे यार लीड में थे और Q9 बोल रहा होगा बच गए भाई बच गए.
Oh man, oh man. Well,
yes.
Continues to get
Elevate are the next world champions.
As well. I mean, it's been awesome to be able to hear the crowd pops coming through with Elevate getting their walkout, all the signage for Q9 as well. It's just the
कोई प्लेयर किडनैप हो गया क्या? नहीं कुछ तो गड़बड़ हुआ है.
Well, still some things being ironed out on stage, so instead of us blabbing around, we will head off to a quick break and hopefully have the restart for Hasi and Hardpoint right after this.
देखो आप मल्टीपल गन के साथ ना एक साथ ना सिंक नहीं हो सकते. That's why सारे प्लेयर्स सिलेक्टेड वेपन्स के साथ यूज करते हैं ताकि उनको यूज करने में कोई डिफिकल्टीज ना हो. आप पर्टिकुलरली एक गन यूज करेंगे ना आप उसके साथ बेस्ट हो जाएंगे चाहे वो मेटा हो या ना हो. That's why just to stick to some specific guns only.
Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Q9 के एक प्लेयर ने पैंट में कर दिया था. भाई ये सही था. हाँ DRH बैन है शायद. No idea about it. Let's see. अभी बताएंगे ना 2 मिनट के बाद क्या हुआ था. कुछ तो जोल है. हाँ मुझे भी लगता है कुछ तो जोल है. भाई Q9 भाई Q9. एलिवेट का परफॉर्मेंस देख के भाई किसी को भी लगेगा भाई हैक कर रहे हैं क्या यार. इतना अच्छा कौन खेलता है. Q9 की चाल है. भाई सच बताऊं भाई एलिवेट के लिए बुरा लग रहा है भाई. भाई बहुत ही अच्छे खासे लीड में थे भाई. इसी राउंड में गेम खत्म कर सकते थे ये लोग. पर who knows क्या हुआ. कॉडम के अकाउंट में किसके भाई. लेविट भाई तुम्हारे अकाउंट में आया क्या. क्या मतलब चाइना पैसा खिला रहा है. क्या मतलब चाइना बोलता है हमको वो चाहिए. हमको पैसा नहीं चाहिए हमको ट्रॉफी चाहिए. ऐसा नहीं बोलो यार. एलिवेट लेजिट लगती है मेरे को. बट देखते हैं. Let me check guys.
Welcome back everybody to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, where we are in our grand finals matchup currently with Elevate 3-0 against Q9, coming out the gate with an insane performance to say the least. Still had a close Hardpoint to kick it off, still had a close S&D, but right now it is Elevate that's getting it done time and time again. Is this what we expected out of a grand finals right now?
I don't think expectations have been met in terms of, I think, the 3-0 count. I think if you were just to look at how tight the first two maps are, absolutely. Yeah. But that's what determines a world champion, being able to find tight moments inside of a series and make the right decisions. And that so far has gone the way of Elevate.
We've seen that all the way through the Summit Hardpoint, just to start off the entirety of the grand finals. Like Elevate definitely knew what was going to happen and they knew how to react accordingly to it. The same thing could be said about the Search and Destroy. But the one crucial thing about having a close map 1 and a close map 2, that map 3 was an absolute stomping. Like I thought we were in and out with about 15 seconds. I don't even think we actually played the map. I still don't know what happened on Raid. All I can tell you is that Elevate wiped the floor with them.
The problem was Hacienda started off the same way. Now, again, that's what caused maybe some of this tech pause that we have, so maybe there was an issue. But regardless, that plays on your mind. If you're Q9, say, if we're going into our hardpoint pick, you had that long break to try to reset, and then you load it, and you're starting to get completely blown out of the water again. Doesn't feel good.
Exactly. If you guys are just joining us, we're just waiting for a few more minutes to resolve this tech pause. I do want to throw out there, though, Shift, we did clip it at the beginning of the weekend. You said it was going to be a reverse sweep. In the perfect situation
I'm
to set up for a reverse sweep. You thought it wouldn't get
The man never
up,
lies.
But it did.
The man never lies.
So,
wow.
I'm just, maybe, you know, it's 3-0, could be a reverse sweep. We'll have to see what happens, obviously. Still potentially lots of gameplay left in store, or only one more map, depending on the performances of both of these teams. Before we get into that, though, of course, we have so many supportive friends and family members that are here for all of our players throughout
अरे यार आप बोर नहीं भाई. बताओ क्या हुआ था.
I got family on the floor. We have Rico and, of course, our little Coco. So cute. Can I get a shot from you, Coco? It's most cute shout ever. I'm gonna call him Tito, by the way, that means uncle. I will just give my respects. Tito
Imagine
Rico.
found someone
You told
hacking.
me
Oh
that
no.
you surprised
भाई
one of the
सीन हो
boys from
जाएगा, full on
Elevate,
सीन हो
and
जाएगा.
Chloe is your son.
फिर तो पूरा वर्ल्ड चैंप्स कैंसिल हो जाएगा. जो टीम अभी इन केस ऐसा कुछ हो रहा होगा तो भाई सारे टीम बोलेगा भाई हम इसके आगे खिला था, ये रीमैच मांगता है. भाई बहुत बड़ा कांड हो जाएगा. वैसे तो मेरे को नहीं लगता होना चाहिए, क्योंकि सारा डिवाइस अकाउंट सारा इन्हीं का प्रोवाइड किया हुआ रहता है, तो ऐसा तो कुछ होने नहीं वाला. कल मोमो पिला दे. मोमो कौन पीता है भाई?
I think based on what he
क्या टाइम पास
is
हो रहा
showing
था.
right now, he's so silent, and he told me that thanks for coming, thanks for supporting the team, and I think they're doing
मोमो
well
कौन
right
पीता है
now.
भाई?
And Q9, I think we shouldn't rest first. It ain't over until it's over.
They're very much locked on, yeah. It really sees on Chloe's face that he's very much locked on. But when it comes to visiting your
पीछे भाई
son,
दूसरे
'cause
गेम्स
I
चल रहे हैं
asked you
भाई.
a while ago when I was walking around, do you go to every single Elevate game, or even before they were Elevate, when they were Low Kings or West Point Mamba Low Kings, you would be there, you'd be present in the crowd?
Yes, I think that it's 3 years
पीछे
already.
से कौन गया भाई?
They've been trying
पीछे तो
very
अलग ही
hard.
गेम चल रहा है भाई.
Fall down 3 times and get up 4 times. So I think they'll make it right now. So for the past 3 years, what I think that the strength of Elevate is more on family. We stuck together, and I think that's where their strength lies.
Family is everything. And speaking of, if you could say one thing to Elevate, to Chloe, what would that be?
Yes, wait, go for it, but be humble in your victory and all for the glory of God. Thank you.
To God be the glory. That is it for us here on the floor. Back to you, Glitter.
Thank you so much, Beef Mommy. I think that's one of my favorite things about these events is we always get to see the family members coming through, supporting siblings, children, you know, significant
Obviously
others.
यार, फैमिली मेंबर
There's
सपोर्ट
always
के लिए
some sort of
आएंगे ही
support
ना.
system here that we get to see in person and experience that community aspect of Call of Duty Mobile. It's one of my favorite things.
Yeah, we saw Izai got to propose to his girlfriend at CDSI. That was a beautiful moment.
cool.
Yeah, so it's just awesome to kind of have the inclusion
कल
of
सुबह
friends,
निकलना है
family,
क्या?
loved ones near you, especially when you're playing for $400,000. That doesn't hurt. Yeah.
Casual, yeah. Nice little support system. We've been around competitive esports for quite some time, and you start to build that same family, that same notion, spending a lot of time with your teammates. So it is very nice to be able to see family members by blood actually coming through and supporting you. There's no better gas, no better dope to be ready to run through a wall than having a family member in the crowd.
Absolutely, and I don't care who you are, whoever takes home that first place prize, that is life-changing money on the line right now for these teams. And just a little update for everybody at home. If you're just joining us, we're waiting on a technical pause right now. And what happened was that there was an issue that prevented us from being able to complete that match. They figured out what the issue is, so we're going to replicate the match and the conditions that led up to the point when the issue occurred, and that's where we're going to begin the play from.
चलो ये बहुत सही चीज किया उन्होंने कि जो जिस पॉइंट में था, फॉर एग्जांपल एलिवेट 100 पॉइंट में था और शायद Q9 40 या अप्रॉक्स 40 भी नहीं था शायद, तो उसी पॉइंट पे उन लोग लाके वो मैच दे देंगे. ये सही है भाई, ये सही डिसीजन है, एकदम सही डिसीजन है.
Don't know where it came from.
Don't let people know about the power.
My bad. My bad.
All right, we gotta keep it on the down low.
It's already on the air now,
yeah.
It's on YouTube, so they can repeat that as many times
It is now,
as they
as
want.
the kids say, it is high key.
कुछ वाइल्ड कार्ड एंट्री नहीं भाई, कुछ टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम हो गया था जिनकी वजह से ये रिकॉर्डिंग नहीं कर पा रहे थे, क्या नहीं कर पा रहे थे, आई डोंट नो, बट मैच उसी पोजीशन से चालू होगा जब से एरर ऑकर हुआ था.
To get this resolved. So while we do that, let's check out the interview that we did with Q9 before everything started this weekend.
They already बता दिया उन्होंने, इशू था, कुछ टेक्निकल इशू था जिसकी वजह से वो उन मैच को रिकॉर्ड नहीं कर पा रहे थे, या ऐसा ही कुछ था. सबसे बढ़िया चीज मेरे को यही लगा कि ये इस मैच को उसी पॉइंट पे ले जाएंगे भाई जहाँ पे एरर आया था. तो भाई एलिवेट को उस बात का दुख नहीं रहेगा कि हम लीड कर रहे थे और अब हमको फिर से खेलना पड़ेगा. ये बढ़िया है भाई. कितना इंटरव्यू करेंगे? अरे वही तो यार, कितना करते हैं भाई.
Are they still the biggest issue from your region, or are XROCK also a really big problem now?
我觉得其实这一回的世界
तो ये इंटरव्यू पहले का है भाई, जबरदस्ती का दिखा रहे हैं, कुछ है नहीं भी दिखाने को। XROCK तो एलिमिनेट हो गई, इसके बारे में क्या बातचीत चल रहा है?
我觉得我们更应该做好自己的那一部分，然后在场上能够自信的放松的去打好每一场比赛就可以了。
The top of the world ranking is very tight. Are you guys favorites, do you think, or is there somebody else?
我感觉我也说不清楚，但我觉得我们一定是这一回。 怎么说的？一定是这回的强队之一。
So the road to becoming the champions is strewn with failures. Is there anything that you guys have worked on that was an issue for you, and what was that?
我感觉现在的选手的个人的能力越来越强了，然后包括每个队伍的一些战术啊都变得更加丰富了，所以我们要做的就是。 可能我们要在个人能力上比他们更强大，我们的战术要比他们更丰富，这就是我们要做的。
So you've been named MVP multiple times already. Would you have any advice for up-and-coming players?
我给他们的建议就是多去观看那些选手的个人视角，然后平时自己的话要多练习，就是带着那些一定要带着思考去玩，就是想，比如说。 在哪些方面还可以做到更好，去做到提升。
क्या हो गया भाई? क्या हो गया? ऐसा जो कंट्रोल वाला सीन आ जा रहा है।
This is your chance to disrupt the momentum of your biggest rival. Who are they, and what do you want to say to them?
我觉得这一次比赛对我们威胁最大的对手应该是来自西方的所有队伍吧，因为我认为就是东部的这些队伍。 因为我们在 CDSI 的那个邀请赛上跟他们有过交手，所以我会认为他对东部的队伍我们会更了解一点，但是西部的队伍呢，我们到现在是不了解的，所以对我们来说很未知。我觉得这回他们对我们来说是一个非常大的挑战。
Have you got anything to say to your fans who are at home supporting you?
就是想对一直支持我们的粉丝说，就是谢谢你们一直支持我们。然后这一回，特别是国内的粉丝，在这一次顶着时差看我们打这一回的世界锦标赛，然后希望大家继续支持我们，然后我们一定会做到最好的。
So that is Q9, our Mobile Masters winners this year. Can they repeat it here this weekend?
Always nice to be able to hear.
Chalo, finally it's going to happen.
These weekends, the thoughts, and do they change over the storylines as they're happening? Thank you for sticking with us, everybody, as we're waiting for this tech pause to get resolved. We get to take an opportunity to look at the trophy, the rings, really kind of consider everything that's about to be on the line. Only one map away, potentially, before we're able to crown a champion. Now, before we do that, I want to check in with FDOT and see what FDOT's got going on down on the floor.
Thanks a lot, Glitter. Yeah, we're hanging out as we get everything set up for the finals, and so might as well hang out with family. Listen, we've talked a lot about what's going on here this weekend. If you know the scene, I don't need to introduce this guy. Kali, thank you for coming through.
I mean, it's a pleasure to be interviewed by you, FDOT. And I mean, it's great to be here in Atlanta for the DreamHack, for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2024. I mean, this is the most competitive Codm that we got, and it's the best thing I've ever seen. I've lost my mind. Great thing about this, I haven't lost my voice yet.
Which is insane, but good for a caster. Gotta keep that voice for sure, man. You're coming all the way from the Philippines, right?
Yeah, all the way from the Philippines. I had to take like a 25-hour flight all the way here. And yeah, the experience has been amazing. And this is all I've been dreaming for.
So, you're from the Philippines, but you're
अरे भाई हमको नहीं आता गाना गाना भाई
I'm coaching. I'm part of like the staff for Team Vitality. We have an amazing bunch of players that we have there, and unfortunately we did not make it to day 2. Well, it's all because this is the most competitive Codm that we got all throughout the history.
Yeah, I mean,
अरे आराम से गाओ पनीशा भाई, no problem at all.
Over 25 hours. You come here. You're not even working with a team from your region. Why do you do it?
I mean, I just love COD, man. I mean, everywhere I go, I just say, I'm a walking Call of Duty Mobile Wikipedia. And yeah, hearing and experiencing everybody to be here, it's great to just connect with everybody all around the world.
He's not lying. He doesn't know this. So when I prep for some of this stuff, I watch your videos. I take a look at what you do. He is the guy for COD Mobile. You're a big deal. And look, one of the things I look at this bracket, a lot of hearts, dude. It's about the family, it's about the squad, and Kali, you're certainly a good representation of it. So thanks so much for hanging out. Glad you could make it to Atlanta. Much love, dude.
You know, the most important thing that I took away from that, and he is absolutely not wrong, but this is the most competitive year of Call of Duty Mobile that we've ever seen. And we talked about that a lot at the beginning of the weekend. Every single year is getting harder and harder to be the team that comes up on top, whether that's regionally or within a region. And I think that this is a demonstration of just how the mighty can fall, because that's how even the playing field is.
Yeah, I mean, you just go back 2 years. Tribe LG, nowhere to be found anymore. And there is just so much respect and I think just overall confidence towards the Eastern region in terms of, look, we're getting battered. You know, the first couple of years of World Champs, we're not really holding a candle to what we were seeing out of North America and even at Europe at certain moments. That hasn't been the case anymore. The grindstone has been used to say
मिलेगा no doubt mods को भी मिलेगा इसमें क्या बोलने का
3 strong representatives out of China, 2 strong teams from India. So it's one of those things that, you know, they've been in the grinder, they've been going through these tough tournaments, and now all of a sudden you're at World Championships and you're reaping the reward of having a lot of top placements for the region.
Yeah, I think it's more of everybody just getting up to Tribe's level once they were at that World Championship back to back, and then everybody was fundamentally getting better as the years got along. The mechanics were always going to be there. We're always going to see a new age of cracked individuals. That's how esports works, but it's the way that we've been seeing a lot of these teams specifically from China, Korea, and other regions, just being able to fundamentally get a grip on what the macro looks like at a Call of Duty level has been immense, and Cali's not wrong. This entire year has showcased all of that.
And whoever wins today is going to have
अरे mods जो है तो मेरे दोस्त क्या रहे हैं उनके साथ हम पर्सनली डील कर लेंगे बातचीत कर लेंगे भाई
championship. So it's only going to get bigger and better from here as an esport, as a community for Call of Duty Mobile. I can't wait to see. But before we can even get to that point, we have to close out our grand finals, all right? And I think I'm getting word that we're potentially just a few moments shy of doing that. If you're just joining us, we're in the grand finals. It is 3-0 in favor of Elevate. It's a best of 7, which means potentially it all could come down to this next map.
Imagine mail दिख जाए
you are shifts
in game mail दिख जाएगा अच्छा
with this potential reverse sweep. Either way, it's going to be fun. And we gotta wait a little bit longer before we get to it. All right.
All right.
You don't look so sold in your prediction anymore. It was clipped for a reason. You told people to clip it.
I did say that. I'm also old, and I forgot that I said that.
भाई कब चालू होगा भाई?
We find ourselves in a situation where all the momentum has been killed, and now Q9's going to win 4 in a row and pull off my profit prediction. Mark it.
That would be Herculean to say the least. So I mean, like, so just to put it in perspective for everybody at home, Elevator currently up 3-0 in a best of 7. They win the upcoming Hacienda Hardpoint, which is a game mode that's been perfect for them realistically for the past month. They win the entire tournament. Q9 has to take a Hacienda Hardpoint, an Express Search and Destroy, an Arsenal Control, and then a Kurohana Search and Destroy. Now, 2 of those maps I do like, none of which are the respawns.
But you're saying there's a chance.
I am saying there's a chance, but I'm not willing to lean on your side of the fence yet. But
fair.
I'll let you guys continue this debate here in just a few moments. Now we are going to need a couple
Duplicate
more
होगा सब नहीं
situation resolved.
हो सकता है first day और second day का हो पर आज का वाला नहीं हो पाएगा duplicate वो नया है
World Championship continue.
Layo mo mic mo PJ pati susah.
哎，中线掉了，看负点活了，死一掉，看 C1还有过的 ，C1漂亮，哎，冰点，啊，冰点，别打，nice one， 还可以打的，没事，去做板楼反弱，给平没见，抢中了，百分线了，漂亮。 然后去做，nice， nice nya. Bakap. Ano? Bakap nya.
Ay, MS.
China, legit. Wala boss. Payong 2 ready ako. Wala.
अच्छा देव भाई डबल सिक्योर हाँ अरे लेकिन देव भाई इतना करना था तो चुपचाप कोड लेके रिडीम कर लेते उसमें क्या था फालतू चला के छोड़ दिए उससे जल्दी तो कोड रिडीम हो जाता कोड अच्छा अरे मेरे पास कोड तो मेरे पास पहले से थे मांग लेते दे देता व्हाट ए बिग डील वॉच पार्टी रिपोर्ट्स और क्या इतना मेहनत किए भाई देव भाई ब्रो अभी भी वो अपडेट नहीं हुआ है अपडेट होते साथ ही मैं अनाउंस करूंगा भाई दस 10,800 ये 800 एक्स्ट्रा क्यों भाई 10,000 राउंड फिगर रहता है 800 एक्स्ट्रा क्यों
Welcome back to DreamHack Atlanta and our World Championship Finals for Call of Duty Mobile. We find ourselves 3-0 to the
दिल चाहता है मोर भाई अनुपम भाई क्यों
is on the way. I will say, friends, after the long tech pause, phones are in hands. So, hopefully, we're in good hands, and we're about ready to go to get this map 4 kicked underway.
If we're in good hands and phones are in hands, are we phones?
No.
Okay. I had a mental backflip there for a second. A lot of support within the crowd to get back to this very moment in time. Hacienda Hardpoint.
चलो चलो
Do
चलो
not adjust your screens. Elevate are up on championship point. Should they
भाई
win
points
this map 4?
points तो हाँ points चलो ठीक है
67-19, that was weird how we spawned it. Not gonna lie. All right, we got our bearings straight. I just got so bamboozled. Everyone just teleported all over the map. But we're ready to go again. Starting this from where things started to go wrong on the tech pause. So 71 plays 22. Q9 do have an advantage when it comes to the early operators as we still have a full P3 to fight for.
Yeah, let's not forget what Elevate did do once they had all of their operators available post the game being re-put together. They popped everything all at the same time, but Q9 do have that advantage here. They're still in possession of the time.
Yeah, Gravity Vortex gun also being spent to block this rotation over on the back. And for a moment, you thought there was going to be the long wrap coming out of Curly. Not going to happen. He just holds on to the top side of patio. Has himself a Predator missile. And, shuts down Kendi's War Machine. So here we go. All of a sudden, Q9, a little bit of extra life since our restart. Trade's looking decent for Elevate, but the back scrap time still looking pretty solid for Q9. Pred missile called in to stop the Purifier.
Wolves eliminate हो चुका है, bro.
We saw a slight little moment right there that had this lead be grown before we had to
Elevate by Fizz से dominate कर रही है.
They're playing the Type 19 game. They're playing with a couple of Grows. Their pace is very oppressive in Q9. Finally able to deal with it, coming back in for a good amount of time on the
Grau बहुत
पूरे
champs में नहीं दिखा भाई, अभी दिख रहा है finals में वो भी.
Use the power of the Odin. That has been a little bit of an issue at times for Q9. Although here, you've got Chen on a Purifier, locking things down towards the open staircase. Now takes his attention back over towards Tiles as the rest of his teammates are getting a read that, yep, Elevator coming over towards the P2 side. Up and over, Kenny trying to find some different angle to make a move, but not going to work out. Chen continues.
Q9 भाई cover करते हुए points cover कर रहा है Q9 फिलहाल. ये round अगर Q9 हारा तो गियो. खत्म for Q9.
They're already past Lambo, up on top of the water side, trying to keep it contested.
Sun, one more shot with the Sparrow lands. Bold break attempt from Chloe with the equalizers, only gets one. Trying to open the door for his teammates to fly forward, and boy, will they ever. Oh man, what a clean break for Elevate in the scrap time. Now trying to take the battle a step further as Q9 are a bit stuck over towards Lambo.
Chen tried to utilize the Predator missile just to help him and his teammates of Q9 try to maneuver their way out from Lambo. 102 to 69, going back towards P1 again with this 40-point lead.
Looking really solid, even pushing beyond the limits of this hard point. Maybe try to get an early flip of the spawns, and that will be occurring as Elevate move over towards lobby side. Q9, a chance to win the windows, though, with this long rotation, but not coming away with any of the gunfights. It's a 40-point lead and growing as Elevate still find themselves in the hard point.
Really good positional awareness coming through from Elevate. A lot of focus down low, but look at the upper hallway control again. Chloe
Come on, Elevate, come on, you can do it, bro.
Everybody from Q9 are more or less just trapped on the office side to try to get inside of upper halls. You can see what it means for Elevate, just soaking up more time.
Yeah, and this is just such a good response here from Elevate after Q9 on the restart. Looked pretty potent, but still,
Elevate somehow still managed to stay in the hard point.
Whether it be opponent on the other side of the stage, whether it be
नहीं hard point अभी Q9 ले लिया.
Doesn't make a difference. They are finding ways to win out. Q9 battling with their backs against the wall. Do well here to at least get a little bit of the response time as the scrap at 1 starts to fade away. And now we look towards the minimap. What happens towards P2? Elevate currently winning rotation, but Q9 fighting back.
They're going to have to fight back a whole lot harder, though, Alan. 132 to 85, and Chloe is just finessing for 2 seconds of time. It will be traded, but Q9 needs to reap the benefits from a
Elevate next hardpoint पे move हो चुका है.
front of the mansion. Now all this hits coming from the front of the rocks.
Sono
out, ready to go over towards the U-Haul. Yopi, he's got himself up and open with initially what was a Sparrow.
Sono with the claw. नहीं कुछ खास नहीं हो पाया claw से.
Gravity vortex gun into the point. That works out nicely. Curly following up with the equalizer, but only gets 1. So now all of a sudden Yopi steps out. Elevate split spawns, looking for a pinch around the back. Q9 dealing with this though, as the hit is in pieces, and that will be enough for Q9 to get into the hill.
And north-south spawns a couple of.
Whoa, what a purifier!
Towards the back, but Chen was one that survived. Pulls out the purifier, trying to lock down the back end of this 25 seconds or so. And Elevate, well, they might just have to concede it, but they're trying to take advantage of this pinch that comes through. Chen with the purifier shuts the majority of it down.
And he's got himself onto a Pred missile, working halfway towards an EMP as well. That could be crucial for Q9's comeback efforts. Scrap time going to be fought for because Elevate, of course, are going to fight for the scrap time. Could have put them a little bit late on rotation. You can see the motion on the top side of the minimap. You've already got one member for Q9 getting over towards that kind of cross mid connector. Kendi playing over the well, though. A difficult spot to deal with, and that's why this lets the Type 19 rip through Q9's rotation, and now Elevate have spawns moving into new.
And Malchi actually had a really good timing for that flank to start coming through, but all the respawners were able to read it. Here comes some operators being infested. It's shrouded by the Predator missile for them to move forward.
Yeah, Susano has to hold, though. Backside 10, so you know the Pred missile doesn't land. The operators and the eliminations do come through for Q9. Now the next hit for Elevate from the front. Already being pressured. PJ's trying to step into the smoke. How has he managed to do that? How has he managed to do that?
किस बात का दर्द होने लग गया लेविट भाई?
What are we talking about? On a 3-piece for PJ. Chen and Curly trying to hang on. Not able to do so as Susano gets himself 3 in a row as well. And Elevate have blown the lid wide open to P3.
There's still only 30 seconds between these two teams. 15 left to fight for. Split spawns have occurred, but the ones that spawned over by Office were dealt with from Q9. So now they're trying to push all the way from the fences side. Able to at least collect on a 2 are Uling, still trying to make sure they keep all the 10 seconds. Every single kill that is being found on this side of the map is beneficial for Q9. Still getting in a better position for the rotation, but even better for Elevate to mean that they can get more time, getting closer to that 250 mark.
Q9 has the line lock down this rotation. Elevate, growing their lead to just over 30 points or so if they could get into the early.
Q9 हार्ड पॉइंट पे पहुंच चुका है गाइस. एलिवेट को ये हार्ड पॉइंट ब्रेक करना होगा. ये मैच निकालना है तो. Q9 लीड को अच्छी तरीके से कवर कर रहा है. ज्यादा नहीं है लीड, वो कवर कर लेगा. इस हार्ड पॉइंट पे कवर कर लेगा Q9. और ये Q9 ने लीड ले लिया. अब ये बचे हुए 20 सेकंड में क्या होगा? एलिवेट आ पाएगा हार्ड पॉइंट में? मुश्किल है. एलिवेट को इस सिचुएशन में शायद से नेक्स्ट हार्ड पॉइंट पे स्विच हो जाना चाहिए था, मूव हो जाना चाहिए था.
This entire map for Q9 have the lead. 178 to 158. We go.
वो लोग मूव हो चुके हैं.
Couple hunter killer drones being thrown out from the upper windows for Q9, trying to win the jostling for position up top while also maintaining time down low.
Moment of pause here. It's Elevate trying to fight from the low ground. Dive into the smoke. Susano, good read, able to clean up Uling. Now it's just down to what else can he find? And part of me is that smoke even on screen. Susano is blitzing everybody through it. Guy's got infrared goggles or something. I don't know. But Elevate now on 3 in a row can get more time to try to bring this back to level terms.
Q9 now on the unfavored side, but it's just sprinting straight into the site itself. Curly goes on a massive spree, but it's a good couple trades to come through for Elevate. They'll maintain good high ground positioning. Well, one player has actually slipped the net. Chan's all the way through the Lambo side. And you might have to have that realization sooner rather than later if you are Elevate.
Dude, Yopi, unreal. Up to 34 kills on 4 in a row, shut down as Sun and Uling will string together a couple of fadeaway kills for Q9. Spawn situation, good for Elevate for now, but this hard point.
भाई Q9 अपना लीड नहीं छोड़ रहा भाई. somehow वो वापस कवर कर ही ले रहा है. अरे वेस्ट भाई. प्यूरिफायर वेस्ट हो गया. ये हार्ड पॉइंट जो अच्छे से पकड़ लिया, ये मैच जीतने का चांस उस टीम के लिए ज्यादा हो जाएगा. Q9 with the lead right now. और अभी भी लीड ले रहा है.
35 seconds to fight for. Elevate spawning close. Here comes Susano, able to get the first. Tracks onto the second. Oh my goodness, Elevate find a way to break a contest. Still 25 seconds to earn.
Rolling has a war machine. Is actually
come on, Elevate. Come on guys. Come on.
PJ has a Purify on the opposite side.
Over the mantle. Tough timing, but still finds a way to get to the back driveway. And Elevate, 15 seconds. Looking good for them. Q9 splitting all over the map in terms of their spawns. So they're going to send 2 on rotation. 3 trying to finesse the edge.
ज़्यादा difference नहीं Elevate. Come on, you guys can make it. अनुपम भाई देख नहीं पा रहे हो क्या? देखो कैसे एलिवेट कम बैक करता है.
Playing through the open staircase, but the foot race was on quite some time ago over towards P3. Q9 currently hold the lead, but they still have numbers and the close spawn to boot.
Yopi gets shut down from his Sparrow.
Q9
has the equalizer.
Still on the lead.
Surprised by Uling. That's a huge shutdown. Hardpoint opens. Q9 have the numbers. What can PJ do from inside the hill? Finds the first, tucked into a corner. No trade. He's off the regen. PJ's getting the help from Clo. That was just down to what can Q9 do. They still don't know PJ's here. He's going to finesse around the back line. Kendi now all of a sudden has the war machine. He gets pushed on and at least trades out his life. Even battle over the top of the hard point. 225 to 210. Favor to Q9.
Curly is going crazy right now. 47th kill for them in this map number 4, 228. And counting on up, but PJ still hanging around the joint. Is able to combine for 2. Sun's Nate at least finds a trade on the Clo. But all this time is damning. An Elevator getting closer to the lead that Q9 has.
That is one slippery son of a gun. PJ sliding back and forth. Opens up the hard point again for the scrap time. Now again.
Elevate full रफ्तार से भाई next hard point के लिए तरफ चले गए. दोनों टीम के एक प्लेयर्स नेक्स्ट हार्ड पॉइंट में पहुंच चुके हैं. देखते हैं कौन मैनेज करता है इस हार्ड पॉइंट को कैप्चर करने के लिए. अभी तक एलिवेट ने फिलहाल तो कैप्चर कर रखा है. प्यूरीफायर का बहुत ही बढ़िया इस्तेमाल. नहीं यार नहीं बट स्टिल ले लिया उसको. Finally, Elevate is finally in the lead right now. ज्यादा नहीं, 3 पॉइंट्स का लीड है. लेट्स सी. लीड जा रहा है, ले रहे हैं और लीड ले रहे हैं. 10 more points guys, 10 more points. Come on guys, come on. Whoa, 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 elevate guys. Come on guys, you did it guys, you did it. What a match guys, what a match. पहले CDSI और अब World Championship. Bye, you guys are insane bro, you guys are too good. What a match guys, what a match. GG's for Elevate guys, GG's.
When they were pushed against the walls, Elevate delivered not just at CDSI, but also with the targets on their back here. Q9, Silver Surfers once again, commiserations, hugs across the board. Not just
भाई एक ट्रॉफी नहीं भाई, इसी साल कुछ महीनों पहले इन्होंने CDSI का ट्रॉफी लिया था और अब वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप का. भाई currently the best Codm team in the world. Hats off.
Where it's deserved, and Q9 absolutely earned it. But like you said, 5 grand finals, man, 5 second place finishes, tough seeds, but at the end there can only be one. And Elevate did it on the Eastern Hemisphere. Elevate did it on the world stage. Your 2024 World.
क्या बोला था guys? Elevate ही जीतेगा. And they did it. Performance बोलता है यार. इन लोग का performance top notch था. शुरू से लेके end तक भाई. चलो बाय 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 गाइस. हम तो एंड तक रहेंगे, देखते हैं और क्या होने वाला है.
On y'all win. Man, everything's going crazy out here. Come here. You can answer the question, dude. Which end? Who you talking to out in the crowd?
FDX.
And what are you saying to him?
4-0.
Sometimes that's all you need to say. It's 4-0. I mean, you guys came in and really made this one happen. Big 4-0, like your homie said here. I mean, was it easy?
Of course.
Dang.
भाई देखा, ये लोग इसी मूड में बैठे थे भाई कि ये इजी रहा हम लोग के लिए बहुत. इन लोग का चेहरा देख कर लग नहीं रहा था कि इन लोग थोड़े भी टेंस मोमेंट में भाई इन लोग इजी खेल रहे थे.
Right here in the middle. Halo. Here, you know what?
I can translate for you guys. You can't go away from me. Come here, Candy. Come here. I can translate for you. Don't worry. How does it feel like to finally be a winner? You couldn't get that in Smart Omega back in 2022, nor back in 2020. How does it feel like to finally win it on the biggest stage of Call of Duty Mobile?
Hindi ko alam yung masasabi ko pero kami yung the best.
He said that he doesn't know what he wants to say, but he just wants to say that he's the best. And of course, the best that you are, the best performing team in Call of Duty Mobile. And I also wanted to ask...
अरे thanks Hanibar, thanks. Thank you very much. और thanks भाई, ये तीनों दिन आपने अच्छी तरीके से पूरा चैट को संभाला. Thanks you very much Hanibar and Pranisha bhai. अरे thank you Pranisha bhai.
How was that journey for you?
आप लोग भी कम नहीं थे भाई. Special thanks to Panisha, Hani and Rashmi for managing the chat.
Lahat ng pagkatalo namin noong 2022, 2023, ito 2024 nakuha namin.
अरे thanks Lavid bhai.
Champion, CDSI champion, GM6 champion, GM5
अरे
champion, regional champion.
Mic drop. But he said through the hardship, there was happiness. They were champions here, but they paved their way through it. They were champions. I mean, again,
no problem, Jax, bro.
That was a lot of championships here at that. Again,
by the way, मैंने आज की बीबी विनर्स का नाम अनाउंस कर दिया है. आप मेरे को इंस्टाग्राम में टेक्स्ट कर देना, मैं आपको कोड्स भेज दूंगा. ओके गाइस, और जो बाकी के विनर्स रहेंगे मैं अपने कम्युनिटी पोस्ट में अपडेट कर दूंगा. डोंट वरी फॉर दैट.
Okay, when I say 3, 1, 2, 3. Back to you, Glitter.
Well, you can see just how happy, excited everyone is on Elevate for being able to take this win home, and they did it in such a decisive fashion. Regardless of what was thrown their way all weekend long, they looked near flawless.
Nearly.
Near flawless? What are we talking about? They were flawless.
Yeah, pretty damn flawless if you ask me. That is sparkling clean. I mean, throughout the entirety of the road for the tournament, starting all the way at Swiss, coming into this tournament from their CDSI win all the way through lower bracket, confidence was thumbing. I remember seeing these guys even in the hotel lobby, and they were just already filled to the brim with confidence, knowing that they had the target on their back, knowing that they were the better team when it comes down to respawns. How can you not be a fan of this team?
7-0 map count on Championship Sunday. Shut the front door. That's disgusting. I don't think in any form across Call of Duty that I've ever witnessed have I ever seen something like that.
भाई elevate bro. क्या ही खेले भाई ये लोग भाई.
Is what's most alarming, because Call of Duty for us, especially even Call of Duty Mobile, no different, is that it's so day to day. But they walked in Friday, great. Saturday, fantastic. Sunday, champions. That is just absurd to see that consistency.
Unreal.
This is going to be huge for Elevate now. Best team in the world for Call of Duty Mobile, looking to the next year.
Good night, bye bye. Good night.
Going to be having their eyes on them, watching them, what they're able to do yet again as a team. As the next year of competition kicks off, they are going to have a bar set very high, especially after the performances we saw here this weekend when it comes this time around next year.
Absolutely. I mean, 6 teams out of the East make it to playoffs, 2 from the West. Yeah, you get the Galorys who make it into the Final Four, but Elevate...
भाई रोना आ रहा है मुझे किस बात से.
There's still that. A little cope, but I think the thing about it is a new region finds itself on top of the COD Mobile ladder. It starts off with a very dominant North American scene a couple of years prior. Of course, the COVID year, we split it. Hard to say what was better. That starts that whole rivalry between East and West. Yep. Last year, West falls short. This year, expectations to rise up. Doesn't happen, and it's a new region inside of the Eastern Hemisphere that reigns supreme. Dominant stuff from Elevate.
It goes even well beyond just the mechanical skill that they do have. I mean, dropping the kills is one thing, but it's also what they're able to do along the way as well. Their adaptability in search and destroy, their consistency in fundamentals, in the respawns as well, is why they're highly regarded. I mean, this convincing of a Grand Finals win, we're going to be talking about this all the way until this time next year.
क्या ही खेलेगा इसे लोग, मजा आ गया भाई.
Notes on what exactly Elevate did to get themselves here, as we get to take a look at the exact road they had to go journey upon in order to get named the champions. I mean, we get to see their Swiss performance, a little refresher for anyone who might have missed it, and then take a look at what they did in playoffs like you guys were highlighting. It is such a strong run.
You can make the argument that maybe they had an easier run. I think that that's blasted as far as the take is concerned. Godlike Q9 stalwart. Only losing 2 maps throughout the entirety of the Swiss. Only losing 1 map throughout the playoff bracket versus Wolves. Look at the teams that are on here and how many of them did make it as far as top 8 in Championship Sundays are concerned. A lot of representation that they had to cut through and how dominant they were throughout all of it.
They legitimately have nothing holding them back in terms of, well, they didn't play so-and-so. They beat XROCK at CDSI. They played against every major squad. And now the sweetness at the end comes with the ability to be the last one standing on the bracket.
That was the fanciest we've gotten on the bracket.
It's like off-center too.
Incredible.
Yeah, super cute.
Honestly, our teams have been such good sports. We keep talking about it all weekend long. So much love across the regions as the teams are knocked out of the competition, and you see it yet one more time. Elevate giving a little bit of love to Q9, but that crown is next to their name on the bracket. They have the rings, they hold the trophy, and the title in the world.
It's just insane to really think about how long ago CDSI truly was. Not literally within about a week and a half ago. The consistency is what I was immediately asking for. I was all over X asking for it on Instagram as well. We finally get here in Atlanta without skipping a single beat. These guys are gross.
Okay, जरूर से अनुपम भाई, फिर मिलेंगे.
The best COD I've ever seen in COD Mobile, right there from Elevate, without question.
The man literally doesn't lie, except for reverse sweeps and grand finals.
We'll remember that for next time around.
You can remember this. 2025, Year of North America. It's coming back.
So, I mean, North America might be coming back. I don't know about...
About me? Oh.
All right, guys, though. Anything else you want to say before we say goodbye to everybody? Phenomenal weekend.
I did. You know, there's so much to unpack.
Okay, guys.
So,
मिलते हैं. It's time to end this stream. Hope you guys enjoyed it. और हाँ, जरूर से अगर आपने एलिवेट को वोट किया था और आपको रिवॉर्ड मिलता है, तो याद से मेरे को या तो इंस्टाग्राम या फिर ट्विटर कहीं पे टैग कर देना. देखना चाहता हूँ किसने एलिवेट को वोट किया था और उनका प्रेडिक्शन सही रहा था. Just like me.
So many congratulations to Elevate, who are now your 2024 Call of Duty Mobile World Champions. But a congratulations to all of the teams that even made it this far in the competition for the year. It was not an easy road for any of these teams, and they all put on a phenomenal performance. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the
Okay, guys, bye-bye for now.
Put on this show, and on behalf of myself, my co-casters,
चलो guys, मिलते हैं. Good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Peace out, guys.
We'll see you next year.
प्रेडिक्शन सही था. प्रेडिक्शन तब सही रहेगा ना जब इन गेम रिवॉर्ड मिला होगा प्रेडिक्शन वाला. गुड नाइट एवरीवन. गुड नाइट.
Now they can find another one here onto Hen. Lukashin can find another 7 seconds to go. Lukashin's not found 2, and Miho cleans it up. Straight on over towards B. You can though. The snap on the 1 to 2. Don't give him the third. Surely they shut him down.
It's beautiful. Sheer destruction, sheer bloodshed, and it's Elevate all over the spawn of Q9. Given its toughest challenge to its strongest warrior.
Okay guys, bye bye. Good night everyone. See you again.